Welcome back to the Sleepy Poker Masterclass, Beginner to Master. In this 17th lesson, we examine exploitative strategy and adaptive play, how to observe imbalance, measure behavior, and deviate intentionally to maximize profit. By understanding when to follow theory and when to bend it, you learn to adapt dynamically while remaining calm, precise, and composed. Chapter 1. Defining exploitative strategy. Exploitative strategy is the art of identifying and capitalizing on imbalance. It begins where theory ends, where real opponents deviate from perfection and patterns emerge. While equilibrium protects against exploitation, exploitative play converts those deviations into profit. The professional's task is to notice weakness, measure its frequency, and adjust calmly without losing structure. In theory, game theory optimal play assumes two flawless opponents. Each acts with perfect balance, making neither side profitable beyond expectation. But real poker never meets this condition. Emotion, fatigue, and habit distort frequency. Players fold too often, call too light, or bluff inconsistently. Exploitative strategy recognizes these tendencies not as chaos, but as predictable imperfection. To exploit effectively, awareness must precede aggression. You cannot act until you understand the pattern. Professionals observe for long periods before adjusting, collecting small data points, bet sizing, rhythm, timing, conversation tone. Each clue contributes to a behavioral map that defines vulnerability. Exploitative logic is built on asymmetry. If one player's strategy drifts too far in one direction, the professional shifts proportionally in the other. Against over-aggression, they tighten. Against fear, they expand. Balance remains the foundation. Deviation becomes the layer above it. Emotional neutrality sustains accuracy. Exploitation based on frustration or excitement collapses into guesswork. Calm observation ensures that every adjustment stems from evidence rather than impulse. This detachment transforms observation into advantage. Exploitative strategy is not rebellion against theory. It is its evolution. The professional understands equilibrium not as a cage, but as a compass, showing where to move and when to return. Exploitation succeeds only when anchored by structure. When applied with discipline, exploitation feels quiet. There is no aggression, no chase, only proportion, gently redirected toward profit. The goal is not dominance, but alignment with imbalance itself. Chapter 2. Controlled deviation from theory. Controlled deviation is the disciplined method of exploitation. It allows professionals to move intentionally away from balance when a clear edge exists. While equilibrium provides protection, deviation provides opportunity. The distinction lies in control, choosing to deviate rather than drifting unconsciously. Deviation begins with evidence. Before altering frequency, a professional verifies pattern stability. A single fold does not confirm weakness, nor does one bold bet confirm aggression. Patterns require volume. Once data confirms trend, adjustment follows, small and deliberate. For instance, if opponents fold excessively to continuation bets, you increase bluff frequency modestly, perhaps from 40% to 50%. If they overcall, you reduce bluffs and expand thin value. The principle remains consistent. proportional adaptation guided by observation. Mathematically, deviation adjusts expected value. Each exploit must yield higher expectation than the balanced baseline. If risk exceeds return, the deviation becomes unsound. Professionals calculate this intuitively, weighing variance and likelihood simultaneously. Emotion remains the greatest threat to control. Success tempts overextension, failure tempts retreat. Both distort ratios. Professionals prevent emotional swing through rhythm, keeping timing consistent, tone neutral, and process steady regardless of result. Controlled deviation also includes awareness of exposure. Every exploit opens vulnerability. Overbluffing to punish folds invites counterattack once opponents adapt. To manage this, professionals track both directions, how far they've drifted from theory and how quickly opponents notice. Balance always remains home base. After exploiting successfully, professionals recenter. The process repeats in waves: observe, deviate, profit, return. This oscillation sustains long-term stability while capturing short-term advantage. In essence, controlled deviation is dynamic equilibrium in motion. It proves that perfection in poker is not stillness but rhythm. Theory provides protection, adaptation provides growth. Together they form the quiet duality of mastery. Chapter 3: Recognizing population tendencies. Population tendencies form the foundation of exploitative logic. They represent the average mistakes made repeatedly within a given group of players. While individual reads provide precision, population data offers direction. Professionals begin with the collective before refining to the specific. At lower stakes, patterns appear clearly. Most players call too much pre-flop, chase weak draws, and underbluff rivers. Their primary leak is fear of folding winners. Against this population, theoretical balance becomes secondary to straightforward value extraction. Thin value bets outperform complex bluffs because opponents grant calls too easily. Mid-stakes populations shift differently. Ambition replaces fear, and players attempt advanced concepts inconsistently. They bluff in poor textures, over-apply solver principles, and misjudge bet sizing. Exploitation here requires discipline rather than aggression, folding appropriately, value betting thinly, and allowing overzealous players to self-destruct. High-stakes environments demand subtlety. Mistakes occur in rhythm, not concept. Professionals notice frequency drift rather than outright errors. A player may continuation bet slightly too often or check raise one texture too frequently. Tiny deviations become long-term profit through patient calibration. Cultural and environmental differences shape populations further. Online players lean toward aggression, relying on timing and solver mimicry. Live fields favor passivity, influenced by emotion and physical comfort. Even tournament structures shift tendencies. Short stacks tighten, deep stacks expand. Recognizing environment becomes prerequisite for exploitation. Population analysis extends beyond intuition. Hand histories, trackers, and solvers reveal quantitative trends. Professionals measure how often the pool defends blinds, double barrels, or folds to 3 bets. This data defines starting assumptions before any personal observation occurs. However, Over-reliance on averages creates error. Populations evolve, and context always modifies expectation. The disciplined player treats population data as compass, not map. They navigate through observation, adjusting when reality diverges from assumption. Recognizing population tendencies transforms preparation into precision. Before cards are even dealt, you understand the rhythm of the field. Exploitation begins quietly, with awareness of who you face and what patterns they cannot resist repeating. Chapter 4: Behavioral Mapping. Behavioral mapping turns observation into structure. It is the process of cataloging visible and rhythmic cues that reveal player tendencies. While solvers teach balance through mathematics, behavioral mapping teaches adaptation through pattern recognition. Every player expresses emotion through timing, motion, and consistency. Fast actions indicate comfort or indifference. Slow ones signal deliberation or uncertainty. Professionals interpret rhythm, not moment. One long tank means little. A pattern of hesitation means everything. Mapping begins before confrontation. Observe posture, chip handling, and conversation. Confident players sit still, speaking less. Insecure ones fidget or over-explain. These cues inform baseline temperament, which predicts frequency tendencies. Calm players defend rationally. Anxious players react emotionally. During hands, mapping deepens. Record bet sizes, pacing, and sequence. A player who always uses the same sizing across textures values symmetry. One who varies wildly betrays emotion. Over time, patterns emerge, linking physical rhythm to strategic imbalance. Professionals map mentally using minimal categories: aggressive, cautious, rhythmic, erratic. Each label guides future adjustment. Against rhythmic players, you bluff less because their consistency limits opportunity. Against erratic ones, you widen exploitation, trusting variance to reveal cracks. Behavioral mapping also includes emotional awareness. You must sense energy shifts, frustration after a lost pot, relief after survival. Emotion changes frequency faster than logic. When tension rises, discipline fades. Professionals anticipate this and adjust calmly, knowing emotional fatigue precedes technical error. Mapping remains silent work. You never reveal awareness or change demeanor visibly. Exploitation succeeds because it hides inside composure. Your stillness contrasts with their volatility, and that difference becomes your edge. Behavioral mapping bridges psychology and probability. It turns human behavior into statistical rhythm, converting motion into math. Once the map forms, adaptation becomes instinct, calm, proportionate, and nearly invisible. Chapter 5: Quantifying Exploits. Exploitation begins with intuition, but succeeds through measurement. Quantifying exploits means translating observed tendencies into controlled adjustments. Without proportion, exploitation becomes guessing. With it, strategy turns evidence into profit. Every exploit carries a measurable frequency shift. If an opponent folds to continuation bets 70% of the time instead of the balanced 50, the adjustment is clear. You increase bluff frequency slightly, perhaps by 10%. The deviation must reflect data magnitude. Professionals never double or triple aggression blindly. They scale change to advantage. Measurement also applies to value targeting. If opponents call too often, bluffs lose efficiency. You compensate by increasing value bets proportionally. Each exploit remains tethered to the observed leak, not emotional response. Quantification prevents overreaction. Data-driven players confirm observations through sample volume. A single incident proves nothing. 10 repetitions indicate pattern. 50 confirm certainty. Exploits grow stronger with repetition and disappear when trends reverse. Professionals think statistically even in live settings, where intuition substitutes for data. They track frequencies subconsciously through memory and rhythm. Mathematically, quantifying exploits preserves expected value balance. Suppose a bluff line carries neutral expectation against a balanced opponent. Against one who overfolds by 20%, expected value rises proportionally. Calculating this relationship validates the deviation and protects against variance illusion, mistaking short-term luck for real edge. Quantification also governs exposure. Every exploit increases risk if the environment adapts. Measuring how much value an exploit generates compared to its vulnerability determines sustainability. When risk grows faster than reward, you recenter toward theory. Emotion distorts this process. Success creates confidence bias. Failure breeds false correction. Professionals separate result from ratio. They rely on pattern magnitude, not outcome sequence. When logic outweighs emotion, precision replaces reaction. Quantifying exploitation turns instinct into discipline. You move from guessing to managing frequencies like an engineer calibrating flow. Each decision adjusts ratio within tolerance, creating structure where others rely on feeling. Balance remains foundation, but measurement refines it. Professionals know that every edge has size, and every adjustment has cost. Quantification ensures that both remain proportional, sustaining advantage quietly through mathematics disguised as patience. Chapter 6: Emotional Vulnerability in Opponents. Emotion is the most consistent leak in poker. Fatigue, frustration, and pride distort logic faster than variance ever could. Exploitative strategy thrives on recognizing emotional vulnerability, not to manipulate cruelly, but to adapt efficiently. When emotion drives others, balance evaporates and opportunity emerges. Tilt appears in many forms. Some players chase losses through reckless aggression, others retreat into fear and passivity. Both behaviors distort frequency. The professional's role is to observe these reactions calmly, identify their rhythm, and adjust ratio accordingly. When emotion accelerates aggression, you slow down. Tighten pre-flop ranges, let opponents overextend, and capture value through structure. When emotion freezes initiative, you expand. Open wider, continuation bet more, and steal uncontested pots. Exploitation mirrors emotion's direction, with proportional counterbalance. Physical and behavioral cues reveal vulnerability. Rapid breathing, restless chip movement, or verbal justification often accompany emotional tilt. Professionals interpret these signs as data. Emotion predicts action more reliably than theory. Once rhythm breaks, Long sessions amplify emotional decay. Fatigue dulls awareness, and the desire to regain control overrides structure. Professionals exploit this by maintaining tempo. Consistent rhythm contrasts sharply with emotional volatility, making imbalance more visible. However, emotional exploitation requires composure. Reacting with excitement or mockery erodes professionalism and exposes your own structure. The calm player adapts silently, without judgment or display. Emotional neutrality becomes both shield and weapon. Understanding emotion also means respecting it. Everyone experiences tilt. Awareness prevents hypocrisy. Professionals study their own reactions as much as their opponents. Knowing personal emotional triggers reduces bias and sharpens timing. Emotional vulnerability transforms the psychological landscape of the table. While technical players focus on range charts, professionals focus on pulse. When emotion dictates play, mathematics becomes secondary. Exploitation, then, is not manipulation. It is empathy converted into advantage through awareness. By recognizing emotion calmly, you elevate beyond reaction. You become rhythm itself, steady, quiet, and balanced, while the table drifts unpredictably around you. Chapter 7: Structural Exploitation. Structural exploitation targets the framework of an opponent's strategy, rather than individual mistakes. It focuses on how their ranges, bet sizes, and positional habits interact to create predictable weaknesses. The professional identifies these recurring inefficiencies and adjusts ratios accordingly, subtly, patiently, and without emotion. Every player builds structure differently. Some favor large bet sizes that polarize their range. Others rely on small, repetitive bets that leave them capped. Each pattern creates imbalance. Professionals map these structures, searching for the points where aggression or passivity repeats too cleanly. Positional awareness forms the first layer. If a player opens too frequently from early position, you can exploit by 3-betting more aggressively in position. Conversely, when late position players steal too loosely, defend wider from the blinds with hands that perform well post-flop. Structural exploitation begins before the flop and continues through every stage of range interaction. Bet sizing offers further opportunity. Predictable sizing reveals intent. Players who always use small bets for bluffs and large bets for value broadcast frequency imbalance. Professionals counter this by floating wider versus small bets and folding efficiently versus large ones. They use the opponent's structure as roadmap rather than mystery. Texture-based exploitation applies the same logic. Many players misunderstand how boards interact with range. If an opponent continuation bets too frequently on wet boards but rarely double barrels, you can call once and steal turns confidently. Exploitation thrives on expectation, knowing what others believe works, and showing them why it does not. Emotionally, structural exploitation requires patience. These edges unfold slowly across hands, not moments. Professionals treat them like steady rhythm, small, repeating advantages that accumulate invisibly. There is no urgency, only composure. Mathematically, these adjustments shift expected value gradually, but reliably. You are not gambling, you are reweighting decisions according to structural inefficiency. Every exploit exists inside logic, making it sustainable over volume. Structural exploitation proves that mastery lies not in aggression, but in observation. The professional doesn't fight randomness. They refine rhythm, extracting consistency from repetition. What appears passive is actually precision, measured deviation guided by the architecture of others' imbalance. Chapter 8: The Psychology of Adaptation. Adaptation begins in the mind. It requires calm awareness, detachment from ego, and trust in structure. Most players resist change because emotion binds them to comfort. What worked yesterday feels safe today. Professionals, by contrast, treat adaptation as constant motion, guided by proportion rather than pride. Psychological flexibility separates mastery from stagnation. When confronted with new conditions, unfamiliar opponents, shifting table tempo, or changing stack depths, the professional does not react impulsively. They pause, observe, and adjust through reasoning. This delay, brief but deliberate, filters emotion through logic. The ego resists adaptation. It seeks validation, wanting to prove knowledge rather than refine it. Professionals remove ego from equation, understanding that adaptation is not confession of weakness, but recognition of reality. The game evolves, the balanced mind evolves with it. Rhythm reinforces this mindset. Every session begins with observation, transitions through adjustment, and stabilizes in control. Professionals align emotional pace with table pace. When opponents accelerate recklessly, they slow down. When tables tighten, they introduce subtle pressure. Mental rhythm synchronizes with strategic rhythm. Adaptation also requires humility before variance. Luck distorts perception. Players often misattribute random outcomes to skill shifts and overcorrect. Professionals recognize variance as static noise, changing nothing until clear pattern emerges. This patience preserves structure under uncertainty. Emotionally, adaptation feels neutral. There is no frustration or excitement, only flow. Calm observation becomes its own reward. Professionals learn to enjoy the process of correction, finding confidence not in certainty but in responsiveness. Adaptation's final element is closure. Once an exploit loses efficiency, professionals disengage immediately. They return to equilibrium without sentimentality. This detachment keeps strategy fluid and ego silent. The psychology of adaptation transforms poker into a mirror. It reflects emotional state through decision-making frequency. Professionals maintain balance because they regulate self as carefully as range. True adaptation feels quiet. It is not dramatic reinvention, but subtle calibration. The mind breathing in rhythm with the game, adjusting proportion until imbalance becomes order again. Chapter 9: Balancing Exploitation and Defense. Exploitation without defense collapses under scrutiny. The more you attack imbalance, the more exposed you become to counterplay. Professionals understand this duality intuitively. They pursue advantage while maintaining structural protection. True mastery lies in harmony between aggression and restraint. Every exploit expands one side of your range. When you bluff more often, your value density thins. When you tighten excessively, your image hardens. Balance requires awareness of how each adjustment alters vulnerability. Professionals treat every deviation as equation. How much gain justifies how much risk? Defensive structure begins with return to center thinking. After exploiting weakness repeatedly, opponents adapt. The professional senses this shift early and resets frequencies toward equilibrium before exposure. Defense acts as silent recall, returning strategy to neutrality without visible change in tempo. Range coverage is essential to this protection. Even during exploitative phases, your range must retain strong hands across all lines. This prevents opponents from punishing predictability. For instance, if you bluff turn too often, ensure that a few value hands remain in that same line. This overlap creates insurance against counterattack. Mathematically, the goal is sustainability. You want each exploit to remain profitable, even if partially detected. That safety margin depends on proportion. Overextension narrows margin and invites volatility. Moderation, by contrast, preserves longevity. Psychologically, defense comes from detachment. When greed or pride drives exploitation, correction arrives too late. Professionals separate performance from ego. They stop exploiting when logic, not emotion, tells them to. Calm perception notices when edges fade before variance exposes them. Balance between exploitation and defense mirrors breathing, expansion, followed by contraction. The professional inhales opportunity, exhales protection, repeating the cycle with rhythm and precision. Through this motion, they remain both unpredictable and unbreakable. Chapter 10: Data-Driven Adaptation. Modern poker merges intuition with technology. Data-driven adaptation transforms subjective reads into measurable evidence, refining exploitation through statistics. While live professionals rely on rhythm and observation, online and analytical players supplement awareness with numerical insight. The principle remains identical: structure supported by information. Hand histories, trackers, and solvers reveal long-term population behavior. How often players continuation bet, defend blinds, or 3-bet pre-flop forms a statistical landscape of tendencies. Professionals translate this data into proportional shifts. Numbers confirm what intuition already suspected, giving logic tangible foundation. For instance, if database analysis shows that the average opponent folds to turn barrels 65% of the time when optimal play requires only 50, your exploit becomes quantified. You now know to bluff turns slightly more often, scaling aggression mathematically rather than emotionally. Data also exposes hidden leaks invisible in short-term observation. Some frequencies deviate only subtly, perhaps a few percentage points per street. Over thousands of hands, these micro-imbalances compound into steady profit. Professionals rely on cumulative insight rather than single-hand anecdotes. However, data demands discipline. Numbers invite false confidence if context is ignored. Small sample sizes or mixed player pools distort accuracy. Professionals cross-check findings against logic and table feel, ensuring that adaptation remains grounded in both measurement and intuition. Over-reliance on data creates another trap: mechanical play detached from rhythm. Professionals use information as calibration, not command. They still adapt fluidly when emotion, fatigue, or pressure alter human behavior mid-session. Data shapes preparation, while awareness guides execution. Emotionally, data-driven thinking reinforces patience. Knowing that advantage unfolds statistically prevents frustration after isolated variance. Professionals see sessions as part of a continuum, where edge emerges gradually through repetition. Adaptation through data proves that exploitation is not guesswork. It is structured awareness refined by evidence. The numbers do not replace judgment, they sharpen it. When logic meets information, precision replaces impulse. You act not because you feel advantage, but because the math confirms it quietly. That quiet confirmation, steady, verified, and calm, is the sound of modern mastery. Chapter 11. Live Game Exploitation. Live poker provides information that no solver can model. Human rhythm, posture, and tone communicate patterns of thought long before chips move. Exploitation in live settings requires observation deeper than range awareness. It demands emotional fluency, patience, and composure. Every live opponent reveals rhythm. Some act quickly and confidently when weak, overcompensating for insecurity. Others hesitate when strong, afraid to appear suspicious. Professionals collect these subtle inconsistencies and build a behavioral index, how motion correlates with decision. The longer the session, the clearer these connections become. Exploitative opportunity begins with context. A player who folds small blinds frequently may fear confrontation. One who sighs before calling might already regret it. Each cue transforms into proportion, guiding how often you bluff, value bet, or slow play. Exploitation remains mathematical, but expressed through intuition. Bet sizing in live play often exposes emotional state. Nervous players reach for larger stacks when bluffing, as if to prove strength. Confident players bet smaller for value, assuming opponents will call. These inversions create predictable ratios between sizing and strength. Professionals reverse engineer these signals calmly, adjusting frequency without alerting the table. Silence is a live professional's strongest tool. Talking too much invites reaction, while listening invites information. Opponents reveal mindset through conversation, rhythm, and laughter. Their words describe comfort level. Their tone reveals conviction. However, live exploitation requires restraint. Pushing too aggressively disturbs emotional balance and draws attention. Professionals act invisibly, changing frequency gradually to maintain harmony within the game. The objective is not to dominate, but to flow beneath notice, guiding others quietly toward error. Live play rewards patience. The deeper the stack and slower the pace, the greater the value of rhythm. You do not chase edges, you observe until they appear naturally. The calm player wins through stillness, an unspoken exploitation hidden behind steady breathing and silent observation. Chapter 12. Online Exploitation Patterns. Online poker lacks physical cues, but compensates through data density. Timing, sizing, and volume form a digital language that professionals learn to interpret as precisely as live tells. Online exploitation is behavioral analytics through rhythm, rather than sight. The first pattern is timing. Instant actions suggest automation or pre-decision. Delayed responses indicate calculation or discomfort. A player who snap checks turns likely cap their range, while one who tanks and calls may hold mid-strength hands. Professionals catalog these patterns subconsciously over thousands of hands, turning timing into probability. Bet sizing provides even more structure. Online players tend to repeat sizings across similar boards, unintentionally revealing composition. A half-pot bet might indicate standard continuation range, while three-quarter sizing may signal polarization. Exploitation arises when you notice ratio bias, too many large bluffs or too few small ones. Frequency tracking refines this further. With large samples, professionals identify overused lines, such as double barrels on specific textures or under-defended river spots. They respond by shifting counter frequencies in small increments, extracting long-term advantage while remaining statistically balanced. Metagame awareness adds another layer. Online pools adapt faster than live opponents. Visible data through tracking tools means your frequencies also become measurable. Professionals protect balance by rotating strategies between sessions. Slight differences in bet sizing, tempo, or bluff ratios prevent detection. Online environments magnify emotional influence. The anonymity of the screen amplifies tilt and impatience. Players chasing losses overplay marginal hands. Those winning fold too early to protect stacks. Professionals recognize these emotional swings through rhythm changes, the sudden acceleration of action, or uncharacteristic passivity. Precision and patience define online exploitation. Without body language, accuracy depends entirely on pattern memory. The disciplined player records tendencies mentally or statistically, applying pressure only when confidence exceeds variance. Exploitation online is not guesswork, it is quiet computation disguised as flow. Professionals read digital tempo as clearly as breathing in live games. When both emotion and rhythm become visible through numbers, balance returns once again to structure. Chapter 13: Adjusting to skill levels. Exploitation depends on calibration. The strategy that works against one skill level fails against another. Professionals recognize this gradient and tailor adaptation accordingly, maintaining efficiency without condescension or complacency. Every opponent, regardless of experience, offers unique rhythm and value. Against beginners, simplicity wins. They respond emotionally rather than strategically, valuing immediate results over long-term balance. Exploitation means favoring clear value bets and straightforward folds. Bluffing too often wastes energy. Patience extracts more profit than creativity. Professionals avoid overthinking, playing structured fundamentals until imbalance reveals itself naturally. Intermediate opponents present the richest field for adaptation. They understand some theory, but apply it unevenly. Their frequencies swing between discipline and impulse, often over bluffing or defending too narrowly. Professionals exploit these inconsistencies quietly, reducing complexity while letting small edges repeat through volume. Advanced players demand respect for equilibrium. Their mistakes occur not through ignorance, but through subtle preference. They may slightly underbluff certain textures or favor specific bet sizes. Exploitation here requires data and restraint, precision deviations rather than broad aggression. The best counter strategy becomes observation itself. Recognizing skill level begins with attention to rhythm. Beginners move irregularly, guided by curiosity. Intermediate players act rhythmically, but inconsistently. Experts act with controlled tempo, even during variance. Each rhythm dictates the range of safe exploitation. Ego often interferes with this calibration. Underestimating weaker players invites carelessness. Overestimating strong ones causes fear. Professionals approach both with neutrality, understanding that balance protects logic regardless of opponent ability. Adjusting to skill level also means managing variance expectations. Simpler strategies generate lower volatility, while high-level exploitation introduces complexity and risk. The professional chooses ratio according to environment, balancing precision and practicality to maintain composure across all fields. Skill-based adaptation reminds us that poker is not hierarchy but ecosystem. Every player contributes rhythm, shaping collective flow. Professionals exploit through understanding, not superiority, finding harmony in adjustment rather than dominance in imbalance. Chapter 14. Identifying frequency drift. Frequency drift occurs when a player unconsciously changes their ratios due to emotion, fatigue, or adaptation. Recognizing these subtle shifts enables professionals to exploit opponents before they recognize their own imbalance. Drift transforms strategy into signal, visible only to those who listen quietly. Drift usually begins small. A player defending the big blind, 70% of the time drops to 60 as frustration grows. Another starts continuation, betting 80%, then fades to half when bluffs fail. Professionals notice these transitions not through numbers, but through atmosphere. Tempo slows, gestures stiffen, and pattern rhythm changes. Fatigue accelerates drift. As sessions lengthen, decision quality declines. Players fold faster, call lighter, and lose consistency. Professionals counter this by maintaining stable rhythm themselves, contrasting fatigue with calm. Their steadiness highlights others' decay. Emotional drift occurs after dramatic events, losing a large pot, running bad, or chasing recovery. Frequency swings erratically as logic bends around emotion. Professionals recognize this moment instantly, adjusting ratios to mirror imbalance. Against fearful players, aggression increases. Against reckless ones, patience grows. Drift also arises from overcorrection. Players aware of prior mistakes often compensate excessively, tightening ranges after bluffs fail, or expanding after missed value bets. Professionals anticipate this pendulum motion, applying counter-pressure just as the swing peaks. Recognition requires neutrality. Emotional involvement blinds perception. Detachment sharpens it. Professionals stay still while others oscillate. Stillness magnifies movement. Drift detection forms the core of adaptive exploitation. It transforms psychology into probability, converting unseen instability into measured action. Professionals act not from guesswork, but from pattern consistency, trusting that human behavior always leans toward imbalance eventually. Frequency drift proves that even disciplined players are dynamic systems. They cannot remain perfectly balanced because emotion, fatigue, and variance never sleep. The calm player waits, listens, and moves only when the rhythm shifts off beat. That patience, quiet, unhurried, and precise, is exploitation in its purest form. Chapter 15. Countering adaptive opponents. Adaptive opponents exploit others actively. They observe, adjust, and evolve mid-session. To counter them, you must combine awareness with restraint, defending equilibrium while disguising your own shifts. The duel between adaptive players is one of timing, perception, and patience. The first principle is awareness without reaction. Recognizing that an opponent has begun exploiting you does not mean responding immediately. Premature counter-adjustments cause oscillation, both players chasing balance and missing it. Professionals instead confirm intent through repetition. They verify that deviation is intentional, not variance. Once confirmed, countering requires measured defense. If an opponent attacks perceived passivity, respond with subtle reinforcement. Check strong hands more often, letting their aggression feed your range. When they adjust by tightening, widen selectively to recapture control. Each shift must remain proportionate, calculated increments rather than extremes. Disguise is essential. Adaptive players watch for rhythm change. If your tempo alters suddenly, you reveal adjustment. Professionals counter invisibly, preserving timing and demeanor, while frequency evolves internally. Calmness hides recalibration. Mathematically, countering adaptation restores balance faster through ratio correction. Suppose an opponent overbluffs 50% more than optimal. Defending just 10% wider rebalances expectation. Precision replaces escalation. The best counterplay often feels conservative, but proves most efficient. Psychologically, patience wins the adaptive battle. Many professionals lose discipline trying to win back control. True dominance lies in returning to theory, letting the opponent's emotional investment become their imbalance. Equilibrium itself becomes the counter. The duel between adaptive players reflects mastery of stillness. Each watches the other's rhythm, waiting for acceleration. The first to over-adjust exposes vulnerability. The winner is rarely the most aggressive, it is the most stable. Chapter 16: Metagame Awareness. Metagame awareness extends adaptation across time. It is the understanding that every hand, session, and table interaction shapes perception. Professionals manage this narrative deliberately, balancing short-term deception with long-term sustainability. Metagame represents memory. Players recall patterns: how you bluffed last session, which hands you showed, and how you reacted to pressure. These memories influence future decisions, subconsciously. Professionals exploit this bias by alternating between familiarity and surprise. For example, if your image suggests tightness, occasional light, 3-bets create disbelief, doubling fold equity. If opponents perceive looseness, reverting to solid fundamentals regains respect. Exploitation occurs through contrast, not volume. The goal is rhythm between consistency and unpredictability. Metagame extends beyond individuals. Entire environments develop collective perception. In a local card room, your reputation as disciplined changes how new players react instantly. Online pools remember screen names, associating them with style and timing. Professionals maintain awareness of this wider narrative, updating strategies to remain unreadable over time. Long-term adaptation also prevents stagnation. The same strategies that win today will lose once recognized. Professionals evolve quietly, altering ratios before discovery. Small adjustments like changing bet sizing ranges or pre-flop frequencies reset perception without altering identity. Psychologically, metagame awareness fosters humility. It reminds you that every hand lives within a story larger than itself. The calm professional plays the same, whether observed or forgotten. Their discipline shapes image naturally, and that image becomes leverage. Managing metagame means controlling rhythm over time. You alternate transparency and opacity deliberately, revealing just enough to mislead. The process mirrors breathing, expansion through adaptation, contraction through concealment. Metagame awareness proves that poker exists not only in the moment, but in memory. Professionals use this memory like gravity, pulling future outcomes toward equilibrium while guiding others into predictable orbit. Chapter 17: Sequential Exploitation. Sequential exploitation transforms adaptation into long-term narrative. It involves setting traps across multiple hands rather than single moments, creating patterns that opponents misread, and later punishing their adjustments. Professionals view poker not as isolated events, but as sequences where each decision shapes expectation for the next. The first stage is foundation. Early in the session, you establish rhythm. Perhaps you continuation bet frequently on neutral boards, showing mild aggression. Opponents register this as tendency. Later, you reverse the ratio, checking strong hands while they continue defending loosely. The earlier sequence becomes bait for future exploitation. Sequential play builds trust in false rhythm. Opponents believe your past behavior defines future action. They adjust prematurely, often without verifying change. Professionals exploit this assumption calmly, knowing human pattern recognition prioritizes consistency over variance. Mathematically, sequential exploitation compounds small edges. Each step sets up imbalance in frequency, which magnifies over volume. Bluff success rates increase, value extraction deepens, and opponents' emotional equilibrium erodes. You are not chasing outcomes, you are guiding perception. Discipline ensures subtlety. Too many abrupt reversals alert observant opponents. Professionals shift rhythm gradually, letting old tendencies decay before new ones emerge. The table perceives continuity, even while structure evolves. Psychologically, sequential exploitation requires patience. You must accept delayed reward, trusting that misdirection will mature into opportunity. This foresight separates experienced professionals from reactive players. When executed perfectly, sequential exploitation feels effortless. You no longer react to what opponents do, you guide what they believe. Control shifts from action to expectation. The result is profit earned through invisibility. Chapter 18: Reading Emotional Momentum. Emotional momentum describes the collective energy of the table, how confidence, frustration, or tension flow between players. While technical skill defines edge, emotional rhythm determines opportunity. Professionals sense when momentum tilts and align strategy to ride or resist it calmly. Every session carries phases. When one player wins several hands in sequence, energy concentrates. The table either folds too quickly or responds impulsively. Professionals observe this psychological swing and adapt ratio accordingly, tightening while others chase, expanding when others retreat. Momentum often follows emotional contagion. A loud pot win, a visible celebration, or a quiet slump reshapes atmosphere. Even players uninvolved in the hand internalize energy subconsciously. Rhythm accelerates or slows across the table. Professionals read these tempo shifts as clearly as bet sizing. To exploit momentum, you must remain emotionally neutral. Joining the table's energy, whether excitement or frustration, dissolves perspective. Instead, mirror calmness. When others rise, you stay grounded. When they collapse, you advance. Opposite rhythm creates control. Mathematically, momentum exploitation changes, fold equity and aggression tolerance. When players lose confidence, fold frequency rises. When they feel invincible, call frequency increases. Professionals recalibrate ratio instantly, letting psychology inform probability. Observation extends to self. Recognizing your own momentum prevents drift. Success breeds recklessness. Loss invites withdrawal. Professionals regulate through breathing and rhythm, preserving consistent pace regardless of variance. Emotional momentum reveals poker's collective heartbeat. It moves invisibly, yet governs flow. Professionals who sense it early adjust quietly, shifting gear before the wave crests. They ride energy like current, neither fighting nor following, just moving proportionally with its force. When you understand momentum, exploitation becomes harmony. You no longer resist emotion, you redirect it, using others' rhythm to maintain your own. In that balance, control feels silent, but absolute. Chapter 19: The Economics of Exploitation. Every exploit carries cost. The economics of exploitation measures whether a deviation from balance produces sufficient return to justify added risk. Professionals understand that not every profitable adjustment is sustainable. The best exploit is one that maintains positive expectation while protecting structure. Expected value forms the foundation. Each exploit should increase expected gain beyond the equilibrium baseline. If the improvement is marginal but variance high, the risk may outweigh reward. Professionals calculate this balance intuitively, treating exploitation as investment, profitable only when volatility aligns with edge size. Frequency determines efficiency. Overbluffing a population that folds excessively yields consistent return. Doing so against adaptive opponents yields instability. The same logic governs value extraction. Thin bets thrive against calling stations, but backfire against tight regulars. The professional measures exploit scope to ensure longevity. Stack depth alters economics further. Deep stacks amplify variance, magnifying both potential profit and potential loss. Shallow stacks compress decision trees, making exploitation less about frequency and more about timing. Each structure demands recalibration of risk to reward ratio. Emotion often distorts this equation. Players chase edges beyond reasonable tolerance, mistaking volatility for value. Professionals counter this by setting personal variance budgets thresholds for acceptable risk exposure within session or tournament. This structure ensures composure through turbulence. Mathematically, equilibrium remains the control variable. You deviate only when expected value multiplied by success probability exceeds baseline return. This principle keeps exploitation rational rather than impulsive. The professional measures potential, not in excitement, but in proportion. Economics of exploitation extends beyond chips. It defines focus, stamina, and time allocation. Chasing marginal edges drains mental energy that could sustain larger advantages elsewhere. Professionals choose efficiency over ambition, realizing that steady accumulation outweighs sporadic success. Balance, once again, protects profit. The economics of exploitation proves that discipline earns more than desire. True mastery values sustainability above immediacy, turning patience into compounding equity over infinite hands. Chapter 20. Building flexible game plans. Flexibility converts preparation into adaptability. A flexible game plan provides structure that bends without breaking, allowing real-time adjustment without confusion. Professionals design strategies that flow with conditions, blending preparation and improvisation seamlessly. The foundation is pre-session design. Before cards are dealt, you establish baseline frequencies, how often to open, 3-bet, or continuation bet across positions. These baselines act as starting equilibrium. Exploitation emerges through deviation from them, not replacement. Without baseline, flexibility collapses into inconsistency. Flexibility depends on recognizing triggers for change. These include opponent type, table tempo, and environmental variables like stack depth or blind level. Professionals define these triggers clearly. If aggression rises, tighten. If passivity dominates, expand. Clarity prevents emotional drift. Mental rehearsal reinforces fluidity. Visualize scenarios where you shift rhythm calmly. A new aggressive player joins, or a tired opponent begins folding excessively. By practicing adaptation in imagination, you reduce hesitation during live execution. Simplification supports flexibility. Complex strategies collapse under pressure. Professionals rely on concise frameworks, 2 or 3 default adjustments per environment. This simplicity allows spontaneous variation while preserving composure. Emotional balance sustains flexibility. Anger locks behavior, fear freezes it. The calm player remains fluid because their mind remains quiet. They can fold instantly, after bluffing, or rebluff immediately after losing without contradiction. Confidence in structure replaces attachment to outcome. Documentation transforms flexibility into growth. After sessions, professionals record which adjustments succeeded or failed, updating future plans accordingly. The plan evolves, yet its principles stay constant: balance, awareness, proportion. A flexible game plan resembles water contained by form. Structure defines boundary, fluidity fills it. Professionals neither resist conditions nor surrender to them. They adapt proportionally, turning variance into rhythm. Flexibility proves that preparation and freedom coexist. You move with logic, not against it, reshaping each session with deliberate calm. In this balance between structure and spontaneity, exploitation becomes art expressed through control. Chapter 21. Defensive exploitation. Defensive exploitation is the art of profiting through restraint. It involves identifying when opponents attempt aggression beyond logic and converting their overreach into quiet gain. Rather than countering force with force, professionals redirect energy, absorbing pressure until imbalance collapses under its own weight. Aggressive players depend on reaction. Their edge appears only if others resist emotionally. Defensive exploitation denies that reaction. By calling correctly, folding calmly, and refusing to escalate, you turn their aggression into diminishing returns. Their expected value shrinks as your composure deepens. The core lies in minimum defense frequency. By defending just enough to prevent automatic profit, you remove incentive for excessive bluffing. When over-aggressive players realize their bluffs no longer succeed freely, frustration builds. They force additional risk, widening leaks further. Defense also extends to tempo. Matching an opponent's speed encourages volatility. Slowing rhythm restores structure. Calm timing projects confidence, deterring reckless continuation. Silence becomes counterweight to noise. Mathematically, defensive exploitation maintains positive expectation with lower variance. Each avoided confrontation preserves equity through patience. Folding when odds are poor is not weakness, it is investment in longevity. Every saved chip increases capacity to exploit later. Psychologically, restraint unsettles opponents. They expect friction, not stillness. When aggression meets still rhythm, imbalance becomes visible. Professionals recognize that victory often requires less confrontation than acceptance. Defensive exploitation proves that profit need not be loud. It is control without display, discipline as deterrent. The professional who masters restraint becomes immovable, turning opponents' energy into their own quiet advantage. Chapter 22: Resetting to Equilibrium. Exploitation, by design, drifts away from balance. Over time, these deviations must be recentered. Resetting to equilibrium restores stability, protecting structure from exposure and emotion from fatigue. Professionals treat this reset not as correction, but as maintenance, a calm return to neutrality. The process begins with awareness. After long periods of adaptation, mental rhythm accelerates. You play faster, think narrower, and lean toward recent success patterns. Professionals notice these signs early and pause physically or mentally to restore pace. Breathing resets frequency before variance demands it. Next comes simplification. Return to foundational ranges, standard bet sizes, and clear decision trees. Reduce randomization until structure feels familiar again. This simplification acts as reset anchor, re-establishing control through fundamentals. Emotion often resists the reset. Success breeds attachment to exploitation. Failure breeds panic. Both trap you in deviation. Professionals detach from outcome, accepting equilibrium as rest rather than surrender. Balance replenishes discipline, the way silence restores focus. Mathematically, equilibrium neutralizes opponent counterplay. When adaptation becomes visible, returning to standard ratios removes predictability. The professional dissolves attention by playing within structure again. The environment relaxes, and observation resumes quietly. Resetting also preserves mental energy. Constant adaptation exhausts focus. Equilibrium provides efficiency, a steady rhythm requiring less calculation. Professionals alternate between exploitation and neutrality, maintaining cognitive endurance across long sessions. The reset must feel deliberate, not reactive. You choose to return, not because of fear, but because of proportion. Discipline dictates rhythm. Resetting to equilibrium closes the adaptive loop. Exploitation expands, equilibrium contracts. Together they form breath, the steady inhale and exhale of professional play. Within that motion lies composure, renewal, and the capacity to begin again. Chapter 23: Exploitation in Tournament Environments. Tournament dynamics transform exploitation. Stack depth, blind progression, and payout pressure reshape incentives continuously. Professionals adapt by balancing survival with aggression, exploiting structural and emotional adjustments unique to this format. Early stages emphasize accumulation through observation. Deep stacks and low blinds allow flexible play. Exploitation here targets passivity, players avoiding confrontation too early. Professionals expand ranges, isolate weak limpers, and apply pressure through position. Each chip gained compounds over hours, building control without risk. As blinds rise, population behavior shifts. Medium stacks begin protecting survival, tightening ranges dramatically. This fear of elimination becomes predictable. Professionals counter by increasing open frequency slightly, stealing more blinds and antids while others contract. Exploitation flows from recognizing when opponents protect rather than compete. Bubble stages magnify imbalance. ICM pressure distorts logic, causing players near the money to fold excessively. Professionals exploit this with relentless yet proportionate aggression, targeting fear while avoiding unnecessary variance. Control remains mathematical, never reckless. Short stacks require precision. Exploitation becomes timing, not volume. You must sense when fold equity outweighs chip risk. Professionals exploit overfolding blinds by shoving optimally rather than emotionally. Survival and aggression merge into ratio. Final tables reverse psychology. Players chase pay jumps, altering frequency again. Professionals exploit by identifying those waiting for others to act. Selective aggression secures chip lead, while variance remains measured. Throughout, emotional adaptation defines success. Tournament play compresses fatigue and intensity into hours. Maintaining composure under escalating pressure creates invisible edge. While others succumb to structure, professionals remain rhythmic, treating each phase as balanced equation. Exploitation in tournaments means adjusting to shifting collective psychology. You move not against opponents, but with momentum, flexible, patient, and aware. True advantage lies in composure through fluctuation, turning structure itself into opportunity. Chapter 24: Layered Observation. Layered observation expands awareness beyond individual opponents. It means seeing the table as interconnected system, each player's rhythm influencing the others. Professionals observe not only who acts, but how reactions propagate across the group. This multi-dimensional perspective transforms reading into orchestration. The first layer is direct observation, timing, sizing, and demeanor. The second layer studies interactions, how one player's aggression changes another's confidence, or how one fold shifts collective energy. Professionals watch for these feedback loops, identifying the emotional and strategic heartbeat of the table. For example, when a dominant player begins winning repeatedly, others unconsciously tighten. Exploitation occurs by attacking those secondary reactions rather than the aggressor directly. You profit from the echo of dominance instead of its source. Layered observation also captures rhythm chains. A player's missed bluff might cause another to play safer. That safety opens opportunity elsewhere. Professionals anticipate these indirect effects calmly, letting table momentum reveal paths of least resistance. Mathematically, layered observation translates into better prediction. Instead of focusing on single frequencies, you estimate group averages. Understanding how collective fold equity shifts informs optimal bluff density and sizing. The table becomes one living organism rather than 7 separate opponents. Emotionally, layered observation demands stillness. You cannot perceive group rhythm if you participate in its noise. Professionals detach just enough to remain observer, blending awareness with presence. The more layers you perceive, the more quietly you exploit. You act less often, yet more precisely, choosing moments when the table's energy aligns with advantage. Layered observation turns complexity into harmony. By seeing beyond individual patterns into collective flow, you guide the unseen rhythm of the table, steady, balanced, and always aware. Chapter 25: The Ethics of Exploitation. Exploitation in poker raises a quiet question of ethics, not in legality but in conduct. Professionals approach adaptation with respect, ensuring that pursuit of advantage never crosses into disrespect or manipulation. Discipline and integrity define true mastery as much as strategy. At its core, exploitation means understanding human behavior. With that understanding comes responsibility. Reading emotion and fatigue allows you to extract value, but it also requires restraint. Professionals exploit patterns, not people. They focus on logic, never cruelty. The goal is to play optimally, not to punish. Ethical balance begins with attitude. The table is competitive space, not battlefield. You are opponent, not adversary. Calm demeanor, quiet focus, and respect for rhythm maintain professionalism. Winning gracefully ensures longevity and credibility across environments. Emotional exploitation demands particular awareness. Observing tilt or frustration should guide ratio, not ridicule. Provoking emotion intentionally undermines composure for both players. Professionals prefer subtlety, allowing imbalance to unfold naturally while remaining neutral observers. Honesty also defines exploitation ethics. Deceptive play belongs within game structure, but false communication outside it, mocking, collusion, or manipulation, betrays professionalism. Discipline protects reputation and keeps focus on the intellectual challenge, where advantage emerges through reason alone. Ethical conduct extends inward. You must exploit rationally, not compulsively. Chasing edges that cause stress or guilt disturbs balance. Professionals ensure that exploitation aligns with principle, logic guiding every deviation. When emotion drives decision, structure decays. Poker's integrity rests on mutual respect for proportion. The professional exploits strategy, not weakness of spirit. Composure remains constant, even in victory. In that calm, exploitation becomes art rather than predation. Proof that mastery includes empathy alongside precision. Chapter 26. Lesson Recap. Exploitative strategy completes the evolution of balance. It transforms observation into action, teaching how to adjust ratios with calm awareness. This lesson has shown that true adaptation does not abandon theory. It expands it through measured proportion and human understanding. You began by defining exploitation and learning how controlled deviation differs from chaos. You studied population tendencies and behavioral mapping, translating observation into structure. You measured exploits mathematically, recognized emotional vulnerability, and explored structural imbalance. Each step refined the ability to adapt intentionally. You learned that psychology underpins adaptation, and that balance between aggression and defense sustains advantage. Data-driven awareness supported your decisions. Live and online rhythm shaped your adjustments. Through each variation, composure remained constant. Later chapters deepened perspective, reading momentum, countering adaptive opponents, and maintaining metagame awareness across time. You discovered that exploitation extends beyond hands into story and memory. It breathes through rhythm, environment, and patience. Finally, you saw that ethics and balance define sustainability. Exploitation without restraint collapses. Discipline turns it into mastery. The professional adapts endlessly, but never emotionally. Every adjustment follows reason, and every deviation returns to center. Exploitative strategy is not chaos disguised as intelligence. It is awareness disguised as calm. You exploit not by aggression, but by proportion, converting imbalance into rhythm, and rhythm into quiet control. Lesson 17 closes with this truth. Balance and adaptation are not opposites, they are partners. To exploit wisely is to remain centered, while everything around you shifts. In that stillness, advantage becomes inevitable, and professionalism becomes visible through silence. Welcome back to the Sleepy Poker Masterclass, Beginner to Master. In this 18th lesson, we study how professionals think. Every action in poker fits into a decision tree, a branching structure of possibilities that lead to measurable expectation. You will learn how to trace these paths calmly, evaluate them mathematically, and choose the line that maximizes long-term equity. Chapter 1. The Architecture of Decision Trees. Every poker hand unfolds through structure. Beneath emotion and instinct lies a framework, a decision tree composed of branches that represent every possible choice and outcome. Professionals use this model to understand complexity calmly, tracing the game from action to reaction until each decision connects logically to expected value. A decision tree begins at the root, the moment you face a choice. From there, each option, bet, check, fold, or raise, creates new branches. Each branch divides again based on how opponents respond, forming a map of probabilities. Though the full tree is infinite, professionals simplify it into manageable layers, balancing precision with practicality. This structure clarifies that poker is not guessing, but sequencing. Every action carries consequence, altering range composition and future options. Professionals think in terms of pathways rather than moments. When they bet, They already envision possible turns and rivers. When they check, they anticipate how balance shifts in later branches. The beauty of this model is perspective. Decisions that feel chaotic become measurable. Each branch has frequency, probability, and expected outcome. You no longer judge success by emotion, but by structure, the logical flow of the tree. Visualization strengthens this process. Professionals picture the decision tree during play abstractly, not as numbers, but as relationships. Aggression narrows branches, caution widens them. Over time, these visual models become intuition, transforming calculation into rhythm. Emotion distorts structure. Frustration compresses focus, making you fixate on the current node while forgetting the larger tree. Professionals restore perspective through calm breathing and rhythm awareness, zooming back to see how this decision fits the sequence. Understanding the architecture of decision trees changes how you perceive poker. Each hand becomes a system of interlocking probabilities, a living framework where structure replaces impulse. Mastery begins not with memorization, but with visualization, seeing not just the hand you hold, but the entire forest of decisions surrounding it. Chapter 2: Mapping Action Sequences. Mapping action sequences means tracing how each decision influences the next. Professionals think in transitions, not snapshots. Every bet size, check, or call reshapes range interaction and determines future expectation. The goal is to maintain logic across streets so that the sequence forms coherent narrative rather than random motion. Each hand begins with a branching point. Pre-flop choices establish foundation. A wide open range produces many future possibilities. A tight one reduces them. Post-flop, these branches converge or expand depending on texture. A coordinated board multiplies options, while a dry one simplifies them. Professionals adjust frequencies accordingly, maintaining proportion between simplicity and aggression. Mapping requires anticipation. Before acting, visualize how each option evolves. If you bet now, what hands will continue? If you check, how does your range look on future cards? Professionals internalize these projections through repetition. They play not for the present street, but for the structure of the entire line. Consistency defines coherence. Random aggression may work briefly, but collapses across volume. Professionals ensure that each decision supports previous logic. A line that begins with aggression should contain enough bluffs to stay credible. One that begins passively must retain strength to defend later. Coherence across branches sustains equilibrium. Emotion disrupts mapping. Impulse decisions break narrative flow, forcing reactions instead of progression. Professionals reset pace after mistakes, mentally reorienting the map before the next hand. The process returns order through rhythm. Mathematically, mapping action sequences clarifies expected value. Each node influences EV of future nodes, just as earlier branches influence present options. Seeing these dependencies transforms chaos into clarity. Mapping is not prediction, it is preparation. You cannot control cards, but you can design decisions that remain logical regardless of outcome. Professionals think several branches ahead, yet act in the moment, merging foresight with composure. When the map replaces impulse, poker becomes structure in motion. Each action connects seamlessly to the next, forming a rhythm where logic and patience define every path forward. Chapter 3: Defining Expected Value. Expected value, or EV, is the foundation of poker logic. It represents the average amount you gain or lose from a decision over infinite repetitions. Every call, fold, or bet has a measurable expectation. Professionals focus not on results but on EV, trusting that correct decisions yield long-term profit, regardless of short-term variance. The concept begins with probability. Each outcome, winning, losing, or splitting the pot, carries percentage likelihood. Multiply each outcome by its value, then sum the results. The total forms expected value. If the average number is positive, the action is profitable. If negative, it loses over time. Professionals apply this thinking subconsciously. They no longer calculate manually. They recognize patterns that approximate EV instantly. When facing a river bet, they estimate required win rate by feel. When 3-betting pre-flop, they intuit how much fold equity offsets risk. This blend of logic and rhythm forms real-time decision awareness. Expected value also measures opportunity cost. Folding a marginally profitable hand may prevent future EV from better spots, but overplaying weak holdings burns potential equity. Professionals weigh decisions not by size but by sustainability. Preserving structure ensures higher cumulative EV. Emotion distorts perception. Players celebrate short-term wins, even when EV is negative, or mourn losses from positive EV plays. Professionals detach completely. They judge success by process, not outcome. Correct decisions repeated consistently produce predictable growth. Variance merely obscures timing. Mathematically, EV defines all poker strategy. Game theory optimal play balances actions until every available decision holds neutral expectation. No option can improve without another declining. Exploitative play, by contrast, identifies when opponents' frequencies deviate and shifts EV upward through adjustment. Both systems orbit this single principle, maximizing expected return through proportion. Expected value transforms poker into rational design. You stop asking, "Did I win?" and start asking, "Was it profitable?" Over time, that perspective shift becomes your compass, steady, emotionless, and precise. Chapter 4: Positive versus Negative EV. Every decision falls somewhere along the spectrum between positive and negative expectation. Professionals distinguish them not by outcome, but by logic. Positive EV decisions earn profit over time. Negative EV decisions lose despite occasional success. Understanding this separation preserves clarity when variance disguises truth. Positive EV occurs when the probability-weighted average of potential outcomes exceeds the cost of the action. Calling a bet that wins often enough to cover its price creates gain, even if the current hand loses. Negative EV does the opposite. It feels right emotionally, but fails mathematically. Professionals filter each decision through this framework before emotion interferes. The challenge lies in uncertainty. You never know true probabilities mid-hand. Professionals estimate them through experience, data, and intuition calibrated by volume. Over time, pattern recognition replaces guesswork. They no longer calculate with numbers. They sense ratio naturally. Emotionally, the difference between winning and profiting often confuses developing players. A bad call may succeed in one instance, but remains negative EV if repeated. A disciplined fold may lose a single pot, but preserves long-term edge. Professionals measure over lifetime, not moment. Variance creates illusion. Negative EV bluffs occasionally succeed, convincing players to repeat them until loss averages dominate. Professionals accept variance as surface noise. The signal always belongs to expectation. Positive EV does not guarantee immediate gain, nor does negative EV ensure instant loss. The lesson is patience. Over thousands of repetitions, math smooths emotion. This trust in process defines professionalism. Each hand becomes investment. Some returns arrive now, others compound quietly across sessions. Professionals never chase short-term validation. They seek consistent decision quality. Understanding positive versus negative EV restores order to variance. You learn that discipline, not fortune, governs profit. The calm player no longer celebrates results. They celebrate logic fulfilled. Chapter 5: Equity and Realization. Equity measures your share of the pot. If all cards were revealed and the hand ran to showdown. Realization measures how much of that equity you actually capture through play. Professionals focus not only on what percentage they own in theory, but on how well their position, skill, and line allow that equity to materialize. Equity represents potential. Realization reflects execution. A weak player holding 50% equity may realize far less if poor decisions prevent them from reaching showdown. A disciplined professional, even with inferior equity, can realize more by leveraging position and timing. Position defines realization most clearly. In position, you act last, converting theoretical value into real profit by controlling pot size and extracting folds. Out of position, you surrender control, allowing opponents to manipulate the tree. Professionals compensate by adjusting frequency, betting more often to deny realization, or tightening ranges to protect expected value. Board texture also influences equity realization. On static flops like A7-2 Rainbow, ranges stay stable and hands realize evenly. On dynamic boards 10-9-8 with two suits, equity shifts rapidly. Professionals understand which hands retain flexibility across runouts and which lose value quickly. Their strategy protects realization by minimizing exposure. Mathematically, realization connects to expected value through fold equity and future potential. Even if a hand begins behind, fold equity and positional advantage can push total EV positive. Professionals weigh these factors fluidly, blending probability with structure. Emotionally, equity realization teaches patience. Not every percentage becomes profit immediately. Strong hands sometimes fold before full value emerges. Weak hands occasionally win beyond expectation. Professionals detach from short-term distortion, trusting that correct frequencies restore equilibrium. Equity realization defines why theory cannot exist without execution. You do not win because your hand deserves it. You win because your structure allows it. The professional converts potential into outcome through calm logic and disciplined rhythm. Chapter 6: Pot odds and required equity. Pot odds define the price of participation. They express how much you must invest compared to the total pot to continue profitably. Required equity converts that price into mathematical threshold, the minimum chance of winning needed to make a call or raise profitable in the long run. The calculation is simple. Divide the cost of your call by the total pot after calling. If you must call 20 to win 100, your pot odds are 1 to 5, or 16.7%. You must win more often than that to maintain positive EV. Professionals internalize these calculations until they feel instinctive. Pot odds anchor decision-making amid uncertainty. They transform emotion into ratio. When facing a bet, professionals do not ask whether they feel strong enough. They ask whether probability supports the price. This objectivity separates logic from fear. Required equity integrates seamlessly with range thinking. You rarely know exact winning percentage, but can approximate it. Draws, pair plus draw combinations, or overcards each carry known equity bands. Comparing these to pot odds reveals whether continuation is rational. Position and future potential modify calculations subtly. In position, you may realize more equity than raw odds suggest, allowing slightly looser calls. Out of position, realization drops, tightening thresholds. Professionals adapt instantly, blending math with context. Emotion distorts pot odds when players chase hope rather than ratio. They call too often on draws without sufficient equity, mistaking potential for probability. Professionals discipline themselves through process, no emotional exceptions, only structure. Pot odds also regulate bluffing. When betting, you invert the calculation. How often must your opponent fold for the bluff to break even? This symmetry unites defense and aggression under the same logic. Mathematically, pot odds represent fairness. They define what should happen over time. Emotionally, they provide stillness, a way to act confidently, even amid uncertainty. When every decision aligns with ratio, clarity replaces doubt. Chapter 7: Future Street Planning. Future street planning connects present decisions to future expectations. Professionals never treat streets as isolated. They view flop, turn, and river as linked stages of one continuous equation. Each action prepares for the next, ensuring consistency of frequency, range, and value realization. Planning begins before action. When considering a bet, professionals visualize future branches of the decision tree. If they continuation bet the flop, they already know which turn cards sustain aggression and which require retreat. This foresight prevents reactionary play and maintains structural coherence. Stack depth defines planning horizon. Deep stacks require longer projections. How many streets of betting can this line support? Shallow stacks shorten the sequence, focusing on immediate fold equity and showdown value. Professionals adapt planning scope naturally to stack-to-pot ratio, aligning aggression with structural capacity. Range awareness underpins these forecasts. Every check or bet reshapes future distribution. When you check a strong hand, you reserve it for later aggression. When you bet thin value, you cap range for later defense. Professionals plan frequency transitions deliberately, ensuring that future actions remain credible within previous logic. Mathematically, future planning maximizes expected value by preventing contradiction. Each street influences pot geometry, and consistency across streets compounds equity. Random decisions fracture EV because branches no longer align. Professionals guard against this by maintaining logical symmetry through time. Emotion often disrupts planning. After losing a pot, many players narrow focus to the next hand only. Professionals reset perspective instantly, treating every decision as continuation of larger rhythm. Their calm composure restores the full tree view, even under fatigue. Planning future streets is the art of alignment. You think several moves ahead while acting one move at a time. The professional mind lives simultaneously in present logic and future proportion, structured, aware, and composed. Chapter 8: Decision Weighting and Frequency. Decision weighting determines how often each action occurs within a balanced strategy. Professionals do not choose a single line. They distribute probability across options according to expected value. Frequency transforms static theory into dynamic equilibrium, preventing predictability while maintaining structure. Every hand category receives weight. Some strong hands bet always, others check occasionally. Medium strength holdings mix frequencies, balancing range across textures. These ratios create credible distributions that opponents cannot easily exploit. Weighting stems from expected value comparison. When two actions, such as betting or checking, hold near equal EV, professionals randomize between them proportionally. This randomness is not chaos, but equilibrium enforcement. Each weighted decision sustains theoretical stability. Mathematically, frequency equalizes risk and reward. If bluffing too often loses value, reduce weight. If betting value too rarely leaves money unclaimed, increase it. The ratio evolves naturally through observation and logic. Professionals refine these adjustments gradually, guided by feedback rather than emotion. Weighting also shapes image. Balanced frequencies make behavior unreadable. When strong hands and bluffs share similar timing and size, opponents face uncertainty. Consistency through proportion projects, confidence without exposure. Psychologically, decision weighting builds rhythm. The professional brain organizes probability like music, notes arranged by frequency and tone. Each decision follows internal cadence, replacing doubt with flow. Emotion threatens weighting integrity. Overconfidence expands aggression frequency. Fear contracts it. Professionals recognize imbalance early and restore ratio calmly before exposure grows. Equilibrium is maintained, not by perfection, but by correction. Frequency unites theory and instinct. It converts probability into behavior, blending math with rhythm. When each decision carries correct weight, your play sounds harmonious, measured, balanced, and unreadable. Chapter 9: Expected Value in Bluffing. Bluffing is not emotion, it is arithmetic. Professionals calculate bluff profitability through expected value, balancing fold frequency, risk, and reward. The purpose of bluffing is not to deceive but to maintain ratio, ensuring opponents cannot overfold without consequence. Expected value in bluffing depends on two numbers: bet size and required fold percentage. The formula is simple. Divide your bet by the total pot after betting to find how often the bluff must succeed to break even. For example, betting half the pot requires opponents to fold 1/3 of the time. Betting the full pot requires them to fold half. Professionals estimate these values instantly, then compare them to population tendencies. If opponents fold more often than required, the bluff is profitable. If they defend more, the EV turns negative. The process becomes logic, not emotion. Balance remains essential. Bluff too rarely, and opponents overfold. Bluff too often, and they overcall. Professionals sustain equilibrium by matching bluff frequency to value ratio, typically near 1:2 at half pot sizing, and 1:1 at full pot. These proportions protect predictability across volume. Position and texture refine profitability. On dry boards, fold equity dominates. On coordinated textures, realization potential adds value to semi-bluffs. Professionals evaluate not just immediate success, but future possibility. How many cards improve or weaken the story? Emotion threatens this balance. Fear prevents logical bluffing. Frustration fuels over-aggression. Professionals neutralize emotion through consistency. They bluff not to win now, but to remain balanced forever. Mathematically, bluffing is a neutral instrument. Over time, its profit equals precision. The goal is not perfection, but proportion, each bluff integrated within total range logic. When executed with calm awareness, bluffing ceases to feel risky. It becomes routine mathematics disguised as courage, played with still hands and measured breath. Chapter 10: Value Extraction and Thresholds. Value extraction defines professional precision. It is the process of identifying when betting for profit remains mathematically sound, and when thin value crosses into negative expectation. Professionals operate near this boundary constantly, balancing greed against discipline. Every value bet targets worse hands that can call. The threshold occurs where that range narrows too far. Professionals recognize this inflection point intuitively through pattern memory. How opponents respond to sizing, texture, and rhythm. Mathematically, thin value betting remains positive as long as expected calls outweigh losses to superior holdings. Each bet carries its own EV curve, and professionals visualize where it peaks. Betting beyond that point converts value into self-trap. Sizing determines threshold sensitivity. Smaller bets expand profitable range because weaker hands can call. Larger bets isolate strength but risk losing medium value targets. Professionals calibrate size to environment, seeking the intersection between maximum call rate and controlled risk. Psychologically, thin value requires composure. Fear of being raised causes hesitation. Greed for marginal profit causes overextension. Professionals stay neutral, treating value like frequency, an equation, not emotion. Position enhances precision. In position, you gather information before acting, refining thresholds accurately. Out of position, uncertainty widens, error margin, encouraging restraint. Professionals adapt aggression proportionally to clarity of information. Balance preserves credibility. To extract value consistently, your range must include enough bluffs to keep opponents curious. Pure value aggression becomes transparent. Integrated range keeps them calling wider, sustaining profitability. Value extraction reveals the difference between confidence and control. Amateurs bet because they want to win. Professionals bet because ratio dictates. Each decision sits exactly where mathematics, psychology, and rhythm converge: quiet, deliberate, and efficient. Chapter 11: Combining Math and Intuition. Mathematics provides structure, intuition provides speed. Together they create balance, the ability to make disciplined decisions under pressure, without paralysis. Professionals integrate both seamlessly, allowing logic to inform instinct and instinct to confirm logic. Mathematics defines the foundation. Pot odds, equity, and expected value form objective standards for every action. These calculations clarify thresholds: when to call, when to fold, and when to bluff. But mathematics alone cannot capture uncertainty. Poker contains incomplete information, emotional influence, and evolving rhythm. This is where intuition fills the gaps. Intuition develops through repetition. After thousands of hands, the brain recognizes patterns unconsciously: timing, bet sizing, and texture interactions. Professionals trust this stored data while verifying it against math. When both align, confidence becomes rational. The relationship is symbiotic. Intuition sparks awareness. Mathematics validates it. If intuition signals strength in an opponent's line, math measures whether folding is justified. If logic supports a bluff, intuition refines timing. The two never compete, they harmonize into proportion. Emotion can distort this balance. Overconfidence inflates instinct, silencing logic. Excess calculation slows reaction, silencing rhythm. Professionals avoid both extremes, maintaining awareness of internal tempo. Their process feels calm, deliberate but fluid. Mathematically informed intuition also protects against fatigue. When decision trees grow large, memory of past calculation guides instant judgment. This efficiency preserves clarity during long sessions where mental precision fades. Trusting intuition requires discipline. Professionals review every instinctual decision later, confirming accuracy through data. Over time, correct feedback strengthens subconscious calibration. Combining math and intuition turns analysis into rhythm. You think less, yet decide better, guided by proportions that merge reason with feel. It is not guessing, it is remembering logic so deeply that it sounds like instinct. Chapter 12: Risk versus Reward Ratios. Risk and reward define the geometry of poker. Every action tilts between danger and potential gain. Professionals measure this balance constantly, treating it as dynamic equation rather than emotional gamble. The risk-to-reward ratio compares what you stand to gain versus what you risk losing. A half-pot bet risks 1 to win 2. A full-pot bet risks 1 to win 1. The higher the potential reward relative to risk, the less often success must occur to remain profitable. Professionals internalize these proportions until calculation feels intuitive. This ratio shapes every decision: bluff frequency, value sizing, and defense threshold. If risk grows faster than potential reward, aggression must decline. If reward expands, aggression becomes justified. The math ensures sustainability, preventing emotional overreach. Stack depth amplifies these dynamics. Deep stacks magnify both opportunity and variance. Short stacks reduce flexibility but clarify risk. Professionals adjust accordingly, matching volatility tolerance to environment. Risk also exists psychologically. The fear of loss alters ratio perception, making neutral decisions feel dangerous. Professionals neutralize this bias by reframing risk as cost of participation. Chips are tools, not possessions. The ratio becomes mechanic, not emotional. Reward extends beyond immediate chips. A successful bluff may reinforce table image or shift momentum, adding secondary EV. Professionals consider these intangible returns, alongside numeric profit, balancing long-term influence with short-term expectation. Mathematically, equilibrium between risk and reward maintains balance across sessions. Emotionally, it preserves calm. The professional no longer hopes for outcomes. They measure tolerance, applying proportion with patience. Mastery is not avoiding risk, but calibrating it. Every bet carries danger. Every fold carries opportunity cost. Professionals stay poised between them, choosing lines that reflect clarity, not courage. In poker's geometry, risk and reward are opposite sides of equilibrium. When measured correctly, they align perfectly, creating motion without chaos, balance without fear. Chapter 13: Reverse Engineering EV Mistakes. Reverse engineering mistakes means tracing negative outcomes back through the decision tree to identify where expectation was lost. Professionals analyze not whether a hand won or lost, but where logic diverged from structure. This process converts failure into clarity, ensuring future balance. Every mistake leaves a fingerprint in frequency. Perhaps you called too light against aggression, overbluffed into capped ranges, or failed to protect equity when position demanded it. Professionals reconstruct these moments by replaying the sequence in reverse. River to turn, turn to flop, flop to pre-flop, asking at each branch whether the action aligned with expected value. The key is separation between variance and error. Losing a large pot does not always indicate a mistake. Winning one does not always prove correctness. Professionals isolate logic from result. They ask, was this decision positive EV, given information available at the time? If yes, the outcome becomes irrelevant. Mathematically, reverse engineering begins with pot geometry. Each bet changes the ratio of risk to reward and narrows possible branches. By reviewing these proportions post-hand, you reveal how small miscalculations compound across streets. A single flawed sizing or mistimed aggression can erode entire lines of expectation. Emotion interferes with this process. Regret tempts bias, either excessive self-blame or defensive justification. Professionals remain neutral, treating review as analysis, not judgment. Mistakes become data points, not identity. Documentation strengthens clarity. Writing hand histories and labeling EV inflection points builds habit recognition. Over time, patterns emerge, recurring errors in overcalling, underbluffing, or misjudging range interaction. Awareness turns weakness into structure. Reverse engineering is discipline disguised as curiosity. You trace logic backward not to relive failure, but to reconnect cause and effect. When understood fully, every mistake becomes instruction. Proof that progress comes through structure, not emotion. Chapter 14: Simplifying Complex Calculations. Poker contains too many variables for perfect calculation. Professionals simplify complex math into usable frameworks, converting theory into rhythm. They understand that clarity, not precision, sustains composure under pressure. Simplification begins with approximation. Instead of solving exact percentages, professionals rely on ratio bands. A flush draw has roughly 35% equity. A gut shot has about 10. Pot odds thresholds translate into rough memory points. Call when required equity is lower than your draw's estimate. This functional math preserves accuracy without delay. Street-by-street complexity also requires condensation. Professionals group board textures into categories: dry, dynamic, polarized, each carrying standard frequency adjustments. One clear rule replaces dozens of equations. Simplification creates flow. Expected value itself benefits from intuitive shorthand. Professionals think in relative terms: high, neutral, or low EV. If an action consistently underperforms or overperforms expectation, its ratio adjusts automatically. Over time, instinct mirrors mathematics. Emotion resists simplification because the ego seeks control through detail. Professionals overcome this by trusting structure. Simplicity does not mean ignorance. It means focusing only on variables that matter. You measure accuracy by clarity, not by complexity. Visualization supports efficiency. Professionals internalize pot odds, equity, and frequency visually rather than numerically. The brain recalls shapes faster than numbers, converting logic into image. Simplification also enhances endurance. Long sessions exhaust analytical precision. Approximation maintains function when fatigue arrives. Professionals recognize when mental bandwidth drops and rely on pre-trained heuristics to sustain consistency. Mathematically, simplification reduces variance in error. Emotionally, it preserves rhythm. Together they maintain decision quality, even in chaos. The professional's strength lies not in memorizing formulas, but in filtering them. Simplification transforms the infinite into the manageable, keeping logic fluid while focus remains calm. Chapter 15: Cumulative EV over volume. Poker rewards consistency over brilliance. Cumulative expected value, or long-term EV, represents the sum of every correct decision made across thousands of hands. Professionals understand that profit emerges not from isolated moments, but from sustained process, small positive actions repeated quietly over time. Each hand contributes a fraction of expectation. A single correct fold may save less than one blind. A disciplined bluff may gain only slightly more. Yet across volume, these small differences compound. The professional mind views every hand as micro-investment in an ongoing curve, never as isolated event. Variance distorts perception. Short-term outcomes may rise above or fall below expectation, creating emotional turbulence. Professionals smooth these fluctuations through awareness. They track results analytically, but measure success through process metrics: EV, frequency accuracy, and discipline adherence. Mathematically, cumulative EV forms stability line. Even when bankroll fluctuates, EV converges toward its theoretical slope. Professionals trust this progression like gravity, slow, steady, and immune to variance. They act calmly because long-term structure guarantees return. Emotionally, this focus on volume replaces anxiety with rhythm. Each decision becomes one of many, diluting pressure from individual outcomes. Professionals think statistically, understanding that losing sessions exist within profitable systems. Cumulative EV also reinforces discipline. When tempted to deviate impulsively, professionals recall how negative EV actions, even small ones, compound downward just as efficiently as positive ones rise. Each deviation disrupts structure and delays convergence. Patience transforms math into mindset. You no longer chase big wins, you collect small ones. Consistency becomes confidence, and the line of cumulative expectation rises slowly but inevitably. Poker mastery lives in that line. Each calm decision extends it, and every emotional reaction flattens it. Professionals protect slope through awareness, letting structure outlast chaos. Chapter 16: Variance and Short-Term Noise. Variance is the turbulence around expectation. It is randomness, luck, and distribution error expressed through time. Professionals respect it, but never fear it. They know variance cannot change mathematics, only the timing of its revelation. Every hand carries variance potential. A positive EV decision may lose repeatedly. A negative EV mistake may win briefly. This fluctuation deceives the emotional mind, tempting reaction and overcorrection. Professionals counter by detaching entirely, evaluating only whether the action aligned with logic. Mathematically, variance equals standard deviation, the distance between short-term outcome and long-term mean. Over enough volume, this distance shrinks. Professionals track expected value separately from results, allowing clarity even in losing periods. Variance also measures risk exposure. High volatility strategies, such as frequent bluffing or large bet sizing, increase deviation though not necessarily EV. Professionals balance aggression with tolerance, adjusting playstyle to personal psychological resilience. Emotionally, variance tests composure. It invites tilt, frustration, and overconfidence. The calm player resists by anchoring in frequency. When results swing, they maintain exact rhythm, same bet sizing, same timing, same structure. Stillness restores order. Understanding variance builds empathy. Every opponent experiences it equally. Luck favors none permanently. Professionals avoid arrogance during hot streaks and despair during downswings. They observe both phases as statistical necessity, not moral judgment. Variance is noise surrounding truth. You cannot silence it, but you can outlast it. Each correct decision narrows deviation's power until only expectation remains visible. The professional views variance like weather, temporary, unpredictable, and irrelevant to architecture. The structure stands regardless. In that patience lies mastery, calm, consistent play that lets math reveal itself over time. Chapter 17: Decision Trees in Multi-Way Pots. Multi-way pots multiply complexity. Each additional player increases the number of possible branches in the decision tree, forcing professionals to simplify logic without losing precision. The goal becomes balance through caution, preserving expected value while minimizing exposure to overlapping ranges. In heads-up play, You measure frequency directly against one opponent. Multi-way, those same frequencies collapse. Bluffing success requires all opponents to fold simultaneously, reducing fold equity sharply. Professionals adjust by narrowing bluff range, emphasizing equity realization and value protection instead of aggression. Mathematically, each decision now contains more conditional outcomes. The probability of improvement or fold success changes with every additional participant. Professionals estimate these shifts instinctively, focusing on proportional safety rather than speculative upside. Position grows even more critical. Acting last provides access to composite information, how each opponent reacts before you commit. Out of position, you act blind to future branches, risking domination from both sides. Professionals respond by checking more often, protecting equity through restraint. Bet sizing changes as well. Multi-way pots reward smaller bets. Reduced fold equity lowers the value of large bluffs, while shared equity makes thin value extraction riskier. Smaller sizes maintain pot control and invite mistakes from unbalanced opponents. Emotionally, multi-way play demands patience. The presence of multiple ranges increases uncertainty, tempting reactionary moves. Professionals remain detached, accepting limited control. They focus on avoiding error rather than forcing advantage. Multi-way equilibrium feels quieter than heads-up balance. Professionals shift rhythm toward observation, letting opponents collide within complexity. Their advantage arises not from dominance but from composure, the discipline to stay steady while chaos multiplies. Chapter 18. Modeling opponent behavior. Modeling opponent behavior transforms observation into simulation. Professionals build mental representations of how specific players act across situations, frequency maps that predict future actions based on past evidence. This modeling allows faster, more accurate decision-making without reliance on guesswork. The model begins with categorization. Each opponent falls into structural types: aggressive, passive, balanced, or reactive. These archetypes define baseline tendencies. From there, professionals add detail, bet sizing habits, timing patterns, emotional stability, and reaction to pressure. Mathematically, modeling simplifies decision trees. Instead of analyzing every theoretical possibility, you reduce the tree to probable branches consistent with the model. This compression saves cognitive energy while maintaining accuracy. Models evolve continuously. Professionals update them with every revealed hand, noting contradictions and confirming patterns. When new behavior diverges from expectation, the model adjusts immediately. Flexibility prevents bias and keeps adaptation relevant. The process requires humility. Overconfidence in models causes blind spots. Professionals remain aware that no representation is perfect. Probability always includes noise. They use models as guides, not guarantees. Psychologically, modeling requires emotional neutrality. Bias distorts observation, causing players to see what they expect instead of what occurs. Professionals stay still internally, observing without judgment. Accuracy thrives in calm awareness. Technology enhances this process online. Databases, HUD statistics, and solver comparisons refine models through quantitative confirmation. Yet professionals still rely on instinct to interpret rhythm beyond numbers. Modeling opponent behavior turns poker into psychology through logic. You are not predicting emotion, you are forecasting pattern. Each decision becomes intersection of mathematics and empathy, where understanding guides structure. When models align with reality, decision-making feels effortless. You act not in reaction but in harmony with probability, flowing calmly through patterns you already anticipated. Chapter 19: The Role of Equity Denial. Equity denial is the act of reducing an opponent's ability to realize their potential share of the pot. Professionals use this principle to create hidden profit, not by winning more showdowns, but by preventing others from reaching them. Every small denial compounds over time, quietly raising expected value. The concept begins with vulnerability. When opponents hold drawing hands or marginal equity, they rely on future cards to catch up. Betting forces them to pay to continue or fold prematurely. Each fold denies realization and transfers equity directly to you. Professionals calculate these exchanges subconsciously, viewing bets as tools of control rather than aggression. Equity denial differs from pure bluffing. The goal is not to make opponents fold strong holdings, but to limit free realization from weak ones. Even a small bet can generate large EV when it blocks cheap access to future cards. Professionals apply this principle frequently on draw-heavy textures, where passive lines concede too much probability. Mathematically, equity denial connects to fold equity and pot geometry. Small, frequent bets accumulate protection by pushing low-equity hands out early, preserving structural advantage for future streets. These actions reduce variance while increasing long-term EV. Position amplifies this effect. In position, professionals choose denial spots precisely, adjusting size to manipulate pot growth while maintaining flexibility. Out of position, they deny equity preemptively to offset informational disadvantage. Emotionally, equity denial requires patience. The profit feels invisible because pots often end without showdown. Professionals remain unfazed by modest returns, understanding that small, consistent denials build stability through repetition. The art of equity denial lies in subtlety. You are not dominating the hand, you are quietly shaping its probability. Every denied card, every folded draw, every protected pot contributes to the silent architecture of long-term advantage. Chapter 20: EV across bet. Sizing strategies. Bet sizing defines the structure of expected value. Each size alters risk, reward, and frequency balance. Professionals treat sizing not as instinct but as calculation, tailoring each bet to texture, range composition, and opponent behavior. Smaller bets target range-wide pressure. They allow bluffs and thin value to coexist efficiently by offering favorable risk-to-reward ratios. Half-pot bets, for instance, require only 1/3 fold equity to remain profitable, encouraging frequent aggression. Professionals use this sizing on dry boards, where both players hold moderate equity. Medium bets, around 2/3 to 3/4 pot, balance protection and leverage. They extract more from value hands, while maintaining credible bluff representation. Professionals choose these sizes when polarization begins, but board texture still allows contest. Large bets polarize entirely. They represent either strong value or pure air, forcing opponents into binary decisions. The higher risk increases variance, but maximizes potential EV when fold frequency or call bias aligns correctly. Professionals deploy large bets sparingly, ensuring range integrity through proper value-to-bluff ratios. Mathematically, each size defines its own equilibrium. A 1/3 pot bet requires opponents to defend 75% of hands to avoid exploitation. A full pot bet reduces that to 50%. Professionals know these thresholds instinctively, adjusting sizing according to population tendencies and perceived elasticity. Psychologically, sizing influences perception. Repetition of identical sizes breeds predictability. Variation within structure conceals intent. Professionals alternate rhythms subtly. Same logic, different tone. Emotionally, disciplined sizing replaces impulse. Overconfidence inflates bets beyond logic. Fear shrinks them below efficiency. Professionals remain centered, viewing size as mathematical language rather than emotional expression. EV lives inside these sizes. Choosing correctly transforms balance into precision, turning risk into design. Each bet becomes statement of ratio, neither too small nor too large, only exact. Chapter 21: The mental process of calculation. The mental process of calculation transforms theory into real-time execution. Professionals maintain calm awareness while computing probabilities, ratios, and outcomes under pressure. They do not perform long arithmetic mid-hand. They follow structured sequences that reduce chaos into rhythm. Calculation begins with simplification. Professionals estimate rather than solve. Pot odds, fold equity, and equity realization all follow memorized frameworks, benchmarks built through repetition. When facing a bet, they instantly assess ratio bands rather than numbers. This speed preserves composure and prevents paralysis. Focus defines precision. The brain cannot process complex formulas while emotions run high. Professionals slow internal tempo intentionally. Before acting, they pause, not to calculate longer, but to think clearly. This micro-moment restores rhythm, ensuring every computation aligns with proportion rather than impulse. Mathematically, calculation follows 3 steps: identify inputs, measure proportion, decide action. Inputs include pot size, bet size, and perceived ranges. Proportion compares risk to reward. Decision chooses line that maximizes expected value within tolerance of error. The method remains identical, regardless of hand strength. Emotion often disrupts this process. Anxiety narrows perception. Excitement accelerates pacing. Both distort logic. Professionals counter by controlling breathing and focus, using physical stillness to regulate thought flow. The body's rhythm synchronizes with calculation tempo. Visualization aids consistency. Many professionals imagine ratios visually, pie charts of equity, or proportional chips in pot, translating numbers into image. This intuitive mapping transforms abstract math into tangible structure. Calculation ends not with certainty, but with confidence in process. Professionals act knowing that logic outweighs outcome. Even when results differ, they trust structure. Over time, this trust solidifies into instinct. The mental process of calculation proves that composure is not emotionless, it is directed awareness. You think slower to play faster, processing complexity with clarity born from repetition and calm. Chapter 22: Data, Solvers, and Real-Time Study. Modern tools have reshaped understanding of expected value. Data tracking and solver analysis allow professionals to test assumptions, verify frequencies, and refine equilibrium models. Yet the tools themselves are not the skill. It is the interpretation that matters. Data represents memory. Every recorded hand adds to a growing database of tendencies. Professionals review this information regularly, identifying leaks invisible during play, fold rates, bluff frequencies, and sizing patterns. Over time, data transforms intuition into verified structure. Solvers extend this logic further. They simulate perfect equilibrium, revealing optimal frequencies for every position and texture. Professionals use them not to memorize but to understand relationships, how ranges interact, how small changes ripple through the tree. The purpose is principle, not mimicry. Real-time study connects data to intuition. Between sessions, professionals test scenarios. During play, they reference memory of prior simulations. This feedback loop strengthens instinctual awareness, turning study into live performance. However, technology invites over-reliance. Blindly copying solver output ignores context. Real opponents play imperfectly and live variables. Emotion, fatigue, stack depth cannot be coded. Professionals balance reference with flexibility, blending precision with adaptation. Mathematically, data and solvers refine boundaries. Emotionally, they build confidence. Knowing your baseline allows freedom within it. Professionals act fluidly because they trust structure, validated through study. Real-time learning sustains longevity. Each session becomes experiment. Each review becomes refinement. The professional never stops calibrating expectation. Tools provide light, but discipline directs it. Data illuminates trends. Solvers define symmetry. Awareness applies both calmly. True mastery lies not in owning information, but in harmonizing with it, turning technology into rhythm, not dependence. Chapter 23: Psychological Bias in EV Estimation. Psychological bias distorts expected value. Even skilled players misjudge probabilities when emotion, fatigue, or ego interferes. Professionals identify these distortions early, applying logic as correction. Mastery begins when you recognize that miscalculation often arises not from numbers, but from mind. The first bias is outcome attachment. Players equate success with correctness, reinforcing bad habits through short-term luck. Winning a negative EV hand feels validating. Losing a positive EV decision feels wrong. Professionals separate logic from result, focusing on process evaluation. Recency bias follows. Recent wins inflate confidence. Recent losses induce fear. Both skew risk assessment. Professionals counter this by referencing historical averages, reminding themselves that variance, not fortune, dictates streaks. Ego bias appears subtly. Players overestimate control, assuming their reads or strategies outperform mathematics. They call too light to see, or bluff to prove dominance. Professionals suppress ego through humility, trusting structure over emotion. Confirmation bias reinforces comfort. Players notice evidence supporting their belief while ignoring contradiction. Professionals train against this through structured review, analyzing losing lines and questioning assumptions before reaffirming strategy. Mathematically, bias introduces systematic EV loss. Each distorted decision shifts frequency from equilibrium, turning neutral spots into leaks. Over time, these small deviations accumulate silently. Professionals protect against drift through regular feedback, data analysis, hand review, and meditation on rhythm. Emotionally, awareness heals distortion. Recognizing bias reduces its power. Professionals accept humanity and logic, understanding that discipline means guiding emotion, not erasing it. Poker is mirror of cognition. Bias reflects unexamined thought. Awareness restores proportion. The calm player sees both truth and error clearly, adjusting until clarity replaces confidence. In that balance, EV estimation becomes not just math, but mindfulness in motion. Chapter 24: Expected Value as a System. Expected value does not live in single hands. It exists as a continuous system. Every decision contributes to long-term pattern, connecting mathematics, psychology, and discipline into unified structure. Professionals treat EV not as number, but as rhythm that defines entire career. The system functions through repetition. Each hand tests alignment between theory and execution. Correct frequencies maintain flow. Emotional deviations disrupt it. Over time, equilibrium emerges naturally through disciplined action. Within this system, profit becomes byproduct, not goal. Professionals focus on decision quality, knowing that expectation compounds automatically. Variance influences short-term outcomes, but EV remains constant beneath noise, quiet, steady, and cumulative. Mathematically, the EV system resembles closed loop. Input is structure, process is decision, output is result. When input remains consistent, the system self-corrects after deviations. Mistakes serve as recalibration points rather than collapse triggers. Emotionally, EV as system teaches patience. You cannot control distribution, only process. Professionals detach from performance anxiety by trusting system integrity. Each session becomes part of larger continuum. No hand too large, no loss too final. EV also extends beyond chips. Discipline in decision-making strengthens composure, which in turn reinforces accuracy. The system nourishes itself. Every balanced act fuels the next. Professionals occasionally audit the system through reflection, checking whether logic, study, and emotion remain synchronized. These moments of still evaluation sustain longevity. Expected value as system transforms poker from contest into practice. It is meditation on proportion, where clarity replaces impulse and process replaces chaos. The professional no longer plays for luck, they play for alignment. When viewed as system, EV becomes more than mathematics. It becomes philosophy. Balance, repetition, and awareness merge into quiet confidence. In that calm, the numbers finally make sense. Chapter 25: Decision Mastery as Discipline. Decision mastery is not brilliance, it is repetition under control. Professionals achieve consistency by structuring their thought process until accuracy becomes habit. Discipline transforms theory into reflex, ensuring that even under fatigue or pressure, logic governs every choice. The process begins with structure. Each decision follows the same rhythm. Assess information, calculate proportion, act with composure. This sequence repeats until it becomes subconscious. The professional no longer forces calculation, they flow through it. Repetition turns deliberate analysis into instinctive precision. Discipline also means restraint. Not every situation demands creativity. Most require adherence to fundamentals, correct frequencies, balanced ranges, and measured risk. Professionals avoid the impulse to outplay when equilibrium already provides profit. Control protects expectation. Emotional stability supports structure. Fear of error leads to hesitation. Desire for redemption fuels chaos. Professionals neutralize both extremes through calm awareness. They act with full attention, then release attachment to outcome immediately. This mental posture preserves rhythm across sessions. Review reinforces mastery. Every decision becomes data, every mistake feedback. Professionals analyze patterns of imbalance, too much aggression, insufficient defense, and recalibrate proportion through study. Each correction adds precision, reducing variance caused by emotion. Mathematically, discipline minimizes error accumulation. Emotionally, it transforms anxiety into rhythm. Over time, small consistent edges merge into steady advantage. Decision mastery feels quiet. There is no rush, no performance, only presence. Each action flows naturally from logic, anchored in calm repetition. Professionals achieve peace through process, proving that consistency, not inspiration, defines greatness. Chapter 26. Lesson Recap. Decision trees and expected value form the skeleton of professional reasoning. They convert instinct into structure, guiding every choice through proportion and patience. This lesson has shown how clarity, mathematics, and calm awareness merge into a unified decision process. You began by visualizing poker as branching structure, a living system of options where every bet, call, or fold connects logically to the next. You learned to map sequences, define expected value, and distinguish positive from negative EV. You explored how equity, pot odds, and planning align across streets to sustain coherence. You studied decision weighting, bluff EV, and value thresholds, understanding how ratios maintain balance. You learned to merge math with intuition, manage risk and reward, and simplify complexity through efficient reasoning. Each concept built toward clarity under motion. Later chapters expanded perspective, cumulative EV, variance, opponent modeling, and psychological bias. You discovered how decisions form systems, how data reinforces intuition, and how balance restores stability through time. Finally, you saw that mastery lies not in certainty, but in rhythm. Professionals act within structure, trust proportion, and remain still when results fluctuate. Their calm replaces hope with process, and emotion with pattern. Expected value mastery means thinking clearly when others react. It is seeing logic beneath noise and structure within chaos. Each hand becomes one branch in lifelong decision tree, measured, deliberate, and perfectly balanced. Lesson 18 closes with this principle: discipline is destiny. The professional who thinks with structure, acts with composure, and repeats with patience controls variance itself. Within that control lies freedom, the quiet perfection of decision mastery. Welcome back to the Sleepy Poker Masterclass, Beginner to Master. In this 19th lesson, we study how professionals make clear decisions with incomplete information. Every hand in poker unfolds in uncertainty. The professional learns to measure probability, infer patterns, and trust structure rather than emotion. Chapter 1: The nature of uncertainty. Uncertainty defines poker. Every hand begins in partial darkness, and every decision extends into probability rather than truth. You never see your opponent's cards. You never know the next card to fall. Professionals understand that this uncertainty is not flaw, but the very framework that gives the game meaning. Imagine you are on the button holding ace-10 suited. The player under the gun raises, and everyone folds to you. You do not know whether they hold ace-king, a pocket pair, or a suited connector. What you know is distribution. From early position, their range skews strong. That information, imperfect but directional, guides everything you decide next. If you call, you do so understanding your hand's relative position inside that range. You are behind their top holdings, but ahead of their medium pairs. Uncertainty becomes measurable tension rather than chaos. When the flop arrives 10-6-2 rainbow, you connect lightly. You check behind when they continuation bet small, realizing that while your top pair looks strong, the unknown portion of their range still dominates part of the time. This single hand demonstrates the nature of uncertainty. Each action narrows possibilities, but never removes doubt. Professionals accept this fluidity. They act not to find certainty, but to manage it. Inexperienced players try to force resolution. They demand to know, to guess exact cards, or call simply to confirm suspicion. That impulse converts unknown into risk. Professionals replace that impulse with structure. They quantify possibilities, anchor themselves in ratio, and accept that correct decisions can lose in the short run. Mathematically, uncertainty forms probability tree. Every bet branches into outcomes, weighted by likelihood. Each branch represents partial information, estimates built on position, history, and frequency. Professionals trace these branches calmly, using expected value as compass rather than emotion. Emotionally, acceptance creates stillness. When you stop demanding complete information, the game slows down. You begin to notice small signals, bet sizing consistency, breathing rhythm, or time taken before action. Each piece of data becomes subtle light against the unknown. Another example clarifies this rhythm. You hold Queen Jack of Hearts in the big blind. The cutoff opens, and you call. The flop comes King 9-4 with one heart. You check. The opponent continuation bets. Half pot. You know they represent high cards, but your inside straight draw plus backdoor flush gives roughly 30% equity. You call, not because you know what they have, but because the math supports continuation despite uncertainty. The turn brings 8 of hearts. Now your draw improves. The opponent checks. This single action reshapes the probability tree. Strong top pairs usually keep betting, weak hands surrender. You sense shift in distribution. You bet small, forcing folds from unpaired holdings and building pot for future outs. Whether you win or lose this hand is irrelevant. What matters is that each action fits logical proportion under incomplete information. Professionals repeat this process endlessly. They are comfortable in ambiguity because they built their structure inside it. They do not chase clarity. They create order through observation, ratio, and rhythm. The nature of uncertainty reveals truth of poker. Perfection is impossible, but precision within imperfection is mastery. You do not conquer the unknown by guessing. You coexist with it calmly. Every decision a measured step through partial light. Chapter 2. The limits of perfect knowledge. Perfect knowledge does not exist in poker. Every decision you make rests on probabilities, not certainty. You may analyze, calculate, and observe perfectly, yet there will always remain hidden cards, unseen motives, and future variables beyond control. Professionals accept these limits, knowing that mastery comes not from knowing everything, but from understanding how to act correctly, despite not knowing enough. Consider a simple hand. You hold ace-queen offsuit in the small blind. The button raises, and you 3-bet to isolate. The big blind folds, and the button calls. Already, you face partial information. Their flat call removes premium hands like aces or kings, but includes suited connectors, lower pairs, and maybe ace-jack suited. This is your best estimate, a structured assumption, not a fact. The flop comes king 7-4 rainbow. You continuation bet small, and they call. What do you know? Only that their range now includes middle pairs, weak kings, and speculative hands like 8-9 suited. But within that knowledge lies uncertainty. You do not know which combination they hold, and therefore cannot know if you lead or trail. Here lies the limit of perfect knowledge. The temptation for amateurs is to guess, to assign a single hand, to believe they must have a king. Professionals think differently. They maintain open distribution. They use proportion, not prediction. The turn brings the 2 of clubs, a blank. You check. Your opponent bets 2/3 pot. Many players react emotionally here, folding too quickly or raising impulsively. Professionals, however, interpret structure. They recognize that against a wide calling range, this bet polarizes. The opponent either holds a king or a bluff. Since your hand blocks ace-king, your call remains mathematically justified. You act not from certainty, but from ratio, the balance between equity and probability. This example illustrates the truth. Even perfect analysis cannot create perfect foresight. The river card might favor you or them. Your logic must remain independent of outcome. Professionals detach from result because they judge decisions by expected value, not by whether they win the hand. Mathematically, every hand represents imperfect equation. You possess known inputs, your cards, pot size, and previous actions, but missing variables always remain. Attempting to solve for all of them creates mental overload. Professionals streamline their reasoning through pattern recognition. They group scenarios, value-heavy, bluff-heavy, or mixed. This simplification maintains clarity when the details blur. Another situation highlights the boundary between data and faith in process. You hold pocket nines on the button. A tight player raises from middle position. You call, and the flop falls, Jack 6-4. They continuation bet half pot. You call. The turn comes King of Spades. They check. You check behind. The river pairs the Jack, and they bet small. In this moment, your information is incomplete. Their turn check weakens range, but the small river bet suggests value, not bluff. You cannot know which pocket pair they hold. Folding feels safe, calling feels uncertain. Professionals accept that no logic can reveal the truth here. They make a neutral EV decision based on range versus range. Sometimes they call to keep frequencies balanced. Other times they fold to control variance. Both choices can be correct within structure. Emotionally, acknowledging these limits prevents frustration. Many players tilt because they expect the game to reward perfect reasoning with immediate results. It never does. Poker is probabilistic. Skill defines average, not instant. Professionals act calmly, knowing that variance hides truth in short term, but reveals it over time. The limits of perfect knowledge also create empathy. Every opponent operates under the same uncertainty. Recognizing that shared condition removes hostility and builds patience. The professional no longer battles others, they battle chaos itself. Perfect knowledge is illusion. What remains is structure, ratio, and trust in logic. Each hand, each session, becomes practice in accepting imperfection while maintaining precision. The player who understands this no longer fears the unknown. They respect it, and through that respect, they find control within chaos. Chapter 3: Information as Currency. In poker, information is a form of currency. Every decision, every gesture, every pause is a transaction. You buy information through observation, spend it when you reveal your own patterns, and trade it in every pot you contest. Professionals manage this exchange carefully, knowing that the one who controls information flow often controls expectation. At its core, poker is an economy of knowledge. Each player begins the hand with equal opportunity, but not equal data. Observation is your income. Every time an opponent bets, checks, hesitates, or adjusts posture, you receive payment in clues. But like any currency, information loses value when spent carelessly. Professionals preserve their own opacity while collecting from others efficiently. Consider a hand where you hold 10-9 of spades in the cutoff. The player under the gun opens to 3 big blinds, and 2 others call. You call as well, seeing a 4-way flop of ace-7-4 with 2 spades. The first player continuation bets half pot, the next folds, and the third calls. You pause. Here you are not just deciding whether to call, you are purchasing information. A call invites future bets that clarify ranges. A raise, on the other hand, spends information immediately, revealing strength and intent. Professionals understand that aggression communicates. Sometimes that message costs more than it earns. You choose to call, preserving both flexibility and range opacity. The turn brings Queen of Hearts, adding potential for semi-bluff continuation. The under-the-gun player now checks, while the caller before you also checks. Their silence is currency too. It indicates caution, perhaps weakness. You sense that both have capped ranges. You bet 2/3 pot, representing strong ace or better. Both fold. The profit comes not only from fold equity, but from how you managed information flow. You spent less early and earned more late. Information always travels. Betting reveals something, even when designed to mislead. Checking reveals restraint or intention to induce. Timing, body language, even chip placement transmits signal. Professionals treat these signals like financial statements. Each must be read carefully, but none interpreted in isolation. Another example, you hold pocket jacks on the button. The cutoff raises, you 3-bet, and they call. The flop comes king 8-3 rainbow. They check, you continuation bet small, and they call quickly. That speed, while not definitive, communicates familiarity. They likely hold middle pair or ace high, not a trap. Information exchanged. On the turn 5 of diamonds, they check again. You check behind. Your action now conceals range depth. You intentionally hide information, saving it for future street. The river brings 2 of clubs. They check once more. Your check back earns showdown clarity. They reveal ace-10 suited. You lose a small pot, but gain data, speed of call, board texture reaction, and passive follow-up. That information will pay interest later in the session. Professionals view every hand as series of investments. Each decision either acquires, spends, or protects informational equity. The value of each piece depends on timing. Early information is cheap. Actions in pre-flop range mapping are predictable. Post-flop information grows expensive. Players defend more carefully, hiding intention. Mathematically, information translates to expected value through reduced uncertainty. Each accurate inference shifts your probability tree closer to correct line. Every reveal narrows variance. The professional mind tracks these shifts silently, converting perception into measurable advantage. Emotionally, managing information requires stillness. Excitement leaks data. Frustration distorts perception. Professionals maintain neutral rhythm, ensuring their own expression never betrays balance. Their calmness is not performance, it is defense. Information is the invisible stack on the table. Chips measure outcome, but information measures sustainability. You can lose a pot and still win expectation if you collect more data than you gave. Over time, that informational surplus compounds quietly, producing profit unseen by the casual eye. In poker's long game, money follows knowledge. The professional learns to treat silence, timing, and observation like currency, earned through patience, invested through logic, and protected through composure. When used correctly, information becomes the only wealth that never runs out. Chapter 4: Estimating Hidden Variables. Hidden variables are the unseen forces that shape every decision in poker. These include your opponent's exact holdings, their emotional state, fatigue, confidence, and recent history at the table. You cannot measure them directly, but you can estimate them through logic and observation. Professionals live in that estimation, balancing probability with discipline to act rationally in the dark. Every hand begins with a set of knowns and unknowns. You know your cards, stack sizes, and board texture. You do not know opponent cards, emotional stability, or intentions. The professional mind immediately begins constructing a model to bridge this gap, an evolving framework of assumptions tested and updated in real time. Imagine you are on the button with Queen 10 of clubs. A middle position player opens and you call. The blinds fold. The flop falls Ace 9-3 with 2 clubs. Your opponent bets half pot. Right now, the hidden variables are range composition and motive. Do they bet because they connected, or because they always continuation bet? This texture. You analyze evidence. This player's pre-flop frequency suggests moderate aggression, and their sizing is balanced, neither strong nor weak. Your draw has equity, but not certainty. You call. The turn comes 6 of diamonds. They check. This single action reveals shift in distribution. Strong aces would often continue betting. Weak hands might give up. You estimate that their range now leans toward medium pairs or delayed bluffs. You bet small, forcing folds from those hands, while building flexibility for the river. Nothing about this hand required seeing their cards. You estimated hidden variables through logic, observation, and probability. Mathematically, estimation means assigning weight to possible outcomes. If your opponent continuation bets the flop 70% of the time, but only with strong hands 30%, then most of their bets belong to weaker range. This doesn't predict exact holdings, it defines ratio. Poker operates on ratio, not revelation. Hidden variables extend beyond the cards. Watch a live opponent's rhythm. They may breathe faster during large pots, glance subconsciously toward chips when strong, or sit perfectly still when bluffing. Online, timing tells emerge instead. Instant actions suggest autopilot ranges. Long pauses indicate conflict between hand strength and line consistency. Professionals note these patterns, not to exploit immediately, but to store for verification. Another example clarifies how professionals handle incomplete evidence. You hold pocket fives in the small blind. The cutoff raises, and you call. The flop comes 10-7-5 rainbow. You check, and your opponent continuation bets. You call slowly. The turn brings Queen of Hearts. You check again, and they check behind. The river brings Jack of Clubs, a coordinated card. You check, and your opponent bets large. Hidden variables now multiply. Did they trap with a straight? Did they miss a draw and bluff? The board favors their range, but your set is still strong. You estimate their line backward. If they held strong, made hands, would they check the turn? Likely not. The check behind reveals weakness disguised by river aggression. You call. They reveal King 9 suited, missed straight. Estimation thrives on contrast. When actions conflict with logic, truth emerges. Emotionally, professionals remain detached from outcome. A correct call that loses is still a success if the estimation process was sound. This separation between logic and result protects confidence through variance. Estimating hidden variables also requires humility. Professionals know their models are approximations, not guarantees. They update instantly when new evidence appears, avoiding attachment to first impressions. That adaptability, constant revision under pressure, is what separates discipline from guesswork. Poker will always contain hidden layers, but they are not unknowable. With structure, observation, and ratio, the invisible becomes measurable. Professionals read between actions, not beyond them. They trust the balance between math and intuition, finding truth not in certainty, but in proportion. When you learn to estimate hidden variables calmly, you stop fearing the unknown. You begin guiding it, shaping probability through logic, until even the dark feels predictable. Chapter 5: Bayesian Thinking in Poker. Bayesian thinking is the quiet math behind intuition. It's the habit of updating your beliefs as new evidence appears. In poker, every bet, check, and call changes what you know about your opponent's range. Professionals rely on this constantly, even if they don't call it by name. It's the logic that replaces guessing with balance and proportion. It starts with what's called a prior, your first assumption about what hands your opponent might hold. As the hand unfolds, you collect new data. Each action either strengthens or weakens your belief. You blend what you already knew with what you just learned, forming a refined probability, what's called a posterior. Then the process repeats, every street, every bet, narrowing your uncertainty a little more. Let's walk through it. You're in the cutoff with King-Queen of spades. The player under the gun raises, and you call. The blinds fold. Pre-flop, your prior is simple. An early position raise usually means strength. Ace-king, ace-queen, big pairs, or suited broadways. You have a good but slightly dominated hand, so you plan to play with caution and use your position wisely. Flop, the board comes Jack, 10, 5 with 2 hearts. Your opponent bets about 2/3 of the pot. Now you update your belief. That sizing leans toward a value-heavy continuation range. But this flop also connects with your hand. You have an open-ended straight draw and 2 overcards. You call. Turn. The turn brings the 3 of spades, a blank. Your opponent checks. Would someone with aces or kings check this board? Some would, but many keep betting for protection. That check slightly reduces the chance of overpairs and increases the odds of ace-queen or weaker hands. You bet small, representing a top pair or controlled draw. They call. River, the 9 of hearts completes your straight, but also brings in a possible flush. Your opponent checks again. You bet with confidence. They fold. At every street, you naturally performed Bayesian updating. You started with a prior, revised it with each action, and reached a new conclusion. You weren't guessing, you were adjusting proportionally. In simple form, the math looks like this. New belief equals old belief, multiplied by the strength of new evidence. But at the table, you don't need the formula. You just need the feel. Strong evidence, like a big bet on a dry board, shifts your belief sharply. Weak evidence, like a routine continuation bet, adjusts it only slightly. Here's another quick example. You have pocket eights in the big blind. The button raises, and you call. The flop comes queen, 7, 4, all different suits. You check. They bet small, and you call. The turn is the ace of hearts. They bet again, a bit larger. That second barrel on the ace makes strong hands or total air more likely. You call once more, knowing some bluffs remain. The river brings the 3 of clubs, a blank. They check behind and show king 10 off suit. Your calm, proportionate reasoning let you find truth through structure. You didn't need certainty, just a sense of weighted likelihood. This mindset also helps your emotions. When you see decisions as evolving estimates, mistakes stop feeling like failures. You didn't misread the hand, you just got new evidence too late to update. That approach reduces tilt and builds confidence. Bayesian thinking also sharpens intuition. The more hands you play and review, the faster your mind updates automatically. What feels like instinct is really stored probability, reacting in real time. The best players train this skill off the felt. They replay hands backward, asking, given what I saw, what odds would I assign now? That habit builds future accuracy until analysis becomes reflex. You'll never know everything in poker. But with Bayesian thinking, you'll always know a little more than before. Every piece of evidence moves you forward, calmly, logically, one decision at a time. Chapter 6: Managing Cognitive Load. Cognitive load is the mental weight you carry during play. Every hand adds pressure, pot odds, range estimation, position, texture, image, and emotion. Professionals manage this load carefully, simplifying their decision process without losing precision. Mastery in poker is not about thinking more, it is about thinking efficiently. Cognitive load increases with complexity. Multi-way pots, deep stacks, or unpredictable opponents stretch mental capacity. The goal is not to avoid complexity, but to structure it, organizing attention so your mind never overloads. Professionals accomplish this through prioritization, pattern recognition, and rhythm. Imagine you are 6 hours into a long cash session. Fatigue has settled in. You sit in the big blind with King Jack of diamonds. The button raises, the small blind calls, and you defend. The flop falls Jack 7-5 with 2 clubs. The small blind checks, you check. The button bets half pot. At this point, your cognitive load spikes. You must assess board texture, player tendencies, and stack depth while staying alert to fatigue. Professionals follow structure. Step 1. Identify what matters. You have top pair, strong kicker, and position disadvantage. Step 2. Eliminate noise. Ignore irrelevant data like previous small talk or distant hands, and focus on action flow. Step 3. Simplify ranges. Button c-bets this board, nearly always. You call. The turn brings 10 of spades, adding open-ended straight draw. You check, they check behind. Mental workload reduces instantly because you planned ahead. If they checked, you'd control pot. You've already made the next step simple before it happens. The river 2 of hearts arrives. You bet half pot for value, get called, and win. Nothing about this hand was extraordinary, but it demonstrates how structure prevents fatigue. You did not analyze endlessly, you followed a process. Mathematically, managing load improves expected value by minimizing error rate. Most poker mistakes occur not from lack of skill, but from mental overload, too many inputs, too little structure. By prioritizing the most relevant variables, professionals maintain clarity longer. To build this endurance, professionals categorize decisions into 3 layers: automatic, pre-flop ranges, standard bet sizings, and pot odds estimations become reflex. Semi-automatic, adjustments based on position, texture, and stack depth require brief conscious thought. Deliberate, complex, rare situations demand full focus. This hierarchy allows the brain to conserve resources. Automatic actions cost almost nothing mentally, leaving energy for difficult moments. Another scenario illustrates the value of structure. You hold ace-5 of spades on the button. The cutoff raises, and you call. The flop is 9-7-2 with 1 spade. The cutoff bets large. Instead of calculating every combination, you follow mental shortcut: dry texture plus large bet, polarized range. Your hand weak equity with backdoor potential. Action fold. Decision complete in seconds, saving energy for later. Emotionally, managing load also protects composure. Overthinking breeds anxiety, which clouds logic and accelerates fatigue. Professionals regulate breathing and posture to keep tempo slow. Calm rhythm slows thought decay. Outside the table, professionals train this muscle through deliberate study. They review hand categories, run simulations, and visualize patterns until repetition builds automation. Each habit you internalize before play reduces cognitive demand during it. Technology can assist, but must not replace awareness. Databases, solvers, and HUDs provide external memory, but professionals integrate this data calmly, ensuring that real-time decisions still flow naturally. Tools extend clarity, they do not create it. In essence, cognitive load is the price of awareness. The more structure you have, the less it costs. Professionals think clearly, not because they know more, but because they have trained their minds to ignore what does not matter. Efficiency is discipline in disguise. You conserve energy for the moments that deserve it, think cleanly under fatigue, and maintain balance through chaos. The player who manages load wins not by knowing everything, but by staying calm long enough to use what they already know. Chapter 7: Prior Probability and Range Estimation. Every poker hand begins with a hypothesis. Before a single card hits the felt, professionals assign probabilities, initial beliefs about what each opponent might hold. This is called prior probability, the starting framework for decision-making. As each street unfolds, that framework evolves, refined by new evidence. Think of poker as a chain of conditional logic. You start with prior assumptions about range, then update those assumptions as actions occur. The professional mind constantly adjusts these probabilities, not searching for one exact hand, but building weighted possibilities that reflect the most likely combinations. Consider a hand where you hold ace-jack, suited in the cutoff. The player under the gun raises to 3 big blinds. Everyone folds to you. Before you act, your brain forms a prior. You know that early position ranges are tighter, often composed of premium pairs, strong aces, and Broadway combinations. You estimate something like premium pairs, aces through tens, 40%, strong Broadways, ace-king, ace-queen, king-queen, 40%, suited connectors or lower pairs, 20%. With that prior, you decide to call in position. The blinds fold, and the flop comes queen 9-4 rainbow. The opponent continuation bets half pot. Now the prior evolves. A small bet here represents either control with overpairs, or a standard continuation frequency with missed hands. You lower the probability of sets slightly. Most players bet larger when protecting. You also discount weaker pairs. Few players continuation bet low pocket pairs into such a dry board. The remaining range clusters around ace-queen, king-queen, or ace-king. You call, knowing your backdoor draws and position preserve equity. The turn brings 10 of hearts, completing your straight. The opponent checks. This single action shifts the entire range model. Checking reduces probability of overpairs and increases likelihood of marginal holdings or pot control decisions with top pair. You bet 2/3 pot, targeting that mid-strength region. The opponent folds. At no point did you need certainty. Prior estimation and structured revision guided the entire hand. Mathematically, prior probability establishes equilibrium. Without it, every hand becomes random guesswork. Professionals internalize positional priors so deeply that they no longer calculate consciously. They feel distribution through repetition. Another scenario reinforces the method. You hold pocket sixes in the big blind. A loose player raises from the button. Your prior for their opening range is wide, many suited connectors, weak aces, and Broadway trash. You call. The flop comes king 8-5 with 2 diamonds. You check. They continuation bet 1/3 pot. Against a wide prior, this small sizing carries little strength. You call. The turn brings 9 of hearts. You check again. They bet larger this time, 2/3 pot. Now the probability shifts. Players often increase sizing when semi-bluffing with equity. You increase weight of draws like queen 10, 10-7, and flushes, while reducing strong-made hands, which usually continue small. The river brings 2 of clubs. You check. They check back, showing queen 10 offsuit for missed straight. This outcome confirms your prior accuracy. You didn't predict exact hand. You maintained a probabilistic model that narrowed as evidence arrived. Emotionally, this method prevents reactionary thinking. Many players guess rigidly. They must have it, or they're bluffing. Professionals never commit to absolutes. Their decisions flow with ratio, not certainty. They act on likelihood, aware that correct logic sometimes loses individual pots but wins across time. Prior estimation also protects discipline when unfamiliar players enter the table. Rather than fear the unknown, professionals begin with population priors, averages learned from thousands of similar situations. As hands progress, they refine model using observed tendencies. Prior probability and range estimation transform poker from guessing game into structured reasoning. You begin each hand not with a void, but with framework. Every card, every action, either strengthens or weakens that framework, until logic converges toward balance. Professionals trust that process fully. They never need to know exactly what the opponent holds. It is enough to know what they probably hold and to act calmly within that probability. Chapter 8: The Psychology of Ambiguity. Ambiguity is the emotional weight of uncertainty. It is not the absence of information, but the discomfort of not knowing which interpretation is true. Poker magnifies this feeling. You cannot see your opponent's cards. You cannot predict the next turn card, and every decision carries risk. Professionals learn not to escape ambiguity, but to coexist with it, calmly, rationally, and with measured confidence. For most players, ambiguity triggers anxiety. The human brain craves closure. It wants to assign meaning even when none exists. This instinct can lead to false certainty, a dangerous condition where a player decides too early that an opponent must have it or can't possibly have it. Professionals guard against this mental trap by grounding themselves in probability instead of emotion. Imagine you are on the river with Ace-Queen of Hearts on a board of King-Jack 10-5-3 rainbow. You have the nuts. But the value of this example is not that you win. It's the moments leading up to clarity. Pre-flop, your opponent raised from middle position. You called. On the flop, they bet large, then checked the turn. At that stage, ambiguity was high. You could not tell whether they slowed down with ace-king or gave up with air. Many players feel tension here. Professionals feel curiosity. They interpret behavior, but they do not attach judgment. On the river, when your straight completed, you bet big. Your opponent folded instantly. The outcome resolved, but the process mattered more. For two streets, you operated inside ambiguity, making decisions based on ratio rather than emotion. Ambiguity becomes dangerous when it feeds ego. Players often act aggressively to restore control, bluffing impulsively, or folding too soon just to remove pressure. Professionals recognize this instinct in themselves and others. When uncertainty feels uncomfortable, they slow tempo, breathe evenly, and let structure guide the next action. Mathematically, ambiguity exists because probabilities overlap. If an opponent's range includes both value and bluff in equal frequency, your decision becomes balanced, not clear. Professionals do not fear this equilibrium, they welcome it. It means they are playing the game correctly, standing at the precise intersection where strategy meets variance. Another example illustrates emotional resilience under ambiguity. You hold pocket tens in the small blind. The cutoff raises, and you call. The flop comes 9-7-5 with two spades. You check, they continuation bet small. You call. The turn brings the queen of diamonds. You check again, and they bet half pot. This is ambiguity in motion. Their range includes everything from overpairs to semi-bluffs. Folding feels safe, but may surrender equity. Raising might isolate against strength. Professionals lean into uncertainty, not away from it. You call once more. The river brings deuce of spades, completing the flush. Both players check. They reveal king-queen, and you win. This hand matters because you acted correctly under doubt. You did not know where you stood, but your decisions followed proportion, strong enough to continue, cautious enough to control pot. Psychologically, professionals practice exposure to ambiguity. Through thousands of hands, they desensitize emotional reaction to unclear spots. What once felt chaotic becomes normal. Each repetition strengthens the ability to think logically under uncertainty. Outside the game, mental discipline supports this mindset. Meditation, journaling, and structured review all reinforce tolerance for ambiguity. The goal is not emotional suppression, but awareness, recognizing discomfort without reacting to it. Ambiguity is not failure of knowledge. It is the natural state of a probabilistic game. Professionals thrive in it because they have redefined confidence. Confidence, to them, means comfort within the unknown. In poker, peace does not come from certainty. It comes from rhythm. Each hand teaches the same truth. Clarity is temporary, ambiguity eternal. The professional breathes through both, acting with calm logic until structure returns. Chapter 9. Maintaining composure amid chaos. Composure is the anchor that holds logic steady when emotion and noise threaten to pull it apart. In poker, chaos is inevitable. Bad beats, long sessions, complex decisions, and unpredictable opponents all generate turbulence. Professionals separate themselves not through brilliance, but through stability. They remain calm when variance roars, when stacks swing, and when information dissolves into confusion. Composure is a practiced discipline. It begins with awareness of physiological response. Stress triggers acceleration. The heart beats faster, breathing shortens, hands tense. Professionals recognize these signals as alerts, not commands. Instead of reacting, they pause. One breath reclaims the space between impulse and logic. That space, small but powerful, protects expected value. Imagine you are in a deep stacked cash game, holding pocket kings. You 3-bet pre-flop, get called, and see a flop of ace-10-7. Your opponent, a capable regular, check raises your continuation bet. The situation is instantly chaotic. Your overpair shrinks, the board threatens, and uncertainty spikes. Many players panic here, assuming the worst. Professionals slow everything down. They start by evaluating structure. What hands would the opponent check raise? Sets, maybe ace-10, or perhaps a semi-bluff with jack-queen. Then they calculate proportion. How often must you call to prevent exploitation? Roughly 2/3 of the time against this sizing. Calm logic dictates that folding immediately would give up too much equity. You call, not because you feel comfortable, but because ratio demands it. The turn brings 5 of hearts, adding straight draws. The opponent bets big. You pause again, reassessing. Against this population, large double barrels skew toward bluffs with equity. You call once more. The river blanks, 2 of clubs. Your opponent shoves. You fold, quietly. You do not celebrate surviving the hand or mourn losing chips. You simply log the data. That hand represents composure. You moved through chaos by thinking proportionally, never emotionally. Each breath reset awareness, each calculation preserved structure. Mathematically, composure stabilizes decision quality. Under stress, brain chemistry shifts. Adrenaline sharpens focus briefly, but impairs precision. Rational capacity narrows, risk perception distorts. Professionals counter this with ritual, controlled breathing, steady posture, consistent pace. This consistency acts like metronome, regulating thought speed regardless of pressure. Composure also extends beyond single hands. Imagine a tournament setting. You lose a massive flip deep in an event, dropping from chip leader to short stack. Many players spiral, tilt replaces logic. Professionals feel the same disappointment, but transition faster. They acknowledge emotion, breathe through it, and return to equilibrium before the next hand begins. Composure transforms collapse into continuation. Another example illustrates emotional control under variance. You hold ace-king suited and get all-in pre-flop against pocket queens for a large pot. The flop brings a king, giving you the lead, but the river delivers a queen. The pot slides away. Your body tenses. The room feels louder, yet the professional's mind remains still. This was a positive EV decision. The outcome changes nothing. Variance has no memory, and neither should you. Composure does not mean numbness. Professionals feel frustration, but they express it privately after the session. At the table, they maintain rhythm, clean chips, even breathing, consistent timing. The act of physical stability reinforces mental stillness. In multi-table tournaments or marathon sessions, composure compounds advantage. As fatigue drains others, calm players retain efficiency. Their logic decays slower, their patience lasts longer, and their range control remains sharp while others unravel. Composure amid chaos is not natural, it is trained. Professionals build it through reflection, routine, and deliberate exposure to stress. They review past emotional responses, track triggers, and design rituals that bring them back to center. Each time they survive chaos calmly, confidence grows quietly inside structure. Poker will always generate turbulence. You cannot stop the waves, but you can learn to float. Professionals drift through variance with quiet rhythm, anchored by breath, guided by logic. When chaos peaks, they do not fight it, they outlast it. Chapter 10: Emotional Drift in Unclear Spots. Emotional drift is not a sudden loss of control, it is a gradual slide. It happens quietly, during long sessions, or in hands where the right decision feels uncertain. At first you think clearly. Then fatigue, frustration, or overconfidence begin to color your reasoning. You still believe you are playing logically, but subtle emotion has already entered your process. Professionals learn to recognize this drift early and realign before imbalance becomes pattern. Drift begins where ambiguity grows. Imagine you hold ace-jack of clubs on the button. The cutoff opens, and you call. The flop comes king 9-4 with 2 clubs. Your opponent bets large, and you call with your flush draw. The turn brings queen of hearts, giving you an open-ended straight draw. Your opponent bets again, smaller this time. You call. The river brings the 3 of diamonds, a miss. They bet large. Here uncertainty floods the hand. You have no showdown value, but their sizing suggests strength. Yet their line, large, small, large, contradicts itself. emotion whispers. They could be bluffing. This is the pivot point where emotional drift begins. Logic says folding is safest, given missed draws and limited fold equity. Emotion, craving redemption, pushes for heroism. Professionals recognize this internal pull. Instead of reacting, they pause, breathe, and mentally reset. What range bets large, small, large? How does my hand fit into my defense range? If the math says fold, they fold, regardless of how unfair the spot feels. Drift doesn't always look dramatic. Sometimes it appears as impatience, calling too wide in small pots, or bluffing a turn out of boredom. Other times it manifests as caution, checking back too often after a loss. Both stem from emotion, subtly replacing ratio. Mathematically, emotional drift erodes expected value by shifting frequencies. When you call more than optimal, your defense frequency rises above equilibrium, allowing exploitation. When you bluff less, your aggression frequency falls below required ratio, letting opponents fold profitably. These deviations seem harmless individually, but compound across volume. Another example, you've been card dead for an hour in a tournament. Finally, you pick up pocket nines in middle position. You raise, the button calls, and the flop comes. Queen 8-5. You continuation bet small, and the opponent calls. The turn brings king of spades, not ideal. You check, they bet. Here frustration surfaces. You've waited so long for a playable hand that folding feels unbearable. The mind justifies action emotionally. I deserve a pot. Professionals know that thought is drift disguised as logic. The correct choice remains fold, not because of emotion, but because range disadvantage demands it. Drift also follows success. After winning a big hand, adrenaline lingers. Confidence turns into subtle arrogance, playing too loose, chasing marginal spots, or pressing advantage unnecessarily. Professionals label this as positive tilt, less obvious but equally dangerous. The solution remains the same: awareness and reset. The professional toolkit for drift prevention includes rhythm and ritual. A brief pause after each major pot, steady breathing between hands, and consistent posture all act as anchors. These habits reconnect thought to structure before emotion gains momentum. Outside of live play, reviewing emotional patterns helps build immunity. Professionals track hands where logic failed, labeling the emotional cause: frustration, fear, fatigue, pride. Over time, these patterns become visible and manageable. Emotion will always enter the game. Drift is inevitable. The mastery lies in detection and correction. Professionals treat each moment of imbalance as feedback, not failure. They restore calm through small adjustments, slowing pace, tightening range, recentering on fundamentals. Poker's deepest truth is that composure is not constant, it is maintained. Every player drifts. The difference is who notices it first. Professionals don't punish themselves for emotion. They observe it, reset, and continue with quiet precision. When uncertainty clouds thought, awareness clears it. You may not always control outcome, but you can always control rhythm. In that rhythm, emotion fades and structure returns. Chapter 11: Probability Mapping. Probability mapping is the art of turning uncertainty into structure. It means creating a mental model of possible outcomes, assigning weight to each, and updating that map as evidence unfolds. Professionals rely on this invisible framework to guide their decisions, especially when hands become complex or ambiguous. Instead of seeing a single correct line, they visualize a range of possibilities, each with its own likelihood. The map is not static, it moves as actions occur. Every bet, check, or pause shifts the shape of probability. The more accurately you draw this map, the more calmly you can navigate uncertainty. Imagine holding ace-10 of hearts on the button. A tight player opens from early position, and you call in position. The blinds fold. Flop, king 9-4 with 2 hearts. Your opponent continuation bets half the pot. Immediately, the mapping begins. Their pre-flop range includes strong aces, big pairs, and suited broadways. The flop bet confirms a wide value and bluff frequency. You call with both flush potential and position. Turn, 7 of clubs. The opponent bets small again. The size matters. Small bets typically indicate range-wide continuation, not polarization. You assign high probability to medium-strength holdings like ace-king, king-queen, or pocket queens. River, 2 of hearts. The flush completes. Your opponent checks. Your map shifts dramatically. Many strong hands in their range, aces, kings, or top pairs. Now check to control. You bet, 2/3 pot for value. They call with king-queen. This hand demonstrates the mapping process. At each street, you refined possibilities based on new data. You didn't guess, you reweighted. Mathematically, this process mirrors expected value analysis. Each possible outcome carries probability and payoff. You multiply the two to estimate total expectation. But professionals don't compute exact numbers mid-hand. They think in proportions. This line beats me sometimes, but wins more often than it loses. The brain stores these ratios over time, forming an intuitive model that feels like instinct, but is built on math. Probability mapping also prevents emotional overreaction. When you understand where uncertainty lives, surprises no longer shock you. If a low probability event occurs, like an opponent hitting a 2-outer, you acknowledge it as part of the distribution, not an injustice. Professionals separate process from outcome through mapping awareness. A second example shows how mapping applies to defense. You hold pocket 7s in the big blind. A balanced player opens from the cutoff, and you call. Flop, 10-8-3 rainbow. You check, they bet 1/3 pot. Your initial map gives them broad range overcards, pairs, and some backdoor draws. You call, defending middle equity. Turn, 5 of spades. They bet again, 2/3 pot. The increased size changes your map. Now their range polarizes. Strong top pairs, overpairs, or pure bluffs. Your 7s beat bluffs and semi-bluffs, but lose to most value. You call, noting that folding too often allows exploitation. River, queen of clubs. They fire a large 3rd barrel. The map narrows again. This size almost never comes from weak pairs. You fold confidently, understanding that against population tendencies, this triple barrel skews heavily towards strength. You lose the pot, but maintain accuracy. The mapping process confirms discipline, every fold and call justified by ratio, not fear. Emotionally, probability mapping transforms doubt into data. You no longer chase certainty, you measure uncertainty. Each action, each pause, becomes part of pattern recognition that builds intuitive clarity over time. Outside of gameplay, professionals practice mapping through review. They replay hands, pausing at each street to ask, what portion of range bets here? What folds? What continues? Over thousands of iterations, their mental maps grow more precise and automatic. Probability mapping is how the professional mind stays organized amid chaos. Instead of drowning in unknowns, they navigate by probability lines, trusting structure over instinct. Poker will never give complete information, but mapping ensures that every unknown has its place and every decision has reason. When uncertainty feels overwhelming, remember, the map already exists. You are not lost, you are simply moving through its probabilities, one calm decision at a time. Chapter 12. Risk Tolerance under Ambiguity. Every poker decision carries two layers of risk, the mathematical risk of losing chips and the psychological risk of being wrong. Risk tolerance is how you handle both. Professionals understand that their tolerance level determines how they react when information is incomplete. Too much fear, and they fold away equity. Too much confidence, and they overextend into danger. Mastery lies between the two, measured exposure balanced by emotional control. Risk tolerance is personal. It depends on bankroll, mindset, and experience. Professionals develop it deliberately, calibrating the amount of volatility they can endure without losing discipline. They know that correct strategy often means accepting discomfort, and that comfort without logic is simply complacency. Imagine you hold ace-queen offsuit on the button in a tournament with a medium stack. A tight player opens from middle position. Everyone folds to you. This is a classic ambiguous spot. Your hand is strong but vulnerable, and you do not know how they'll react to aggression. You have three choices: fold, call, or 3-bet. Folding sacrifices a playable hand and its equity, but preserves stack. Calling invites post-flop complexity. 3-betting risks confrontation, but maximizes fold equity. Professionals filter these options through tolerance. If you are comfortable facing a 4-bet, you choose the aggressive path. If not, you call, reducing variance, but keeping logic intact. The key is consistency. Your comfort level must match your overall range plan. Emotional decisions driven by fear or frustration distort balance. Mathematically, risk tolerance defines variance curve. The wider your curve, the larger your swings, but the higher your potential return. Professionals aim to operate near the edge of control, where expected value peaks but emotion remains stable. They know that playing too safe shrinks profit, while overexposure leads to tilt and poor recovery. Consider another hand. You are deep stacked in a cash game with pocket tens in the big blind. A loose aggressive player raises from the cutoff, and you 3-bet. They call. The flop comes Jack-9-4 with 2 spades. You continuation bet half pot, and they call quickly. The turn is 5 of hearts. You check, controlling pot size. They bet 2/3 pot. Here risk tolerance is tested. Calling means committing to large pot with medium strength hand. Folding may feel too tight against aggressive player. The professional weighs ratio calmly. They estimate the opponent's bluff frequency and compare it to pot odds. If call frequency aligns with equilibrium, they continue. The decision feels uncomfortable, but comfort is not the metric. Correctness is. The river brings 3 of clubs. You check, and your opponent shoves. This is the emotional peak, ambiguity at full volume. Many players fold instantly, fearing disaster. Professionals breathe, recall structure, and review evidence. What value hands shove here? What bluffs remain? If math shows enough missed draws, they call, accepting risk without emotion. Sometimes the call loses, and that is fine. The decision was right. Professionals judge success by process, not result. Emotionally, managing risk under ambiguity requires stillness. Professionals track internal signals, tension in chest, rushed breathing, impatience. When those arise, they slow down. This pause restores alignment between logic and tolerance. Off the table, they strengthen tolerance through experience. Reviewing hands that cause discomfort and simulating stressful scenarios builds resilience. Like weight training, each repetition expands emotional capacity to handle volatility. The real test of risk tolerance is not how big a pot you can play, but how calmly you can play it. Professionals never confuse bravery with recklessness or caution with weakness. True courage in poker is measured, mathematical, and quiet. In uncertainty, risk tolerance becomes compass. It tells you when to lean forward and when to pull back. The professional listens carefully, adjusting exposure with discipline rather than impulse. Because in poker, risk cannot be eliminated. It can only be understood, managed, and faced with composure. Chapter 13: The Power of Approximation. Perfection is impossible in poker. Every hand contains too many unknowns, too many branches, and too much emotion to solve exactly. Professionals accept this limitation. They do not aim for perfect calculation, they aim for accurate approximation. Approximation is how structure survives under pressure. It keeps decisions clean when full computation would slow or distort logic. Approximation means replacing precise math with functional reasoning. The professional brain learns to estimate ratios, odds, and equities within acceptable margins of error. Over time, these estimates become so consistent that they feel intuitive, but they are built from repetition and study. Consider a simple decision. You are in the big blind with 8-7 of hearts. The cutoff raises to 3 big blinds, and you call. The flop comes 10-6-2 with 1 heart. You check, your opponent bets half pot, and you consider a call. You know the pot is now 12 big blinds, and the call costs 6. Roughly, you are getting 2-1. You ask yourself, how often will I win this pot if I call? With a gut shot straight draw, backdoor hearts, and 2 live cards, your equity sits near 30%. You need about 33% to break even. Close enough. you call. That close enough mindset is approximation in motion. You didn't need to compute exact odds. You simply recognized that the call was marginally profitable given pot size and draw strength. The turn comes Queen of Hearts, giving you additional outs. Your opponent bets half pot again. You know your equity increased. Now open-ended, plus flush draw. Nearly 50% to win. You call once more. The river brings a blank, and you fold to a large final bet. You lost the hand, but played perfectly by proportion. Mathematically, approximation preserves accuracy by removing cognitive friction. In live play, you rarely have time or clarity to run exact equations. Professionals memorize key ratios. A flush draw on the flop wins roughly 35% of the time by river. An open-ended straight draw wins about 31%. Two overcards hold around 25% against medium pairs. These mental shortcuts replace calculation without compromising integrity. Approximation also governs bet sizing. Instead of calculating precise equilibrium frequencies, professionals use ranges. 1/3 pot applies pressure to wide ranges. 2/3 polarizes. Full pot maximizes fold equity. These general patterns hold consistently enough to build entire strategies. Consider another example. You hold King-Queen of spades in the cutoff. The button 3 bets, and you call. The flop comes Ace-Jack-4 with 2 spades. You have a strong draw, but no pair. Your opponent continuation bets large, 2/3 pot. You estimate you have about 12 outs, 9 spades plus 3 tens for roughly 24% equity. Pot odds give you around 28% required equity to call. It's close, but because you may gain implied odds if you hit, the call is justified. You didn't need exact percentages. Your internal math was precise enough to act decisively. Emotionally, approximation creates calm. Over-analysis breeds stress and indecision. When you trust your trained estimates, your focus shifts from calculation to execution. This trust separates disciplined players from perfectionists who freeze in motion. Approximation does not mean carelessness. It relies on foundation of correct study. Professionals build mental databases through solver work, equity drills, and review. Once internalized, those patterns guide instinct at live speed. The precision happened long before the hand. The performance feels effortless because the work is complete. Outside the game, approximation defines efficiency. Instead of memorizing thousands of precise spots, professionals learn guiding principles, pot odds, bluff-to-value ratios, and board textures. These rules create structure, flexible enough to handle infinite variation. In poker, perfection is illusion. The professional seeks consistency, not precision. They know that small estimation errors balance out over time, but hesitation never does. Approximation empowers you to think clearly in motion, to replace paralysis with proportion. Each decision becomes fast, logical, and quietly accurate. Over thousands of hands, that efficiency compounds into confidence. Mastery is not solving the unsolvable. It is acting calmly when the numbers blur, trusting your training to find clarity through rhythm and repetition. Chapter 14. Recognizing unknowable factors. Poker is built on the tension between what can be known and what never will be. Professionals master this distinction. They understand that certain details, exact hole cards, deck order, or opponent emotion, are unknowable. The key is not to remove uncertainty, but to identify where knowledge ends and discipline begins. Trying to solve the unsolvable is one of the fastest paths to tilt. Many players burn mental energy trying to figure out every action, assigning certainty to guesswork. Professionals save that energy for structure. They learn to act confidently within what can be measured and calmly accept what cannot. Imagine holding pocket jacks in a tournament. A player in early position raises, another calls, you call from the button. The blinds fold. The flop comes Queen 9-5 rainbow. The first player bets small, the second folds. You call, evaluating strength. The turn brings 7 of hearts. The opponent now bets large, nearly pot. You pause. Here, unknowable factors multiply. Do they always barrel this sizing with value? Are they emotionally tilting? Are they balancing their range properly, or improvising under stress? You can estimate their tendencies, but you cannot know them. Many players let frustration creep in. If I only knew whether they were bluffing. Professionals never chase that knowledge. They ask, what portion of their range would take this line, and how does my hand perform against that range? You call. The river comes ace of spades. The opponent shoves all in. You fold, not because you know they have it, but because your model cannot justify continuing. The correct fold is proof of respect for limits. You release control instead of forcing clarity. Mathematically, the unknowable portion of poker forms the game's variance engine. Every decision you make rests on incomplete data. Even if you knew your opponent's exact range, randomness in the deck would still create unpredictability. Professionals treat this remaining uncertainty as constant variable, neutral, not personal. Another example, you hold ace-king of hearts on the button in a cash game. The small blind 3 bets, and you call. The flop comes 10-4-2 with 1 heart. Your opponent continuation bets large. You call. The turn brings 7 of clubs. They check. You bet half pot. They call. The river comes jack of hearts, completing your backdoor flush. They check again. You bet 2/3 pot for value, and they tank call, showing queens. You win, but you never knew you were ahead. You acted based on ratio, your equity, your blockers, and their line. You trusted process without requiring certainty. Recognizing unknowable factors also means avoiding false confidence. Overconfidence appears when players mistake intuition for knowledge, declaring, "I just knew they had it." Professionals reject this illusion. Even accurate reads are probabilities, not prophecy. Emotionally, acceptance brings peace. When you acknowledge limits, you stop assigning moral weight to randomness. A 2-outer on the river is not betrayal by the deck. It's part of expected distribution. The professional does not curse variance because they accounted for it before the session began. This mindset frees mental energy. By identifying what cannot be known, you focus on what can: position, pot size, ranges, and frequencies. That clarity sharpens every decision while protecting emotional endurance. Outside of play, professionals practice awareness of uncertainty. They review hands not to divine exact holdings, but to test logic. Did my reasoning align with probability? Whether the opponent had a bluff or value becomes secondary. Accuracy of structure matters most. Recognizing unknowable factors is humility in action. It's the understanding that mastery does not mean omniscience, it means balance. Professionals think deeply, but not desperately. They analyze until the boundary of reason, then stop calmly. In poker, clarity has borders. Beyond them lies noise. Professionals do not chase that noise. They listen only to rhythm within their reach. Each decision becomes confident, not because it's certain, but because it's correct within limits. Control ends where randomness begins, and peace begins where control ends. The professional thrives in that space, the quiet equilibrium between what can be calculated and what must be accepted. Chapter 15: The Discipline of Neutral Expectation. Neutral expectation is the state of acting logically when clarity fades. It means executing a decision with no emotional bias toward winning or losing. Professionals cultivate this discipline so their judgment remains precise, even when every option feels uncertain. In poker, many spots carry near equal expected value. Whether you call or fold, the long-term difference might be marginal. Yet in these gray zones, emotion often overrides proportion. Fear urges safety, pride urges aggression. Professionals silence both voices and return to ratio. Neutral expectation is not indecision, it is commitment to balance. Consider a common hand. You hold pocket eights in the big blind. A regular player opens from the cutoff, and you call. The flop falls. Queen 9-3 rainbow. You check, they continuation bet, half the pot. You call, aware that your hand still retains equity against a wide opening range. The turn brings 5 of hearts. They bet again, but smaller. This sizing shift creates uncertainty. Are they pot controlling a top pair or bluffing weak air? The expected value of folding or calling converges. Folding loses little in the long run. Calling may win small edges but increases variance. Professionals evaluate structure calmly. They estimate bluff frequency, weigh pot odds, and decide rationally. Here, calling maintains balance. It keeps their check-call range wide and prevents exploitation. You call, not from confidence, but from proportion. The river arrives ace of diamonds. They check. You check back. They show king 9 suited. You lose the pot, but not your discipline. You acted within neutral expectation, no attachment, no disappointment, just structure. Mathematically, neutral expectation prevents overcorrection. When players react emotionally to near 50-50 decisions, they tilt frequency. Folding too often surrenders EV. Bluffing too often creates leaks. Professionals stay at the center, accepting that small fluctuations will always exist. Over thousands of hands, those balanced choices compound into long-term edge. Another example illustrates discipline across larger scale. You are deep in a tournament, holding ace 10 of diamonds. The chip leader raises, and you defend from the big blind. The flop comes 10-7-4, with 2 clubs. You check. They continuation bet large. You call. The turn brings king of clubs, completing potential flushes. They check behind. The river is four of diamonds. You bet half the pot for thin value. The opponent calls and shows king-queen of hearts. You lose, but the hand was perfectly logical. You identified that your top pair beat many worse hands and still retained showdown value. Your bet was positive EV, even though variance disagreed in this instance. Neutral expectation means accepting that correct logic can lead to negative result and that outcome changes nothing. Emotionally, this mindset separates professionals from reactionary players. When ambiguity arises, many seek emotional relief through decisive action, bluffing recklessly to force clarity, or folding prematurely to end the stress. Professionals do neither. They maintain pace, breathing through uncertainty and acting proportionally. Neutral expectation also guards against results-oriented thinking. A losing session does not imply poor play, just as a winning one does not confirm brilliance. Professionals analyze process metrics, hand quality, ratio accuracy, and composure over raw outcomes. Off the table, this discipline develops through reflection. Professionals review hands from the perspective of decision quality, not pot size. They ask, was this action consistent with my structure? If yes, emotion dissolves. If no, the correction becomes data, not guilt. Neutrality is not passivity, it is mastery of proportion. You are neither attached to winning nor afraid of losing. You act as probability dictates, confident that balance will restore itself over time. Poker rewards those who stay still inside motion. The professional's calm face is not absence of feeling, it is presence of awareness. They understand that neutrality is not emotionless, it is disciplined emotion, perfectly aligned with logic. In uncertain moments, neutrality becomes compass. It points not to victory or defeat, but to process, the only direction that never changes. Chapter 16. Inference through elimination. Inference through elimination is the quiet detective work of poker. You rarely know exactly what your opponent holds, but by ruling out what they cannot have, the field of uncertainty narrows until logic becomes clear. Professionals use this process instinctively, stripping away impossibilities until the remaining range fits probability. Elimination begins with structure. Every action, raise, bet, or check, removes certain combinations from an opponent's range. A tight pre-flop raise eliminates weak offsuit hands. A turn check reduces strong value combinations. The more accurately you interpret each decision, the smaller the uncertainty becomes. Imagine you hold Queen 10 of spades in the big blind. The cutoff opens to 3 big blinds, and you call. The flop comes King 9-3 with 2 hearts. You check, they bet small. You call. Already elimination begins. By raising pre-flop, they excluded trash hands like 7-2 offsuit. Their small flop bet, however, keeps range wide. It could include overcards, draws, or middle pairs. The turn brings ace of diamonds. You check again. They check back. That single action removes most top pair hands. Players with strong aces often continue betting. What remains? Weaker pairs and missed draws. The river brings jack of clubs, giving you the nut straight. You bet small for value, and they fold instantly. You never knew what they held, but you knew what they didn't. Elimination guided profit through logic, not revelation. Mathematically, inference through elimination transforms uncertainty into weighted probability. Instead of analyzing infinite combinations, you narrow to those consistent with line and sizing. Each decision acts like filter, refining expectation until ratio emerges cleanly. A second example shows how this process applies defensively. You hold pocket tens in the cutoff. A player under the gun raises, and you call. The flop falls ace-10-5 rainbow. They continuation bet half pot. You call. The turn brings 8 of spades. They check. Already, elimination begins. If they had aces, they'd likely continue betting. Strong top pairs might also double barrel for protection. Their check discounts strong aces, leaving weaker holdings, perhaps king-queen, medium pairs, or controlled value. The river is 2 of hearts. They bet small. Now their sizing contradicts previous rhythm. Small bet after check back usually signals medium strength, not bluff. You raise for value. They fold, later claiming they had ace-7. The information aligns. Even though they technically had top pair, their behavior removed them from that category in your mind. Your inference was structurally correct, even if imperfect. Emotionally, inference through elimination provides calm focus. Instead of chasing impossible clarity, you create order through logic. When faced with chaotic boards or unpredictable opponents, the process gives you steps to follow. Identify actions taken. Remove inconsistent hands. Reweigh remaining options. Act according to ratio. This method also protects against bias. Many players read hands by intuition, believing an opponent feels strong or weak. Professionals anchor reads in logic. If evidence does not fit, they discard it, regardless of instinct. Another layer involves recognizing population patterns. For example, in low-stakes live games, players rarely check strong-made hands twice. In online environments, aggressive regulars may underbluff certain turn cards. Knowing these tendencies accelerates elimination. Off the table, professionals train inference by reviewing hand histories backward. They start from the river and ask, given this action, what lines are consistent? This reverse engineering practice strengthens logical sequencing under pressure. Emotionally, elimination demands patience. The process unfolds slowly across streets, and impatience can destroy accuracy. Professionals trust tempo. Each check, bet, or fold refines truth until the final picture forms. Inference through elimination reminds you that poker is not about reading minds, it's about reading structure. You win by knowing what remains possible when everything impossible is gone. In the end, the professional's calm comes from this process. Even without certainty, they find stability in method. Each hand becomes investigation, each decision a clue. When others guess, they reason. When others fear the unknown, they define it by what it cannot be. Chapter 17. Reading frequency without pattern. Some opponents are unpredictable. They switch gears often, make unconventional decisions, and ignore the logic that defines structured play. Against these players, standard pattern recognition fails. The professional adapts not by seeking rhythm where none exists, but by measuring frequency, the underlying ratio of aggression and passivity that remains even when actions appear random. Every player, no matter how chaotic, reveals average tendencies over time. They may bluff inconsistently, but the ratio of bluffs to value hands still forms a measurable frequency. Professionals learn to detect this baseline by tracking outcomes, bet sizing, and tempo across many hands. Imagine facing a loose, impulsive opponent. You hold King 10 of clubs on the button. The player in the big blind has been alternating between wild overbets and passive checks all session. They call your raise pre-flop. Flop, Queen 10-3 with 2 hearts. They check, you bet half pot. They check raise 3 times the size. This is the chaos pattern: strong hands, weak hands, and bluffs mixed beyond recognition. You call. Turn, 5 of diamonds. They bet half pot quickly. You call again. River, 2 of hearts. The flush completes. They jam all in, overbetting the pot. Here, the structure is gone. You cannot rely on line logic because their play lacks coherence. Professionals instead evaluate frequency range. They recall that this player has overbet river bluffs earlier twice and shown value once. 2 bluffs to 1 value, roughly 2-1. That ratio alone defines response. Facing a pot-sized bet, you must win more than 33% of the time for a call to break even. Their frequency of bluffing meets that threshold. You call, and they show 9-8 of spades, missed straight. This is reading frequency without pattern. You don't predict specific hands, you interpret behavior statistically. Mathematically, this approach mirrors population analysis. You treat each opponent as small data sample. Over sessions, actions accumulate into tendencies: how often they continuation bet, fold to 3 bets, or double barrel after checking. Even random players operate within these ratios unconsciously. Another example, a live opponent who shifts between hyper-aggressive and passive lines. You hold pocket queens on a Jack 7-3 flop. They check call flop, then lead huge on a blank turn. Many players panic, thinking, this doesn't make sense. Professionals acknowledge it doesn't, but still measure frequency. They recall this opponent rarely checks strong hands twice, and often bluff leads when scared. Even without pattern, that bias exists. You call. The river blanks, they shove, you call again. They table 9-8 offsuit, pure air. The logic wasn't in line structure, it was in average frequency. Emotionally, reading frequency without pattern requires detachment. You must abandon the expectation of consistency. Many players waste focus searching for sense in nonsense, growing frustrated when logic fails. Professionals accept chaos as environment, not anomaly. They act through math, not meaning. Patience refines the model. Over short samples, randomness dominates. Over hundreds of hands, tendencies reappear. Professionals gather small pieces, timing, sizing, emotional rhythm, until averages emerge. Technology reinforces this approach. Online tracking tools reveal frequencies numerically, but even live players can sense them intuitively. For instance, you notice that one opponent bluffs big on rivers roughly 1 out of every 4 times. The exact pattern doesn't matter, the ratio does. That ratio defines counter strategy. Call wider, fold less often. Off the table, professionals train this awareness through review. They study opponent logs, marking down how often aggression succeeds or fails. This transforms emotional memory into quantifiable structure. Mathematically, frequencies anchor logic when patterns disappear. Emotionally, they restore calm. You no longer need to figure out your opponent. You just need to measure them over time. When no pattern exists, proportion remains. Every player, no matter how chaotic, repeats some average rhythm. The professional listens for that rhythm, the way a musician hears tempo in noise. Even disorder carries beat. You cannot control the unpredictability of others, but you can stabilize your own interpretation. Professionals thrive amid inconsistency because they stop expecting order. They create it through ratio. Reading frequency without pattern is the bridge between chaos and clarity. It transforms randomness into data and confusion into calm. Chapter 18: Adaptive Confidence. Confidence in poker cannot be static. The game evolves, cards run unevenly, and outcomes often contradict logic. Professionals build adaptive confidence, a mindset rooted in process, not performance. It allows them to trust structure even through losing sessions, variant swings, or changing dynamics. Confidence begins as belief in preparation. Professionals do not draw strength from results. They draw it from repetition, study, and system. Every reviewed hand, solved scenario, and pattern observed becomes foundation. That foundation allows flexibility when uncertainty rises. Adaptive confidence does not mean unshakable certainty. It means calm persistence amid fluctuation. Imagine you are deep in a tournament. You've been card dead for 2 hours. Your stack has slipped from average to short. You pick up ace-5 suited on the button. The cutoff raises. You shove. They snap call with pocket nines. The flop brings 3 low cards, turn a 5, river a blank, you bust. The emotional mind says, I can't win flips. Adaptive confidence says, the shove was correct. You made the plumb decision given position, stack depth, and range advantage. The loss changes nothing about your skill. Professionals center their self-belief on process integrity, rather than short-term validation. Mathematically, adaptive confidence connects to expected value. You understand that EV realization unfolds over thousands of trials, not individual hands. When variance disrupts short-term outcomes, confidence must remain tethered to statistical truth, not immediate result. A second example illustrates how professionals adjust confidence during live volatility. You hold king-queen of spades on a jack-10-3 flop, with 2 spades. You have open-ended straight and flush draws, massive equity. You bet, get raised, and call. The turn blanks. Your opponent overbets. This is where insecurity often distorts logic. Many players panic. They must have it. Professionals breathe, recall math. With so many outs, your call remains profitable, even if behind. The river misses, you lose. Confidence, however, stays intact. You played correctly. Variance spoke. Adaptive confidence also means listening to feedback. When repeated review shows a frequency error, perhaps overcalling turns or underbluffing rivers, you adjust calmly. Ego does not resist correction. Professionals hold flexible confidence, not fragile pride. The belief is, I am strong enough to improve. Emotionally, this type of confidence feels quiet. It is not the loud certainty of bravado, but the calm assurance of structure. Professionals walk into the card room aware that luck may punish them tonight, and it doesn't matter. Their preparation guarantees clarity even through variance. Another form of adaptive confidence appears when environments change. Suppose you've built your strategy around online play and now transition to live tournaments. Timing tells, stack depth, and pace differ dramatically. The professional accepts temporary discomfort, adapting through observation rather than fear. Confidence here means trusting adaptability itself, the ability to rebuild understanding through logic. This flexibility also applies within sessions. After losing several medium pots, emotional confidence wavers. You begin to question reads, hesitate in marginal spots. The professional restores rhythm through action, smaller pots, simpler lines, renewed focus on fundamentals. Each correct, unremarkable decision rebuilds stability. Confidence grows again through repetition, not recovery. Mathematically, this mirrors bankroll management. You never overinvest one hand's emotional capital into your entire mental balance. Adaptive confidence preserves consistency by distributing trust across volume, many hands, many sessions. Professionals cultivate this resilience off the table through study routines and review. By understanding variance mathematically, they protect self-esteem emotionally. They know that losing streaks are not evidence of decay, but expressions of randomness. The structure remains sound. Adaptive confidence is not denial of weakness, it is strength built on transparency. You trust your skill while acknowledging imperfection. Each hand, win or lose, feeds calibration, proof that confidence must adjust constantly, like balance in motion. In poker, static confidence cracks under variance. Adaptive confidence bends and returns. It breathes with probability, anchored in reason. Professionals carry it like rhythm, steady through both silence and storm. You cannot control outcomes, but you can control belief in your process. When that belief adapts as easily as your strategy, you become unshakable, not because you always win, but because you always continue correctly. Chapter 19: Quantifying Uncertainty. Uncertainty cannot be removed from poker, but it can be measured. Quantifying uncertainty means assigning proportion to doubt, turning confusion into estimation. Professionals do not ask, what do they have? They ask, how often do they have it? The difference between the two questions is the foundation of clarity. Quantification begins with observation. Every action pre-flop raise, turn, check, river over bet, carries statistical weight. Over time, these actions reveal frequencies that can be modeled. Professionals internalize these frequencies so deeply that estimation becomes instinct. Imagine holding ace-10 of diamonds in the big blind. The cutoff raises, and you call. The flop comes king 5-2 with 1 diamond. You check, they bet half pot. You call. At this moment, uncertainty surrounds both sides. You don't know whether they hold a strong king, a weak ace, or a bluff. But you can quantify. You recall that this opponent continuation bets 70% of flops wide, but not reckless. That frequency means their range contains many unpaired hands. Your call is not guesswork, it's grounded in ratio. The turn brings 8 of hearts. They check. This lowers their weighted probability of top pair hands and increases bluff density. You bet half pot, targeting that imbalance. They fold. You didn't need certainty, only proportion. You acted logically, based on statistical expectation rather than emotional instinct. Mathematically, quantifying uncertainty merges probability with logic. Each hand's unknowns become percentage estimates, not mysteries. When an opponent 3-bets from the small blind, you assign them a 12–15% range. When they check-raise a dry flop, you estimate that only half of those combinations are for value. These numerical frameworks replace fear with structure. A deeper example, you hold pocket nines in a cash game. A tight player opens from early position, and you call from the button. The flop comes Jack 7-4 rainbow. They bet large. You know from review that this player continuation bets only 45% of the time on high card flops. That low percentage means their range skews towards strong hands, overpairs, top pairs, sets. You fold immediately, confident not in certainty, but in proportion. You might have folded the best hand occasionally, but your frequency discipline protects long-term equity. Professionals accept this trade because measured loss today prevents chaos tomorrow. Emotionally, quantifying uncertainty replaces anxiety with process. When you measure doubt, it stops feeling infinite. A call that wins 40% of the time is not guess, it's calculated risk. Professionals embrace this ratio even when it leads to temporary losses. Variance becomes tolerable once it's quantified. A losing stretch is no longer bad luck, it's statistical deviation. If you know your expected win rate is 5 big blinds per 100 hands, a 10,000 hand downswing no longer feels personal, it's mathematics in motion. Professionals detach emotion through comprehension. Quantification also applies dynamically mid-hand. Suppose you hold Queen 9 of spades on the button. The big blind calls your raise. The flop comes 9-6-5 with 2 hearts. They lead pot. The line seems strong, but you estimate that this player donk leads 25% of the time, often with draws or medium pairs. Against that distribution, your top pair wins more than half the time. You call. The turn brings Jack of clubs. They check. You check behind, preserving pot control. The river is 2 of hearts. They bet 1/3 pot. You call again and beat 8-6 suited. Each action was guided not by certainty, but by measured probability. Off the table, professionals refine this skill through analysis. They review hands with solvers or tracking data, comparing subjective estimates to objective truth. Over time, their intuitive estimates align more closely with reality. Quantifying uncertainty transforms chaos into rhythm. Instead of fearing the unknown, you weigh it. Instead of guessing, you measure. Each estimate builds confidence. Each ratio restores control. Poker will always contain randomness. The professional accepts this, but never lets it remain vague. In their mind, even the unknown has numbers, and those numbers keep them calm when others panic. Clarity, after all, is not the absence of uncertainty. It is the ability to measure it precisely enough to act without fear. Chapter 20: Decision Trees and Information Flow. Every poker hand unfolds like a branching tree. Each decision, bet, call, or fold, splits the future into possible outcomes. Professionals navigate this structure through what is called a decision tree, mapping choices and reactions several steps ahead. The strength of this method lies not in predicting exact events, but in understanding how information flows from one branch to the next. A decision tree is not static. It grows as evidence appears. Each action changes available data, narrowing some branches while opening others. Professionals train to visualize these structures instinctively, allowing them to stay balanced even under pressure. Imagine holding ace-queen of spades in the cutoff. The player in middle position opens to 3 big blinds, and you call. The blinds fold. Flop. Queen 9-5 with 2 hearts. Your opponent bets half pot. At this moment, your tree divides into 3 branches. Fold, end the hand, lose a small amount, and gather information about sizing pattern. Call, continue with range protection, allowing opponent to keep betting weaker hands. Raise, polarize your line immediately, forcing them to define their range. Each option carries its own information cost. Folding reveals nothing more. Calling preserves ambiguity. Raising exposes strength, but may extract maximum value or protection. Professionals choose branch not from emotion, but by weighting expected value and information gained. You decide to call. The turn brings 4 of clubs. The opponent checks. That action shifts information flow. You now know they likely lack strong overpairs or sets. The tree collapses. Certain branches close. You bet small, gathering further data. They call. The river is 2 of hearts, completing a potential flush. They lead small. This new input reopens the tree. You must now interpret whether this represents thin value or bluff. Because earlier branches showed passivity, probability favors weak-made hands rather than flushes. You call and win. This process, mapping, pruning, re-evaluating, is the foundation of structured decision-making. Mathematically, decision trees represent conditional probability chains. Each branch contains outcomes weighted by likelihood and payoff. Professionals do not attempt to compute every number. They focus on proportion. They visualize broad outcomes. If I bet, I win the pot this often and lose this often. The mind becomes simulator, not calculator. A second example illustrates how decision trees guide defense. You hold pocket jacks in the big blind. The button raises, you call. Flop, King Jack 4 rainbow. You check. They bet small. You call. Turn 10 of hearts. You check again. They bet large. Here, you map the tree forward. Raising isolates you against stronger holdings. Calling retains weaker value and controls pot. Folding surrenders too much equity. The call branch remains optimal. River, 8 of clubs. They shove. The tree now splits again, call or fold. You recall earlier lines, large turn bet plus river shove, often polarizes to value or misdraw. Because front door flushes never arrived, some bluffs remain. You call, winning against ace-queen. Even if you had lost, the decision's integrity would remain. Each branch was reasoned through structure, not emotion. Emotionally, decision trees calm the mind. When you view poker as chain of conditional steps, one decision at a time, complexity becomes manageable. You never need to solve the whole tree, only the current branch. Professionals stay present within process, not paralyzed by scale. Off the table, studying decision trees through solver tools or hand mapping builds pattern recognition. Over time, these patterns compress into instinct. The professional sees the tree instantly, like reading a familiar map. Information flow connects directly to composure. Every action sends data, every pause receives it. Professionals learn to exchange this information efficiently, revealing little while extracting much. They understand that control of information, when to give it, when to collect it, is the heartbeat of poker logic. Decision trees turn chaos into order. Each hand becomes a sequence of branches guided by ratio, logic, and rhythm. Professionals move through these paths smoothly, pruning emotion and leaving only structure. Poker rewards those who can see not just the next move, but the system of movement itself. The professional does not wander through the forest of decisions. They navigate it, calmly, one branch at a time. Chapter 21. The Bayesian Loop. In poker, information is always moving. Every action you see, every bet, check or pause, reshapes what you believe about the hand. Professionals manage this process through something called the Bayesian loop. It's a continuous cycle of updating your understanding as new evidence appears. It's not a single calculation. It's an ongoing dialogue between logic and observation. The loop starts with a prior, your first assumption about an opponent's range or style. As the hand plays out, each action becomes new evidence. You adjust your belief and form what's called a posterior, a refined estimate. Then, when the next card hits, the process begins again. The best players repeat this loop in real time until their decision feels clear. Picture this: you're holding ace-queen of hearts in the cutoff seat. A player in middle position raises, and you call. The flop comes king, 10, 4, with 2 clubs. Your opponent makes a small continuation bet. Your prior says they raise with strong hands, big aces, pairs, and Broadway cards, and they continuation bet around 70% of the time. The small bet supports a wide range. It could be weak, or just part of their usual pattern. You call with your open-ended straight draw and backdoor flush potential. The turn is the 3 of diamonds. They check. That new evidence changes things. Many players with strong kings or overpairs would keep betting. The check lowers that probability and increases the chance they have ace high or a weak pair. You bet 2/3 of the pot. They call. Now the data refines again. Maybe middle pair, maybe a stubborn ace-high hand. The river brings the jack of hearts, completing your straight. They check once more. You bet big for value, and they fold. Each action loops back into the process. Prior, evidence, posterior, until the hand's story naturally reaches its end. Mathematically, the Bayesian loop means this: your new belief equals your old belief, multiplied by the strength of the new evidence. Professionals don't crunch those numbers in real time. They internalize the relationships. Strong evidence, like a large polarized bet, changes beliefs sharply. Weak evidence, like a routine continuation bet, adjusts them only a little. Here's another example, under pressure. You hold pocket nines on the button. The hijack raises, and you call. The flop is 8, 6, 3 rainbow. They bet half the pot. Your prior says they raise with overpairs, top pairs, and some bluffs. The small bet fits that whole range, so you make no big update and call. The turn is the ace of diamonds. They check. That contradicts a strong range. Most overpairs would bet again. The check strengthens the idea they have a weak showdown hand. You bet small. They call. That new evidence adds back some medium-strength hands like 8s or 9s. The river is the king of clubs. They check again. You check back. They show Queen 8 suited. Your entire process, prior evidence and updates, stayed consistent. The pot wasn't large, but the logic was flawless. Emotionally, the Bayesian loop keeps you calm. You don't have to know everything, just enough to update correctly. When something unexpected happens, see it as new data, not a mistake. That mindset turns confusion into curiosity and keeps your emotions steady. The loop also prevents anchoring bias. Many players cling to early labels, calling someone tight, loose, or honest. Professionals keep beliefs fluid. If a so-called tight player bluffs twice in a row, they update. They don't force the evidence to fit the story. In live poker, the Bayesian loop includes physical tells too. A nervous glance, hesitation in moving chips, or an overly rehearsed posture, all of it becomes new evidence. Professionals log those moments quietly, updating their model while staying expressionless. Off the table, they train by reviewing hands one street at a time, noting how each action should have changed their belief. With repetition, that rhythm becomes automatic, the mind constantly balancing what it thought before with what it just learned. The Bayesian loop turns instinct into structured thinking. It makes every observation meaningful and every decision self-correcting. Professionals don't fear new information, they depend on it. Poker rewards adaptability. The players who win most are not those who guess right once, but those who keep updating every time. Chapter 22: Expected Value in Imperfect Systems. Expected value is the compass of poker. It shows the average return of a decision if it were repeated forever. Professionals live by this principle, but they also understand something deeper. Real poker is messy. Human behavior, fatigue, and incomplete information distort the math. True mastery comes not from perfection, but from staying pointed in the right direction despite the noise. Every decision you make carries an expected value, positive, negative, or neutral. Positive expected value choices earn profit over time, even when they lose today. Negative expected value choices lose money in the long run, even if they happen to win right now. Professionals separate outcome from process. Their satisfaction comes from making the correct choice, not from how many chips they collect afterward. Picture a hand where you hold King Jack of Hearts on the button. A player in middle position raises to 3 big blinds and you call. The flop comes Jack, 7, 5 with 2 clubs. Your opponent bets half the pot. You call. The turn brings the Queen of Diamonds. They check. You bet half the pot and they call. The river is the 2 of spades. They check again. You check back. You win the showdown against 10-9 suited. The hand wasn't dramatic, it was balanced. Your flop call protected your range. Your turn, bet earned thin value. Your river check avoided over-aggression. Each choice carried modest but positive expected value. It didn't feel exciting, but it served your long-term goal exactly. Now consider a tougher spot. You hold pocket 4s in a tournament with high blinds. A short stack moves all in for 8 big blinds. A medium stack reshoves for 20. You have 30 behind. You call, correctly reasoning that both players might hold overcards. Your pair has about 30% equity against their combined ranges. The call is positive, expected value. The board runs out, ace, king, queen, and you lose. The math was right, but the result hurts. Professionals accept this gap between truth and feeling. Expected value is reality that variance tries to disguise. In pure math, expected value equals the chance of winning multiplied by the amount you win, minus the chance of losing multiplied by the amount you lose. But poker rarely matches the neat formula. Opponents make mistakes. Humans misread frequencies. So professionals simplify. They label situations by direction instead of precision, clearly positive, marginal, or clearly negative. This mindset keeps them steady through fatigue and uncertainty. Here's another hand that shows this thinking. You hold ace-9 of spades on a 10-6-2 board. An unpredictable opponent bets the full pot. Your pot odds require 40% equity to call, but based on their behavior, you estimate only 35. Slightly negative. You fold. An orbit later, a similar situation arises. This time, your estimate is above the threshold. You call and win. Both decisions were right, because both followed expected value, not emotion. Expected value also guides how professionals spend their mental energy. They study where the payoff per effort is highest. Working on pre-flop ranges yields more value than obsessing over rare river spots. The concept of expected value applies not only to hands, but to time and focus themselves. Emotionally, this discipline protects against variance. When you see every hand as one moment in a long sequence, losses lose their sting. A bad beat becomes statistical, not personal. Professionals think in volume. They judge themselves not by a single session, but by the pattern of correct decisions across thousands. Expected value thinking also teaches humility. Even perfect logic carries uncertainty. The math gives expectation, not guarantee. Professionals accept that and keep trusting their process. Away from the table, they review results with this same lens, checking whether outcomes align with expectation and noticing when emotion pushed them off course. That reflection keeps their internal compass aligned. Expected value is more than a formula. It's a worldview. It reminds us that within poker's chaos, there is order. Each correct decision, repeated patiently, builds quiet progress. In an imperfect system, professionals don't chase perfection. They chase proportion, making enough good choices for probability to take care of the rest. Over time, math rewards discipline, and variance fades into background noise. Chapter 23: The Psychology of Loss Aversion. Loss aversion is the tendency to fear losing more than we value winning. In psychology, it's measured as roughly a 2-to-1 ratio. Losing $1 hurts about twice as much as winning one feels good. In poker, this imbalance distorts logic. Professionals learn to recognize and neutralize it, understanding that avoiding discomfort often costs more than variance ever could. Loss aversion reveals itself in subtle ways. Players fold too quickly in marginal spots, avoid thin value bets, or hesitate to call profitable shoves because they imagine regret before chips move. This mental protection feels safe, but over time it bleeds expected value. Professionals overcome this bias, not by suppressing fear, but by reframing it. Losing correctly is success. Only irrational loss is failure. Imagine a common hand. You hold ace-queen offsuit in the big blind. The button opens, and you 3-bet. They call. Flop. Queen 10-6. With 2 clubs. You continuation bet small. They call. Turn, 3 of hearts. You bet again, 2/3 pot. They call once more. River, jack of clubs. The backdoor flush completes. You check. They shove. The pot is large. Emotion surges. Fear of losing overwhelms logic. Loss aversion whispers, "You'll look foolish if they have it." Professionals pause. They separate math from emotion. The flush completes, but so does straight. Their bluff ratio remains possible. Pot odds demand a call, roughly 33% of the time. You recall this opponent's tendency to overbluff missed draws. You call. They show ace-10, a weaker pair. The logic wins because fear did not. Mathematically, loss aversion skews frequencies. Folding more than equilibrium reduces defense percentage, allowing opponents to exploit your passivity. Over time, small underdefenses compound into major EV loss. Professionals correct by focusing on ratio rather than outcome. The correct call remains correct, even when it loses a third of the time. Another example illustrates the opposite case. You hold pocket nines on a king 8-5 flop. You bet, and your opponent calls. The turn brings ace of hearts. You check, they bet large. Fear of losing tempts you to see one more card. but logic recognizes domination. Folding is correct. Loss aversion can also appear as pride, calling just to avoid feeling outplayed. Professionals detach ego from defense. They fold calmly when math says fold, not because they fear losing, but because they respect proportion. Emotionally, loss aversion stems from identity. Many players attach self-worth to winning hands. When chips vanish, ego feels diminished. Professionals separate the two. They see poker as a sequence of decisions, not personal judgment. Losses are statistical events, not reflections of ability. To retrain the mind, professionals use perspective. They review hands by category: positive EV decisions that lost and negative EV decisions that won. Over time, this catalog proves that outcome variance is irrelevant to skill measurement. The discomfort of losing fades when logic becomes habit. Another practical tool is exposure. Professionals intentionally analyze their biggest losing pots, not to dwell on pain but to normalize it. The brain learns that reviewing loss is safe, reducing fear's future power. Loss aversion also influences bankroll management. Players who fear loss too deeply underplay stakes, stunting growth. Those who ignore it entirely overextend and collapse under pressure. The professional finds balance, playing within comfort, but stretching enough to grow tolerance. Mathematically, variance demands exposure. To realize long-term edge, you must endure short-term risk. The avoidance of temporary loss guarantees permanent stagnation. Emotionally, the antidote to loss aversion is curiosity. Instead of asking, "What if I lose?" professionals ask, "What can I learn?" The shift transforms fear into engagement. In poker, loss is not failure, it is ingredient. Professionals accept its inevitability and treat it like variance in data, not threat to identity. They know that loss aversion blinds logic, while clarity invites growth. The strongest players don't chase wins, they chase correct decisions. Over time, that pursuit converts every rational loss into quiet profit. Chapter 24: The Value of Indifference. In poker, indifference is power. It means reaching a point where your opponent's choices, call or fold, bet or check, no longer change your expected value. At equilibrium, your strategy makes them indifferent. The professional's goal is not domination but balance, forcing opponents into decisions where every option feels equally uncomfortable. Indifference is both mathematical and emotional. Mathematically, it describes mixed strategies, betting and checking the right hands at precise ratios, so no counter-strategy can exploit you. Emotionally, it means detachment from results. You neither fear being called nor crave being paid. You act from proportion, not reaction. Imagine holding ace-jack of spades on the button. The cutoff opens, you call. Flop, king 10-4 rainbow. They continuation bet, half pot. You have an open-ended straight draw. You raise small half their bet size. This play folds out weak air, extracts value from draws, and balances future bluffs. If they call, your hand still retains equity. Turn, 7 of diamonds. They check. You check behind, maintaining range balance. River, queen of clubs. The straight completes. They check again. You bet 2/3 pot, targeting pairs and 2 pairs. In this sequence, every choice reflected equilibrium. Your flop raise wasn't pure bluff. It was designed to keep opponents indifferent between folding and continuing. When opponents cannot exploit your frequency, your long-term expectation stabilizes. Mathematically, indifference is the heart of game theory. For every value bet, there must exist proportional bluff. If you bluff too little, opponents fold too little. If you bluff too much, they call too much. Professionals find the ratio where those reactions lose meaning. That is indifference in action. Another example demonstrates defensive equilibrium. You hold pocket eights in the big blind. The button raises, you call. Flop, Queen 9-5, with 2 spades. You check, they continuation bet, 2/3 pot. If you fold too often, they profit automatically. To defend correctly, you must continue with enough combinations, pairs, draws, and some ace highs, to make their bluffing frequency neutral. You call, even if uncertain, because your presence in the pot protects your range. Turn, 3 of clubs. They check. You bet small. This balanced aggression flips the dynamic. They now face indifference. If they fold too much, they lose to your bluffs. If they call too wide, they lose to your value. Over time, maintaining these ratios prevents exploitation and maximizes long-term value. Emotionally, indifference is liberation. Many players attach identity to outcome, relief when called correctly, frustration when bluffed. Professionals detach completely. They recognize that equilibrium decisions succeed by design, not by validation. A bluff caught occasionally is evidence of correct frequency, not failure. Indifference also shapes rhythm. Professionals make decisions without hesitation or visible relief. Their behavior mirrors balance. They do not celebrate winning pots or lament losing them. This steadiness protects psychological equilibrium, which mirrors strategic equilibrium. Another subtle form of indifference lies in hand selection. Suppose you have Jack 9 suited on the cutoff and face an early position raise. The hand sits at edge of calling range, profitable sometimes, marginal often. Professionals randomize here, mixing calls and folds at roughly equal rates. This randomness creates practical indifference. Opponents cannot predict behavior, keeping balance intact. Mathematically, these mixed strategies guarantee stability. If opponents knew your hand always folded or always called, they could exploit. By randomizing, you remove informational leverage. The professional uses equilibrium not to confuse others, but to remain unexploitable. Off the table, indifference extends to results. Professionals analyze mistakes with calm detachment. They care deeply about accuracy, not emotion. When review shows an error, they adjust quietly, no self-criticism, no pride. Each correction preserves structure. The emotional value of indifference is freedom. When you accept that some outcomes are neutral by design, you stop chasing perfection. Each correct action, whether profitable today or not, reinforces balance. Poker rewards proportion. Indifference is the point where logic and emotion align, where you play not to win every hand, but to remain unexploitable forever. The professional understands. Peace at the table comes not from control, but from equilibrium. When you can act without need for reassurance, you've reached the rarest advantage of all: calm neutrality inside perpetual uncertainty. Chapter 25: Translating Theory into Instinct. Theory builds understanding. Instinct builds execution. The strongest poker players live in the space between the two. They study deeply, then practice until knowledge becomes reflex, so that in the moment of pressure, logic flows without conscious strain. Translating theory into instinct is the final evolution of a disciplined player. At first, theory feels abstract. You study solver outputs, equity charts, and optimal frequencies. Every number makes sense in isolation, but feels heavy at the table. Professionals bridge that gap through repetition. They practice common situations, 3-bet pots, continuation bet defenses, blind versus blind play, until each line becomes rhythm. The goal is not memorization, but internalization. Imagine a simple pre-flop scenario. You hold ace-5 suited in the small blind. The button opens to 2.5 big blinds. A theoretical chart says 3-bet, this hand 50% of the time, call 50%. The number itself is meaningless until it becomes feel. After thousands of hands, your intuition recognizes conditions, stack depth, opponent type, position dynamic, and executes that mix automatically. You no longer recall data, you recall proportion. This conversion process mirrors how athletes train. The first stage is mechanical, correct but slow. The second is rhythmic, consistent under low stress. The third is fluid, instinctive even under pressure. Professionals reach this final stage by building layers of structure that free cognition for higher level reads. Consider a post-flop example. You defend the big blind with king-9 of hearts against a cutoff raise. Flop, 9-6-2 rainbow. You check, they continuation, bet 1/3 pot. The theory says, defend here nearly always. Your top pair dominates weaker value and bluffs. After enough practice, you no longer calculate. The moment you see board texture and position, your brain triggers automatic call. This is instinct born from theory. Turn, Queen of Spades. They bet again, larger. Now the hand shifts into semi-automatic logic. You recall that turn overcards favor the aggressor. You call less often, mixing folds with some bluff catches. The decision happens naturally because the underlying rule is embedded in memory. Translating theory into instinct does not mean abandoning thought. It means reducing mental friction. Professionals think less during execution because they already thought more during study. Each principle, bet sizing, range balance, bluff frequency, was once explicit. Now it's implicit, leaving space for perception. Mathematically, this reduces cognitive load. Conscious calculation is limited to a few operations per second, but subconscious pattern recognition processes thousands. By shifting knowledge into automatic form, you act faster and remain calm under pressure. Another example shows the emotional side. You hold Queen 10 of clubs in the cutoff. The small blind 3 bets you call. Flop King 9-5 with 2 clubs. They continuation bet large. Instinct triggers, strong draw, plus position equals profitable call. No math required. The instinct is not guess, it's the sum of years of learned equity awareness. The turn brings 4 of diamonds. They check. You bet 2/3 pot. The sizing flows naturally. You've internalized that larger bet's pressure-capped ranges. The river blanks. You check behind and lose to aces, and yet every action was correct. Instinct functioned flawlessly. Emotionally, instinct protects focus. Thinking consciously about every ratio drains energy. Professionals rely on automatic recall, so their composure never fractures during long sessions. The more theory absorbed, the more mental freedom gained. Off the table, translation happens through deliberate drills. Reviewing solver outputs, replaying hands, and shadow commentating past sessions all reinforce neural pathways. Over time, theoretical logic migrates from intellect to intuition. Professionals also remain humble about instinct's limits. Automatic responses can drift, if not recalibrated. Regular study resets accuracy, keeping intuition aligned with modern theory. In the end, instinct is simply remembered, discipline. Each automatic reaction was once a conscious effort repeated correctly. The professional trusts that process. They study deeply, execute smoothly, and adjust calmly. When theory becomes instinct, poker slows down. Chaos feels organized. Every action flows from structure without strain. The professional no longer thinks about what to do. They simply do it, perfectly, as if logic itself has learned to breathe. Chapter 26. Lesson Recap. Poker is a game built on incomplete information. Every choice we make balances logic against uncertainty. This lesson explored that balance, how professionals think clearly within chaos, applying structure without losing intuition. Throughout these chapters, we learned that certainty is not required for accuracy. Each decision carries unknowns, but disciplined reasoning turns those unknowns into proportion. Bayesian thinking, expected value, and equilibrium provided mathematical anchors. From them, we built systems to interpret risk through calm logic instead of fear. We examined how composure influences clarity. Concepts like adaptive confidence, emotional calibration, and patience revealed that decision-making begins long before the hand starts. Professionals remain stable because they treat uncertainty not as threat, but as data. Each outcome, win or loss, becomes feedback for refinement. We saw that balance and exploitation coexist as part of the same structure. A strong player adapts when weakness appears, then returns to equilibrium when the edge fades. This rhythm attack, adjust, stabilize, defines mastery more than any single strategy. Emotionally, the lesson reminded us that thought must remain fluid. Tactical flexibility, disciplined folding, and defensive structure all rely on the same mental foundation, patience under pressure. Professionals trust the process, knowing that variance is temporary and logic is permanent. In the end, decision-making under uncertainty is not about predicting the future. It is about staying composed enough to navigate it. Poker rewards those who think proportionally, who respond to volatility with clarity, and who accept that imperfection is part of the system. The professional learns to see uncertainty as opportunity. Within it lies every edge, every lesson, and every quiet moment where logic and instinct finally align. Welcome back to the Sleepy Poker Masterclass, Beginner to Master. In this final lesson, we bring our journey to a close. Together, we've studied the logic, patience, and emotional balance that define true mastery in poker. Now we step beyond strategy and into perspective, reflecting on everything learned and understanding how it all connects into one complete mindset. This is where your next chapter as a complete player truly begins. Chapter 1: The Long Journey. Poker mastery does not arrive in a single moment. It unfolds slowly, over countless decisions that blur together into understanding. Every player begins in confusion. The cards move too quickly, the math feels distant, and every pot seems decided by luck. But through time, patterns begin to emerge. The rhythm of the game becomes familiar. The chaos turns into quiet signals that the trained mind can hear. This journey begins with curiosity, but it continues through discipline. To sit at a poker table is to agree to a lifelong study of patience. You cannot rush understanding. You cannot force clarity. You must play, review, and reflect until the lessons settle into instinct. That is how theory becomes practice. That is how experience becomes wisdom. In the early days, every mistake feels personal. A lost hand feels like failure. But soon you learn that poker is not about single outcomes. It is about the collection of decisions that, over time, form a consistent edge. You start to see beyond the hand you just played. You begin to care more about whether you made the right decision than whether you won the pot. That quiet shift marks the true start of mastery. With each session, your mind learns to stay balanced. You stop chasing losses. You stop fearing bad luck. You focus on process. You fold when discipline tells you to fold, not when emotion gives permission. You bet because the math and logic align, not because you feel impatient. Through this repetition, poker begins to teach its deepest lesson: control of self. Every hand you play adds another small piece to the puzzle. You learn to manage your bankroll, to protect your mental state, and to observe others without judgment. You see the same faces at the table and begin to recognize how human emotion drives so many decisions. Anger, fear, pride, hope, they all sit there in plain sight. The cards are random, but the people are predictable. And in that realization, you discover that poker is not just mathematics. It is psychology, philosophy, and art combined. The journey also requires humility. The best players in the world still lose. They still face stretches of bad variance and frustration. What separates them is their response. They study their mistakes, not to punish themselves, but to learn how to think better next time. They view each loss as tuition for a greater education. They understand that mastery is not perfection. It is persistence with purpose. Along this path, something remarkable happens. The game that once overwhelmed you becomes a space of calm. The noise of chips, the voices, and the tension fade into background sound. What remains is focus. Your breathing slows. Your awareness expands. The table becomes a mirror, reflecting your inner state. When you are calm, the game feels simple. When you are scattered, the game feels chaotic. And in that reflection, poker teaches you how to manage not just the table, but yourself. The long journey also transforms your view of time. You stop measuring success by the day or week. You begin to think in months, years, and lifetimes. You understand that a single hand means nothing compared to the thousands still ahead. You stop needing to win every session. You learn to trust that good decisions will lead to good outcomes over the long run. That is the patience of the professional. Over the years, your habits refine. You review hands with more honesty. You accept feedback from stronger players. You start to sense your own leaks before others notice them. Every small correction compounds. What once felt like hard work becomes routine discipline. You are not chasing results anymore. You are building reliability, the quiet consistency that separates the serious from the hopeful. Eventually, poker becomes more than a game. It becomes a form of meditation. Each hand is an exercise in awareness. Each opponent is a teacher. Each mistake is an invitation to grow. You begin to carry the calmness you feel at the table into the rest of your life. You become patient in conversation, analytical under pressure, and steady in uncertainty. The lessons you learned with chips and cards start shaping your character beyond the felt. The long journey never truly ends. Even the masters are still learning. They still question their lines, study new theory, and adapt to changing environments. The more you know, the more you realize how deep the game really goes. That depth is not frustrating. It is beautiful. It means there is always room to grow, always a new edge to find, always a new layer of self-awareness, waiting just beneath the surface. So wherever you are in your journey, take a quiet moment to appreciate it. You have already come further than most ever will. You understand the structure, the odds, the logic, and the rhythm of the game. You have faced mistakes and kept going. That is what matters. Not the size of your wins, but the steadiness of your pursuit. Poker rewards the patient. It shapes those who keep returning to the table with open minds and calm hearts. The long journey is not about arriving at a final destination. It is about learning to enjoy the walk itself. Every shuffle, every bet, every decision brings you one step closer to mastery, not just of the game, but of yourself. Chapter 2: The core of all strategy. Every game of poker, no matter how complex the situation may seem, always returns to a few simple truths. They are the foundation beneath every theory, every advanced tool, and every creative play. When you strip away the layers of analysis, these fundamentals remain unchanged. They are the compass points that guide every great player, no matter how deep the strategy goes. At the heart of all strategy lies position. Where you sit in relation to the dealer button defines what information you have and what options you control. Acting last gives you the advantage of clarity. You see how others behave before you decide. This awareness lets you shape pots, choose your aggression, and navigate risk with precision. Acting early removes that comfort. You move first, in the dark, unsure of what waits behind. Every sound poker strategy begins with respecting this difference. Position is not a minor edge, It is the frame through which every hand should be viewed. From there comes the discipline of starting hand selection. Good players understand that not all cards deserve to be played. Some hands hold strong equity. Others are weak by design, promising little but trouble. When you learn to fold early and often, you gain more than just safety. You buy focus. You protect mental energy for the decisions that truly matter. Patience in selection is not tightness, it is professionalism. It is knowing that the fewer mistakes you invite, the more consistent your results become. Then comes the subtle art of pot control. This is the invisible balance that separates chaos from structure. Pot control is not about playing small or being passive. It is about managing the size of the pot relative to the strength of your hand. When you have a marginal holding, you keep the pot manageable. When you hold a monster, you allow it to grow naturally. Pot control creates rhythm. It keeps your range balanced and your emotions steady. It protects you from overcommitting when the board turns against you, and it maximizes profit when everything aligns. These three pillars, position, hand selection, and pot control, work together as the quiet engine of poker success. They appear simple on the surface, yet they hold layers of sophistication. They are not concepts you learn once and set aside. They must be revisited constantly, reinforced through play, refined through reflection. Even world champions still study these fundamentals. Their mastery does not come from knowing them in theory, but from executing them without hesitation. Strategy also begins with awareness of context. Every table, every lineup, every blind structure shifts the value of your decisions. The same hand that plays profitably on a soft table may lose money against sharp opponents. The best players read the texture of the environment before they even look at their cards. They sense pace, personality, and pressure. They adjust before they act. That ability to read not just cards but conditions is the mark of true adaptability. And within this structure lies the deeper idea of balance. You cannot rely solely on aggression, nor can you survive through passivity. Poker rewards those who blend strength with patience, logic with instinct. It is a conversation between mathematics and psychology, between calculation and courage. When you understand that the goal is not to dominate, but to flow with precision, your play becomes cleaner. You stop forcing wins. You start creating opportunities. Another core of strategy is self-awareness. Knowing your tendencies is as important as reading opponents. Do you fold too quickly under pressure? Do you chase draws too often? Do you bet too small when you are nervous? These patterns exist in everyone. The only difference is whether you notice them. Self-awareness allows you to correct leaks before they grow. It transforms poker from a reactive game into a deliberate practice. The longer you play, the more these principles fade into intuition. You stop consciously thinking about position or pot size. You simply act correctly because your mind has been trained through repetition. That is the quiet goal of study, to make excellence automatic. When fundamentals become muscle memory, your mental energy can shift toward higher layers of play, range construction, exploitative adjustments, and live reads. But if you ever drift too far from these basics, the structure begins to collapse. Every professional knows this. After a stretch of poor results, they return to the basics. They review opening ranges, positional charts, and bet sizing templates. They reset their foundation. Without these, even advanced theory loses meaning. Poker's complexity can only be managed through simplicity. The fundamentals are not a beginner's topic. They are a master's routine. So when you find yourself lost in the details of solvers, frequencies, and equilibrium charts, pause for a moment. Ask yourself, what position am I in? What range am I representing? What size fits the story I am telling? These questions reconnect you to the roots of the game. They ground you when emotion or confusion threaten to take over. The core of all strategy is respect. Respect for structure, for discipline, and for patience. It is a reminder that mastery is built on repetition of the right habits. A solid foundation allows creativity to flourish safely. Without it, even brilliance collapses under pressure. Every hand, every table, every decision begins with the same quiet truth: fundamentals first. In the end, poker rewards clarity. When your strategy is rooted in position, guided by discipline, and supported by control, you no longer chase luck. You create it. You turn randomness into rhythm. You turn complexity into calm. That is the true core of all strategy: simplicity, executed perfectly over time. Chapter 3: Clarity over complexity. As players grow in knowledge, many begin to chase complexity. They fill their minds with equations, solver charts, and theoretical branches that stretch into endless detail. It feels like progress, and sometimes it is, but there is a danger hidden in the noise. The more information you collect, the harder it becomes to see clearly. The real goal of study is not to make the game more complicated. It is to make it simpler, to remove confusion until every decision feels natural and precise. Clarity is the quiet strength of a true master. When you watch an elite player act, their process appears effortless. Their thoughts are measured, their timing calm, their motion steady. That ease is not born from shortcuts or luck. It comes from thousands of hours spent removing unnecessary thought. They have already done the hard work of analysis. Now in the moment, they let go of what they no longer need. Their mind is clear, their focus narrow, their confidence quiet. The difference between clarity and complexity begins with purpose. Every piece of poker knowledge must serve a reason. Learning range charts is useful because it builds structure. Studying solver outputs is useful because it sharpens logic. But memorizing data without understanding is clutter. It adds noise to a space that should remain peaceful. The mind performs best when it knows what matters and ignores the rest. Clarity also means trusting that you do not need to know everything. Poker is a game of incomplete information. The best players do not chase perfect answers. They accept uncertainty. Instead of panicking when the situation is unclear, they focus on what they can control. They consider position, stack depth, tendencies, and pot odds, the key ingredients, and then decide with confidence. Even if they are wrong, the process was correct. That is clarity. Acting cleanly, without hesitation, within imperfect data. Complexity, on the other hand, breeds hesitation. The mind begins to spiral through what-ifs, probabilities, and imagined outcomes. You start to doubt every choice. You overthink, overcalculate, and lose flow. Poker rewards decisiveness. It punishes mental clutter. When the table moves quickly, you need your thoughts to move cleanly. A clear process keeps you grounded when chaos rises. To cultivate clarity, you must train restraint. Study deeply, but not endlessly. Review your hands, but do not drown in analysis. Write notes, but learn to summarize your insights into simple truths. For example, out of position, keep pot small, bluff only when equity supports it. Never make emotional calls. These are not slogans. They are distilled wisdom, concise reminders that prevent the mind from drifting into noise. Clarity also depends on emotional calm. A cluttered mind often begins with a restless heart. When fear or frustration enters your thoughts, clarity fades. You begin chasing certainty through calculation, trying to control what cannot be controlled. The solution is not more knowledge. It is stillness. Take a breath. Slow your rhythm. Allow the mind to clear before acting. Many of poker's worst mistakes come not from ignorance, but from haste. As you grow stronger, you may notice a paradox. The deeper your understanding, the simpler your decisions become. What once felt complex now feels obvious. The layers of theory merge into instinct. This is the natural evolution of mastery. Complexity is a stage you must pass through, not a place to remain. You study theory so you can eventually stop thinking about it. You learn details so you can forget it at the table. True expertise feels light, not heavy. Another part of clarity is honesty. You must see the game as it truly is, not as you wish it to be. Many players blind themselves with optimism or denial. They invent reasons to justify poor calls or reckless bluffs. Clarity removes that illusion. It demands truth about your hand strength, about your table image, about your emotions. It asks that you face the moment exactly as it is, without story or ego. From that truth, correct action becomes obvious. Clarity also brings freedom. When you simplify your process, you stop fearing complexity. You trust yourself to make strong decisions even in uncertain spots. You no longer freeze when faced with an unfamiliar line. You follow your structure, apply your logic, and let the results unfold. You begin to enjoy the game again. You feel present, alert, calm. That state where thought and instinct flow together is what professionals call being in rhythm. It is the quiet confidence that comes from understanding what truly matters. You will still make mistakes, of course. Everyone does. But with clarity, mistakes become information instead of frustration. You review them cleanly, extract the lesson, and move on. There is no spiral of guilt or self-doubt. There is simply improvement, one clear insight at a time. In the end, clarity is the heart of mastery. Complexity may look impressive, but clarity wins. The player who sees simply, acts decisively, and trusts their structure will always outperform the player lost in thought. Poker, like life, rewards those who can quiet the noise. When you strip away everything unnecessary, what remains is truth, position, patience, discipline, and courage. The rest is decoration. So let your study refine you, not overwhelm you. Let each concept serve a purpose, then return it to silence. The game does not need more noise. It needs clear minds making clean decisions. Clarity turns information into wisdom, and wisdom into calm. And calm, more than any theory, is what wins the long game. Chapter 4: The Discipline of Folding. Every poker player learns quickly that folding is part of the game, yet few truly master it. Folding feels like surrender. It feels like stepping back while others compete for the pot. But folding, when done with discipline and understanding, is one of the purest expressions of skill. It is not weakness. It is control. It is the art of preserving energy for when the odds favor you most. The best players in the world fold more than they play. Their strength lies not in how many pots they win, but in how few they lose unnecessarily. They understand that every chip saved is a chip earned. They recognize that poker is not a battle of ego. It is a study of patience. Each fold is a decision made in service of the long game, a quiet statement that says, "I do not need to win this hand to win overall." Folding well begins with acceptance. You will not win every pot. You are not meant to. Poker is a game of selective participation. The sooner you accept that truth, the faster your growth begins. When you fold correctly, you are protecting both your bankroll and your mental stability. You are keeping yourself aligned with logic, not emotion. The key is to detach your identity from each hand. You are not your cards. You are the quality of your decisions. Discipline comes from resisting temptation. A player looks down at a decent hand and feels the pull to play. Maybe it is a suited connector or a small pair. It looks inviting, but context matters. Position, stack size, table dynamics, and opponent tendencies all determine whether that hand should be played. The disciplined player waits for alignment, when position, situation, and purpose connect. Everything else is noise. Folding in those moments is not giving up. It is staying faithful to structure. Folding also protects emotional equilibrium. Every time you enter a pot without clear purpose, you invite stress. You face difficult boards, unpredictable opponents, and awkward spots that tax your concentration. Over time, that drains your focus. By folding early, you conserve clarity for when it matters most. You stay sharp deep into long sessions. The energy you save by avoiding marginal hands compounds quietly across hours of play. There is also a subtle psychological edge in folding well. Observant players notice how others react to giving up a hand. Many display frustration. They sigh, fidget, or throw chips carelessly. But a calm fold projects confidence. It shows patience. It tells the table you are not desperate. Over time, opponents learn that your participation has meaning. When you finally enter a pot, they respect it. Your folds give weight to your aggression later. The hardest fold is the emotional one, the moment you must release a hand you once believed in. You raised pre-flop, hit a piece of the board, and now face pressure on later streets. The urge to call just to see it whispers in your mind. But discipline demands surrender when logic says you are beaten. Those are the folds that separate professionals from amateurs. The amateur needs closure. The professional needs clarity. They let the hand go, trusting that saving chips is a form of winning. Folding also teaches humility. It reminds you that control in poker is partial. You make the best decision possible with the information you have, and sometimes that decision is to step aside. There is wisdom in restraint. Folding frees you from the illusion of constant participation. You do not need to be involved in every story the table tells. You can sit quietly, observe, and wait for the right moment to rejoin the narrative on your own terms. Over time, the discipline of folding becomes second nature. You stop feeling regret when you muck your cards. You stop chasing the idea of what could have been. You learn that missing one small opportunity is better than exposing yourself to 10 dangerous ones. You make peace with the idea that patience is not passive. It is active protection, a decision rooted in long-term logic. Many players fear folding because they equate it with lost potential. But poker is not about potential. It is about probability. You cannot measure yourself by how many times you could have won if luck favored you. You measure yourself by how often you made the right choice given what you knew. In that sense, every correct fold is a silent victory. It is proof that logic prevailed over impulse. Discipline does not mean rigidity, though. It means awareness. There are times to defend, times to call, and times to fight back. But the disciplined player knows how to differentiate between justified risk and needless resistance. They fold when odds, position, and intuition align against them. They re-engage when the advantage returns. They flow with the rhythm of the game, not against it. The more you fold correctly, the stronger you become. You feel less pressure to prove yourself. You stop trying to outplay variance. You focus on building edges where they truly exist. This mindset, cultivated over thousands of decisions, becomes your anchor in uncertainty. The discipline of folding is the unseen foundation of consistency. In the end, folding is a form of wisdom. It reflects patience, humility, and self-control. Every fold says, "I will wait for a better spot." And that quiet decision, repeated over time, builds a player who wins not through bursts of aggression, but through the steady rhythm of correct choices. The chips you do not lose will one day fund the pot that truly matters. That is the discipline of folding, the courage to step back now, so you can step forward with strength later. Chapter 5. Stillness at the table. Every poker table has its own current. The sounds of shuffling chips, quiet talk, and flickering lights all blend into a subtle rhythm. Most players move with that rhythm without realizing it. They react to every bet, every glance, every rush of adrenaline. But the true masters move differently. They slow the rhythm down. They create stillness within the noise. Their calmness becomes a weapon that shapes the energy of the entire table. Stillness does not mean silence. It means control. It is the ability to maintain composure in moments that pull others into chaos. The still player is not frozen. They are deliberate. They sit upright, but relaxed. They breathe steadily. Their focus remains contained, like a quiet pool of water that reflects everything around it. Through that calmness, they see details others miss, small timing shifts, subtle betting patterns, brief moments of uncertainty in opponents' faces. Most players chase action. They play fast when excited or nervous. Their chip movements speed up. Their breathing changes. Their focus narrows to the pot in front of them. The still player does the opposite. They slow down. They create space between stimulus and response. That space is where sound decisions live. The longer you can hold it, the more clearly you can see. Stillness also prevents emotional leaks. When you lose a big hand, the impulse to react is strong. You might feel the urge to call quickly next time, or to push back out of frustration. But stillness turns those impulses into awareness. You notice the feeling rise, acknowledge it, and let it pass. You remain steady, both physically and mentally. Opponents notice that steadiness, even subconsciously. It unsettles them, because most players rely on emotional rhythm to read others. A calm player gives nothing away. Stillness is also contagious. When you maintain quiet confidence, the entire table begins to slow down. People mirror your pace. They sense your control and adjust their own behavior. You set the tone without saying a word. This invisible influence is one of the most powerful edges in live poker. It allows you to lead without aggression, to manage tension through presence alone. You become an anchor of composure in a sea of impatience. Physical awareness helps build this skill. Pay attention to your breathing between hands. Feel your heartbeat after large pots. Keep your posture steady, your movements consistent, your gestures intentional. The goal is not robotic precision, but natural calmness. Every action should express comfort. When your body is calm, your mind follows. When your mind is calm, your decisions sharpen. Stillness also sharpens perception. The more centered you are, the more information you absorb. You begin to see how players stack their chips, how they protect their cards, how they look at the board. You pick up rhythm shifts when someone bluffs or hesitates. You catch patterns that impatient players overlook. Stillness creates space for awareness to grow. Even during intense moments, stillness helps you think clearly. Imagine sitting in a massive pot, facing a large river bet. Adrenaline rises. Time seems to move faster. Most players feel that rush and act too soon. But if you slow down, breathe, and allow the tension to settle, the picture becomes clearer. You recall betting patterns, stack sizes, and ranges. You reconnect with logic. Stillness becomes your tool for clarity under pressure. In long sessions, stillness also preserves stamina. Emotional spikes drain energy faster than any difficult hand. Calm players last longer. They do not swing from excitement to anger. They move steadily, hand after hand, hour after hour. This consistency allows them to think clearly, even at the end of a long night, when others have burned through their focus. Stillness is a skill that grows with intention. Between sessions, practice mindfulness in simple ways. Notice your breathing. Observe thoughts without reaction. Train your mind to pause before judgment. Over time, this mental discipline carries into your poker decisions. When faced with tough spots, you no longer panic. You slow down, process information, and act from awareness, not emotion. There is also beauty in stillness. Poker is a game of constant movement, chips flying, cards flipping, emotions shifting. But in that chaos, stillness becomes serenity. It reminds you why you love the game. It turns competition into meditation. You sit in the center of motion, unmoved by result, present only in process. That is the mindset of the professional. Stillness is not about looking calm. It is about being calm. Anyone can fake composure for a few hands. True stillness endures through losses, coolers, and missteps. It does not depend on results. It comes from trust, trust in preparation, trust in process, trust in self. Once that trust becomes internal, the table can no longer shake you. The noise fades. You see the game for what it truly is, a quiet dialogue of logic, timing, and patience. In the end, stillness at the table is the meeting point between mind and mastery. It allows logic to rise above impulse. It steadies your emotions, protects your focus, and deepens your awareness. Through stillness, poker becomes more than competition. It becomes art, played one breath, one decision, one calm moment at a time. Chapter 6. Reading the Room. Every poker game has a pulse. It moves through the air like an invisible current, shifting with every bet, every pause, every look exchanged between players. To the untrained eye, a poker table seems quiet, almost static. But to a player who has learned to read the room, it is alive with information. Every seat carries its own rhythm, every person their own energy. Mastering this awareness turns the table from mystery into map. Reading the room begins before a single card is dealt. It starts the moment you sit down. You take a slow breath and look around. You notice posture, tone, and presence. Some players sit rigid, guarding every chip. Others lounge casually, already comfortable. Some talk freely, others avoid eye contact. Each of these small signals tells a story about temperament and confidence. You are not judging them, you are simply observing. You are learning how the energy of this table will flow. The first step is recognizing pace. Some tables play fast, fueled by aggression and impatience. Others are slow, deliberate, almost meditative. The pace of the game affects everything: your value bets, your bluffs, your range composition. A fast table rewards discipline. A slow table rewards patience and timing. When you can sense the table's speed and emotional temperature, you stop fighting against it and start moving with it. Reading the room is also about listening. Chips make a certain sound when handled nervously, another when stacked calmly. Voices reveal confidence or uncertainty. Even silence has tone, sometimes tense, sometimes relaxed. You learn to listen not just to words, but to rhythm. A player who always talks when strong, or falls silent when bluffing, teaches you more than any chart ever could. Beyond individuals, there is a group energy, the atmosphere created by all players combined. When everyone is cautious, aggression gains power. When everyone is loose, patience becomes your weapon. Skilled players adjust dynamically. They do not play their cards alone. They play the emotional fabric of the table. They understand that poker is not just math, but environment. They use that environment to shape decisions that feel effortless to others. Awareness also includes subtle social observation. Who commands attention? Who seems ignored? Who defends their blinds too often? Who folds too easily to pressure? These patterns emerge over time. They are not about memorizing tells. They are about feeling the flow of tendencies, how each personality interacts with the others. When you understand these interactions, you can see where power naturally shifts from hand to hand. You can predict who will drive action and who will retreat. Reading the room is not manipulation. It is empathy. It is learning to sense tension, comfort, and frustration in real time. When you notice someone becoming tired, tilted, or impatient, you gain quiet leverage. You can choose when to engage and when to give them space. You move like water around obstacles, flowing through opportunity rather than forcing it. This patience turns awareness into control. At a deeper level, reading the room also means reading yourself. You are part of that same current. Your mood, your energy, and your rhythm affect the table too. If you feel restless, the room will mirror it. If you stay calm, others will unconsciously align to your pace. The most grounded players shape their environment through presence alone. They are steady centers in a circle of shifting emotion. You can sense them even before you see their chips. They radiate composure. In live poker, observation is power, but it must remain quiet. The goal is not to stare, not to analyze visibly, but to absorb naturally. You notice without intruding. You pay attention without seeking. The more relaxed your observation, the more genuine your insights. This natural awareness comes from slowing down your mind. When you stop forcing attention, true perception begins. Online, reading the room takes a different form. It becomes reading rhythm, bet timing, speed of decisions, reaction to aggression. Even through screens, players reveal themselves. The principle remains the same. Observe patterns, adapt calmly, and blend into the flow. Whether live or digital, the goal is to listen more than you speak, to sense more than you declare. Reading the room also teaches humility. Sometimes, despite your awareness, the energy shifts in unexpected ways. You make a move that feels right, only to discover that momentum has turned against you. This too is part of the lesson. Awareness is not control. It is guidance. You sense, you adjust, you learn. Each table becomes another chapter in the study of human rhythm. Over time, this skill expands beyond poker. You begin to notice energy in everyday settings, in conversations, meetings, or crowded rooms. You sense tension before it's spoken, confidence before it's shown. Poker sharpens not just your logic, but your sensitivity to the subtle. It teaches you to read silence as clearly as words. When you can read the room, you no longer feel like the game is happening to you. You are part of the rhythm, moving within it, shaping it quietly. You make fewer forced plays because you act with timing instead of impulse. The cards become secondary. What matters most is awareness, that soft, steady sense of knowing where the current is flowing and where it will go next. To read the room is to play the invisible game. It is the art of sensing truth beneath motion. It is how you turn observation into intuition, and intuition into control. The still player, attuned to every detail, no longer fights the table. They guide it, calmly and unseen, one measured breath at a time. Chapter 7. The Mathematics of Trust. Every decision in poker begins as a question. You hold 2 cards, face a bet, and ask yourself, is this worth continuing? The answer hides in numbers, odds, ratios, and percentages that describe your relationship to risk and reward. Yet behind those numbers lies something deeper. To truly play poker well, you must learn to trust the math. Not just to calculate it, but to believe in it when emotion tempts you to look away. Mathematics is the language of fairness in an unfair game. It gives structure to uncertainty. It reminds you that luck bends, but probability remains constant. When you calculate pot odds or equity, you are not predicting the future. You are measuring how often the future should favor you, given infinite trials. Each hand, therefore, is one data point in an endless sequence. Trusting the math means accepting that what happens now does not change what is true overall. This trust begins with understanding. Pot odds are simple in concept, the ratio between what you must call and what you stand to win. Equity is your share of that pot, over time, based on your chance of winning at showdown. When your equity exceeds the price of the call, the decision is profitable. When it does not, folding is correct. It sounds mechanical, yet this simple structure anchors your strategy against the chaos of short-term results. But calculation alone is not enough. Many players can perform the math, but still ignore it. They call when the numbers say fold, bluff when the ratio says wait, or chase when logic says let go. The reason is emotional interference. Humans crave control, and math reminds us how little control we truly have. Trusting it means surrendering to process over outcome. It requires humility, the willingness to let cold logic guide your warm human instincts. Trust also grows through repetition. Each time you make a mathematically correct decision and see it lose, you must remind yourself that you did nothing wrong. You made a long-term investment that simply did not pay off yet. Every time you fold a hand that would have won, you must resist the temptation to rewrite logic based on hindsight. The moment you abandon math for emotion, you abandon the one compass that leads through variance. At higher levels of play, math becomes rhythm. You no longer think in formulas. You feel the structure of the game through experience. Your sizing choices reflect risk to reward instinctively. You balance ranges not by numbers on a screen, but by a sense of equilibrium that has formed over thousands of hands. That intuition, however, is still mathematical in nature. It is built from trust, the knowledge that consistent decisions, backed by logic, will always converge toward profit. The mathematics of trust also extend beyond pot odds. They include expected value, implied odds, and minimum defense frequencies. They govern how often you should call, raise, or fold across countless scenarios. Each concept may seem technical, but together they form the backbone of strategic clarity. They prevent drift. They remove the guesswork. They turn emotion into data. When your choices align with math, you no longer depend on luck to survive. Yet the human element remains essential. Numbers provide guidance, not comfort. You must pair them with awareness, reading opponents, sensing momentum, and adjusting to tendencies. The math gives you structure, intuition fills in the gaps. The goal is not to be robotic. It is to be balanced, emotional enough to perceive nuance, logical enough to stay grounded. Trusting math means trusting yourself to blend reason and awareness into harmony. Variance is the greatest test of that trust. You can make perfect decisions for hours and still lose. You can follow every ratio, every frequency, and still watch the wrong card fall. In those moments, faith in math feels fragile. But this is where discipline lives. You remind yourself that short-term pain is just variance collecting its fee. Over time, probability always balances. The players who remain consistent outlast the noise. The players who doubt their process collapse under it. When you internalize this truth, the emotional weight of poker lightens. You stop chasing wins. You focus on decisions. Each hand becomes a puzzle of numbers and tendencies. Each action becomes an investment in the long term. You start to see beauty in the balance, how every bet size, every call, every fold fits within a grand equation that rewards clarity over chaos. Trust in math also teaches integrity. It keeps you honest. It prevents rationalization after mistakes. It holds you accountable when emotions try to rewrite logic. You cannot argue with numbers. You can only follow them, learn from them, or ignore them at your own cost. That humility builds character, both at the table and beyond. It teaches patience, detachment, and faith in long-term truth. In the end, poker is not about predicting cards. It is about aligning with probability, again and again, until time reveals the pattern. The math does not care about your luck, your mood, or your fears. It simply measures fairness through large numbers. When you trust that balance, you find peace in the process. You no longer need every hand to go your way. You only need to know that your choices were sound. The mathematics of trust is not cold or distant. It is the foundation of confidence. It allows you to breathe through the noise, to fold without regret, and to bet without fear. It transforms poker from a game of emotion into a practice of logic and faith. You learn to trust the invisible, the numbers that guide you through chaos, one correct decision at a time. Chapter 8: Intuition built from data. Intuition is often described as feeling, a quiet voice that whispers before logic has time to speak. In poker, intuition can seem mysterious, even magical. But the truth is simpler. Real intuition is not guessing. It is recognition. It is the product of thousands of repetitions stored deep in your mind, waiting to surface as instinct. What feels like sudden insight is actually memory in motion, data transformed into awareness. When you first begin playing, every decision feels deliberate. You must think about position, range, bet size, and texture. The game feels mechanical, full of calculations and uncertainty. But over time, your mind starts collecting patterns. It remembers how players act when strong, how boards interact with ranges, how different bet sizes change dynamics. Each hand you play becomes a piece of data, small, almost invisible on its own, but powerful in accumulation. Eventually, your brain stops consciously analyzing every variable. It begins to recognize them. That recognition is intuition. Intuition built from data feels natural. It arises without tension. You glance at a situation, and something in you already knows the right move, even before words form to explain it. That is not emotion. It is efficiency. It is your subconscious processing years of observation, faster than conscious thought could ever manage. It is the wisdom of experience distilled into feeling. However, intuition is only as reliable as the data beneath it. Poor habits create misleading instincts. If you have spent years reacting emotionally, your intuition will reflect emotion. If you have studied deliberately and reviewed honestly, your intuition will reflect truth. That is why disciplined study matters so much. Every hand you review with clarity, every mistake you confront honestly, reshapes the foundation of your future intuition. You are training the quiet voice inside you to speak with reason, not fear. Building this kind of intuition takes time and patience. It cannot be rushed. It grows naturally through exposure and reflection. The more you play and review, the more accurate your pattern recognition becomes. Over time, concepts like equity, range advantage, and exploitative play shift from theory into instinct. You stop forcing logic into every spot, because logic already lives within your perception. You act cleanly, with confidence born not from impulse but from deep familiarity. Intuition also thrives when paired with awareness. It does not replace analysis, it complements it. The best players combine both. They sense the correct line, then confirm it through structure. They trust the feeling, but still check the math. In doing so, they build a complete decision-making system. Logic guiding instinct, instinct sharpening logic. When these two forces work together, poker feels smooth, effortless, and almost meditative. The process begins with observation. Watch how hands unfold, even when you are not involved. Notice patterns in bet sizing, timing, and posture. Observe how players react under stress. Each detail becomes a data point stored quietly in memory. Over time, your mind organizes these fragments into a map of probabilities and tendencies. Later, when a similar situation arises, your intuition retrieves that pattern instantly. You just know, because you have seen it before. The key is to protect intuition from ego. True instinct is calm, not loud. It is subtle, not dramatic. When you feel an emotional surge, a strong urge to call out of pride, or to bluff out of frustration, that is not intuition. That is emotion wearing a disguise. Real intuition feels quiet and steady. It does not demand attention, it simply offers guidance. You feel its presence as calm confidence, not urgency. Learning to tell the difference is one of poker's greatest disciplines. Review also strengthens intuition. After each session, revisit hands where you felt uncertain. Did your gut feeling align with the correct play? If yes, your subconscious is learning correctly. If not, examine what you misread. Over time, this reflection sharpens your internal compass. You train your intuition the same way you train your logic, through consistency, curiosity, and honesty. As intuition grows, your relationship with time changes. You no longer need to think through every detail consciously. You act fluidly, trusting that your preparation has built a foundation strong enough to carry you. This frees your mind for higher focus, reading rhythm, sensing emotion, and maintaining composure. The game slows down. You see more, feel more, and decide with less strain. In long sessions, this efficiency becomes invaluable. Logical calculation consumes energy, intuitive flow preserves it. You stay sharp deeper into the night because your brain is not forcing every choice. Your rhythm feels natural, your breathing calm, your focus unwavering. This is the quiet gift of experience, not just knowing more, but thinking less while still acting correctly. Eventually, intuition becomes your companion. It sits beside logic, guiding your decisions through the gray areas that math cannot fully solve. It speaks in patterns, memories, and sensations. You learn to trust it, not blindly, but respectfully. You confirm it with structure, refine it with study, and honor it with patience. In the end, intuition built from data is what transforms poker from calculation into art. It bridges the gap between knowledge and instinct, between thinking and feeling. It is the silent proof that every hand you have ever played, every mistake you have reviewed, every lesson you have absorbed has meaning. Nothing is wasted. Every experience becomes part of the system that guides your next decision. When intuition and logic align, poker feels pure. You no longer search for answers, you recognize them. You move with the rhythm of the game, grounded in truth and trust. That is mastery in its quietest form, understanding so deep that it no longer needs to speak. Chapter 9: Balance and Bias. Every poker player walks a fine line between clarity and distortion. We like to believe that our decisions are logical, that we see the table as it truly is. But human perception is never perfect. It bends quietly under the weight of bias, emotion, memory, ego, and fear. The art of mastery lies in recognizing that imbalance and bringing it back to center. To see truth clearly, you must first understand how your mind distorts it. Balance begins with self-awareness. Each player carries tendencies shaped by their past experiences. Some lean toward aggression, seeing opportunity everywhere. Others lean toward caution, folding too soon to avoid pain. These habits form invisible anchors that pull on every decision. When you act without noticing them, they become bias. When you recognize them, they become tools. The goal is not to eliminate bias, but to manage it, to guide emotion through discipline and awareness. One of the most common biases in poker is outcome bias, judging a decision by its result instead of its logic. You call with the right odds, lose to a lucky river, and doubt your play. You bluff in the correct spot, get called, and feel regret. Over time, this can warp your confidence. The truth is simple: a correct decision remains correct, even when it loses. Outcomes fluctuate, but sound process compounds. Balance means trusting the quality of your reasoning more than the emotion of the result. Another powerful bias is confirmation bias, the tendency to see only what supports your beliefs. When you think an opponent is bluffing, every small action seems to confirm it. When you believe they are strong, you ignore signs of weakness. This bias is dangerous because it feels like intuition. But it is actually attachment, the mind clinging to a story it wants to be true. To overcome it, practice observation without judgment. Collect data before deciding what it means. Let reality speak before you interpret it. Emotional bias can also cloud decision-making. Fear, anger, pride, and frustration all distort perception. Fear makes you fold winning hands. Pride makes you call losing ones. Tilt is simply bias, made visible. The antidote is stillness, the calm you've already learned to cultivate. When emotion rises, pause. Breathe. Return to structure. You cannot think clearly when your mind is fighting itself. Balance begins by releasing attachment to how you feel about a hand and returning to what is true about it. Cognitive bias also shows up in how we remember. Losses feel heavier than wins. Pain leaves a deeper imprint than success. This imbalance creates the illusion that bad luck happens more often than it does. It fuels frustration and impatience. To correct this, review data objectively. Track hands, study results over time, and you will see the pattern even out. Balance lives in perspective, zooming out far enough to see that one bad night means little in the scale of a lifetime. There is also bias in familiarity. Players often favor certain lines or hands simply because they feel comfortable. They raise the same ranges, bet the same sizes, or avoid particular spots without realizing it. Comfort feels safe, but it limits growth. Balance means stepping beyond familiar patterns. Study hands that make you uncomfortable. Play spots that challenge your habits. The goal is not to eliminate your style, but to keep it flexible. Rigidity is bias disguised as consistency. At higher levels of play, balance becomes philosophy. It is not just about betting frequency or range composition. It is about emotional and mental symmetry, keeping aggression tempered by patience, confidence tempered by humility. You become aware of your internal scales. When you notice yourself leaning too far one way, you adjust gently. Too tight? Open up. Too loose? Slow down. You begin to feel your own tendencies as clearly as you read your opponent's. Bias is inevitable because emotion is human, but awareness transforms it from danger into signal. Each time you notice bias rising, it becomes an opportunity to return to center. This practice builds consistency. The goal is not perfect neutrality, it is controlled motion. You sway, but never lose your footing. Balance also shapes how you view others. Every player has biases too. Some overvalue strength, others overrate deception. When you recognize their imbalances, you can exploit them gently. You can nudge them toward mistakes without aggression. Balance, therefore, is both protection and weapon. It keeps you stable while others tilt. The deeper lesson of balance is humility. You will never see the game perfectly. You will always have blind spots. But by acknowledging this, you sharpen perception. You become a student forever, refining awareness hand by hand. In doing so, you find peace in imperfection. You stop chasing the illusion of complete control. You simply work to remain centered. When your mind is balanced, poker feels lighter. You stop reacting to outcomes. You stop arguing with variance. You begin to play in harmony with the flow of the game, adjusting naturally as the environment shifts. Your focus expands beyond winning pots. It turns toward making correct decisions, staying calm, and letting the math and rhythm guide you. In the end, balance is mastery in motion. It is the quiet dance between logic and emotion, intuition and discipline. Bias will always exist, but it no longer rules you. You see it rise, acknowledge it, and let it pass. That awareness turns chaos into clarity. And in that clarity, poker becomes what it was always meant to be, a mirror, reflecting not just your skill, but your ability to stay steady within the storm. Chapter 10: The Emotional Economy. Every player at the poker table manages two forms of currency: chips and emotion. The first is visible, stacked neatly in front of them. The second is invisible, but far more powerful. The way you manage your emotions determines how long your chips last, how clearly you think, and how confidently you act. This is the emotional economy of poker, the quiet system that governs your energy, focus, and decision quality over time. In the early stages of learning, players think primarily about money. They track wins and losses in numbers, believing that the financial outcome defines success. But as you grow more experienced, you begin to realize that emotional control is worth more than any chip stack. Your mind is your true bankroll. When it remains stable, your play remains consistent. When it swings wildly, no amount of technical knowledge can save you. Every decision you make costs emotional energy. Each loss, each bad beat, each long grind slowly drains your reserves. Just as you would not risk your entire stack on a weak hand, you should not spend emotional energy recklessly. The professionals who endure year after year are those who understand conservation. They know when to engage and when to step back. They protect their focus the way others protect their bankroll. The emotional economy begins with awareness. You must learn to recognize your emotional balance in real time. Notice when frustration rises, when fatigue dulls your focus, when excitement speeds up your play. These are signals, not weaknesses. They are the mind's way of warning you that your emotional reserves are being spent too quickly. When you feel those signs, pause. Breathe. Take a short walk. Reset before the next hand. Protect your balance before tilt begins to grow. Tilt is emotional debt. It happens when you spend more emotion than you can afford. You chase losses, overplay marginal hands, or push aggression just to feel in control. In those moments, you are not playing the game, you are trying to heal through it. The solution is simple but difficult. Stop spending. Fold. Step away. Regain stability before returning. The emotional economy rewards patience. The longer you preserve your clarity, the more profit you earn over time. Just like bankroll management, emotional management requires limits. Decide before each session what kind of stress you are willing to absorb. Know your thresholds. How many hours you can play before focus fades. How many buy-ins you can lose before objectivity slips. Protect those limits firmly. Every player reaches their breaking point eventually, but professionals reach it less often because they know when to stop before collapse. In the emotional economy, calm is compound interest. Every moment of patience, every deep breath before a tough call, every polite reaction to a bad beat adds to your long-term balance. Over time, that balance becomes emotional wealth, resilience that protects you through inevitable downswings. When you cultivate this steadiness, the game becomes smoother. The highs and lows still come, but they no longer control you. You move through them like a steady current. Energy management is also part of emotional balance. Focus is a finite resource. You cannot maintain peak awareness forever. Professional players schedule breaks, manage rest, and care for their physical well-being because they understand that fatigue breeds emotional leaks. A tired mind reacts poorly. It misreads situations, overestimates threats, and underestimates value. Protecting your body protects your clarity. The two are inseparable. Emotional control also extends to celebration. Just as you must not spiral downward after loss, you must not float upward after victory. Excitement can be as dangerous as anger. When you win several pots in a row, your brain releases reward chemicals that encourage overconfidence. You loosen your ranges, underestimate opponents, and take unnecessary risks. True discipline means staying level through both success and setback. The goal is equilibrium, not euphoria. Managing your emotional economy also means managing relationships at the table. Respect keeps the environment calm. Arguing, mocking, or celebrating at others' expense drains the room's collective energy and feeds tension. When you remain polite and measured, even under pressure, you conserve that energy. You create a pocket of stillness around yourself that shields you from emotional turbulence. Over time, you begin to see emotions not as distractions but as signals. Frustration means your expectations are misaligned with reality. Fear means you have overexposed yourself to risk. Impatience means you are tired or unfocused. Gratitude means you are connected to the process. By reading these emotions as information rather than enemies, you learn to manage them with precision. You stop fighting feelings and start guiding them. The emotional economy mirrors the logic of poker itself. Both rely on patience, probability, and preservation. You cannot win every hand, but you can manage every reaction. You cannot control variance, but you can control energy. Each time you choose calm over impulse, you save something valuable, not just chips, but mental strength for the hands that truly matter. At its highest level, emotional management becomes a form of mastery. You play not just against opponents, but alongside them in rhythm. You do not mirror their anger or excitement. You observe it, understand it, and remain centered. Your calm becomes your shield, your clarity, your edge. Others tilt around you while you stay still in the storm. In the end, the emotional economy is not about suppressing feeling. It is about balance, spending wisely, saving intentionally, and investing in peace of mind. The player who manages emotion as carefully as money will always outlast the one who chases both. Poker rewards clarity, and clarity grows only in the mind, that stays calm, steady, and rich in patience. Chapter 11. The flow of decision-making. Every decision in poker is a small story, a beginning, a middle, and an end. It begins with observation, moves through interpretation, and ends with choice. Some stories are quick, decided in seconds. Others unfold slowly, across multiple streets, each action revealing a new chapter of information. To master poker is to master this flow, the ability to move through decision-making with patience, clarity, and rhythm. Most players treat decisions as isolated moments. They focus on the single choice in front of them, without considering how it connects to the rest of the hand. But great players see the entire sequence. They understand that each action builds on the last. The raise on the flop sets up the bet on the turn. The check on the river tells a story written by all that came before. This continuity turns random choices into coherent plans. Every move becomes part of a design. The flow of decision-making begins with awareness. You start by gathering information, position, stack depth, tendencies, and texture. You watch how opponents behave and how the board interacts with their likely ranges. This is the foundation stage, where you build a mental framework. It is quiet, analytical, and deliberate. But once the decision arrives, awareness must shift into action. You cannot linger too long in calculation. The flow depends on timing, the ability to move smoothly from analysis to commitment. After the decision, reflection follows. You ask yourself whether the process was clear, not whether the outcome was favorable. Did you act with logic or with emotion? Did your plan remain consistent? This gentle review closes the loop, turning each hand into practice for the next. Over time, these loops connect: awareness, action, reflection, forming an unbroken cycle of learning. That is the rhythm of mastery. To stay in flow, you must reduce friction. Friction comes from doubt, hesitation, and internal conflict. When your mind is crowded with second-guessing, decisions lose sharpness. The best players streamline their process. They rely on structure to remove clutter. They know what hands to open, what sizes to use, what ranges to defend. Within that structure, they adapt freely. This balance routine with flexibility allows thought to move cleanly. The mind does not stall, it glides. Clarity also depends on pace. Some players act too quickly, mistaking speed for confidence. Others act too slowly, mistaking hesitation for care. True flow exists between the two. You move with patience, but without pause. Each step feels natural because it aligns with preparation. Flow is not forced. It arises when your knowledge and experience meet the present moment perfectly. You stop thinking about the game and start living it. Emotion disrupts flow when left unchecked. Frustration tightens your thinking. Fear rushes your choices. Excitement clouds your logic. To maintain rhythm, you must remain emotionally neutral. This does not mean suppressing feeling. It means staying aware of it without letting it steer you. When emotion arises, let it pass through you, like wind through an open room. The quieter your mind, the smoother your decisions. Flow also requires trust. Once you commit to an action, let it go. Do not linger on what might have been. The moment you second guess, your rhythm breaks. The game moves forward, but your focus stays behind. The professionals understand that poker is a continuous stream. Each hand ends, the next begins, and clarity resets with every deal. Trusting yourself allows the current to carry you, instead of resisting it. One of the secrets to strong decision flow is simplification. When faced with complex situations, reduce them to essentials. What range do I represent? What does my opponent likely hold? What is the ratio between risk and reward? These core questions filter out noise. The more you simplify, the faster and cleaner your decision process becomes. Complexity creates hesitation. Simplicity builds rhythm. Preparation is what makes flow possible. Study between sessions is what allows your mind to move freely during play. When you review ranges, analyze frequencies, and practice scenarios, you are building mental automation. You are teaching your brain what good decisions feel like, so that they emerge naturally under pressure. Flow during play is earned through discipline outside of it. Reflection keeps the system honest. After a session, revisit moments where your rhythm broke. Did you hesitate in spots that should have felt routine? Did fatigue make small choices feel heavy? These reflections are gentle tuning. They strengthen the next session's flow. You learn to recognize friction sooner and to recover faster when your rhythm slips. Over time, decision-making becomes less about thinking and more about being present. The flow of decision-making is not rigid. It breathes. It changes tempo as games evolve. Sometimes you must slow down, analyze deeply, and reset your rhythm. Other times, you act quickly, trusting instinct built from repetition. The goal is not perfect speed, but harmony. The feeling that each decision arrives at exactly the right moment. This harmony keeps your emotions steady and your logic sharp. When you master this flow, poker begins to feel peaceful. The noise of uncertainty fades. You are no longer rushing to keep up with the game. You are part of it. The cards, the chips, and your thoughts move together in quiet rhythm. You no longer struggle for control, because control has already become part of your process. You think clearly, act calmly, and reflect wisely. In the end, the flow of decision-making is the essence of mastery, a seamless dialogue between mind and moment. It is the balance of knowledge and instinct, preparation and presence. When you find that flow, poker becomes less about results and more about rhythm. Each decision, win or lose, becomes part of something greater, the steady, mindful practice of perfecting your process one hand at a time. Chapter 12. Adapting to Chaos. Poker is a game of order built inside chaos. Every decision you make is surrounded by uncertainty. Cards unseen, players unpredictable, luck ungoverned. Even the best strategies bend under pressure. The structure you build through study meets the wildness of reality at every turn. Mastery is not about removing chaos. It is about learning to move through it with balance, calm, and adaptability. Chaos begins the moment the cards are dealt. Randomness defines the game's beauty and its challenge. You cannot control the shuffle, the turn of the river, or the tilt of another player's emotions. What you can control is your response. You can learn to stay grounded when variance spikes, when logic fails to predict the outcome, when the unpredictable shatters your plans. This composure is what separates students of poker from its masters. Adaptation starts with acceptance. The sooner you stop resisting the nature of chaos, the more power you gain over it. Many players waste energy fighting what cannot be tamed: bad beats, cold decks, losing streaks. But every game, every session, is full of noise. When you stop expecting control, you start creating strategy. Adaptation means turning chaos into information. Each wave of uncertainty teaches you how to ride instead of drown. To adapt well, you must stay flexible. The rigid player breaks under pressure. The flexible player bends, observes, and reshapes. Strategy is not a fixed plan, it is a living system. It must evolve as conditions change. Table dynamics, stack depths, and player tendencies shift constantly. What worked an hour ago may now be dangerous. The adaptable mind updates quickly. It asks, what is true now, instead of clinging to what was true before. Flexibility begins with observation. You notice when the table speeds up or slows down, when aggression rises or patience returns. You see who is emotionally stable and who is unraveling. You adjust your ranges and rhythm accordingly. Against chaos, awareness is armor. You cannot stop the storm, but you can adjust your sails. The key is to keep your decisions grounded in present information, not in outdated assumptions. Emotional adaptability is equally vital. When the game turns against you, frustration can cloud judgment. When you run hot, confidence can become recklessness. Both are forms of chaos disguised as momentum. The adaptable player does not attach identity to outcomes. They neither inflate in success nor collapse in failure. They flow through both states with quiet steadiness, always returning to center. Emotional balance is the anchor that holds steady in shifting tides. Adaptation also means knowing when to shift gears strategically. There are moments to tighten up and moments to open wide. Times to attack and times to retreat. The best players feel this rhythm intuitively. They sense when the table's energy favors risk and when it rewards patience. They are not guessing, they are responding. They have learned to read the pattern of unpredictability and to find timing within it. This ability turns chaos into art. Mathematics still guides adaptation. Even in unpredictable games, the laws of probability remain steady. When everything feels unstable, return to the numbers. Pot odds, equity, and position never lose their grounding power. They are the constants in an ever-changing environment. When emotion rises and logic wavers, these calculations recenter your thinking. They give you a stable frame from which to adapt safely. Adaptation also thrives in humility. No player sees everything. No plan survives every hand. The moment you believe you have mastered the game, chaos reminds you who is truly in charge. Each hand, each opponent, each session brings a new pattern to decode. The best players stay curious. They watch, learn, and adjust. They treat chaos not as a threat, but as a teacher, an endless source of new data and new perspective. Sometimes the correct adaptation is to do nothing. When the table grows volatile, when others chase variance and emotion takes over, your best move is stillness. Let the chaos consume itself. Wait for the noise to settle. Like a calm lake after a storm, opportunity always returns once the surface clears. Patience in turbulence is one of the highest forms of discipline. Adaptation extends beyond hands and sessions. It shapes how you grow as a player. The strategies that worked for you months ago may no longer serve you. Your edge must evolve with the field. The game changes. Players study. Technology advances. Adaptation requires lifelong learning. You study new theory, test new lines, and review data with humility. The willingness to evolve keeps you relevant in an environment defined by change. In the end, chaos is not your enemy. It is the stage on which all mastery is performed. Without it, poker would be predictable, mechanical, and lifeless. Chaos is what makes the game human, full of risk, hope, and discovery. To adapt within it is to dance with uncertainty, to find rhythm where others find noise. When you accept chaos, you stop fearing it. You begin to see beauty in the randomness. You realize that every hand, win or lose, is a chance to practice resilience. The adaptable player walks through storms with steady breath and open eyes. They trust the process, adjust the plan, and remain calm in the swirl of change. That calm, that clarity, that ability to breathe inside the unknown, that is the quiet definition of mastery. Chapter 13. Aggression without anger. Aggression is one of the most powerful forces in poker. It drives momentum, applies pressure, and creates opportunity. Yet when used carelessly, it becomes destructive. Many players confuse aggression with emotion. They raise out of frustration, bluff out of pride, or shove out of fear. True aggression has nothing to do with anger. It is not rage, nor rebellion, nor defiance. It is controlled intention, action, guided by clarity, not impulse. Aggression in poker is about ownership of space. When you bet or raise, you take initiative. You shape the hand instead of being shaped by it. You force opponents to react to your rhythm. This is the essence of strategic control. But the moment anger enters that action, control vanishes. Anger narrows perception. It clouds timing and distorts judgment. The calm player uses aggression as a tool. The angry player becomes its victim. Controlled aggression begins with purpose. Every bet must mean something. You are either extracting value, protecting equity, or creating fold equity. These are your three pillars. Anything outside of that is noise. When you act aggressively, ask yourself, what is my goal? If the answer is to punish, to get even, or to prove a point, step back. That is anger wearing strategy's mask. But if the answer is clarity, to pressure an unbalanced range, to build a pot with strength, or to deny equity, then your aggression is pure. The best players understand that aggression and patience coexist. They are not opposites. The power to attack comes from the discipline to wait. When you choose your moments carefully, your aggression becomes sharper. You conserve emotional energy for the right spots. You raise not often, but precisely. The precision is what makes your opponents uncomfortable. They cannot read randomness. They can only fear timing. Emotion-driven aggression, on the other hand, burns quickly. You lose control of pace. You bet too large, too often, without purpose. You feed variance instead of managing it. The table senses the shift. Your breathing changes. Your hands move faster. Your chips hit the felt harder. Opponents feel your frustration and use it against you. The same aggression that once intimidated them now exposes you. It becomes predictable, unbalanced, and self-destructive. Aggression without anger requires stillness. You must separate intensity from emotion. The calm player may appear quiet, but beneath that calm lies steady power. They bet decisively, not recklessly. They raise with confidence, not ego. Each move carries weight because it is rooted in awareness. This kind of aggression feels cold to outsiders, but inside it burns steady, not like fire but like light. Focused, controlled, and deliberate. Mathematics guides this balance. Every aggressive act should align with expected value. You do not attack blindly. You choose moments where the risk is justified. You understand pot odds, fold equity, and opponent tendencies. You know when aggression earns profit and when it invites danger. This is logic serving emotion, not the other way around. In this balance, aggression becomes discipline in motion. There is also psychological power in calm aggression. Most players associate betting with emotion. When they face an opponent who acts strongly without visible tension, they feel discomfort. They cannot read you because you give them nothing to read. Your presence stays level, whether you win or lose. This steadiness unsettles them more than any loud display ever could. You control the rhythm of the table, not by shouting, but by never flinching. Aggression without anger also teaches humility. You learn that dominance is not force. It is timing. It is choosing the right hand, the right board, the right opponent, and the right moment. When those align, you act boldly. When they do not, you wait. You fold without hesitation, knowing that strength without patience is weakness in disguise. The calm player understands that waiting is part of attack. They gather data quietly until the perfect spot appears. This kind of aggression is sustainable. It does not drain emotional energy. It builds confidence instead of tension. Each action reinforces your process. Each well-timed raise strengthens your presence. Over time, this approach transforms your entire game. You stop playing reactively. You start leading with purpose. You set the tone instead of following it. You create rhythm rather than chase it. In practical terms, aggression without anger looks like control over pace. Your bet sizes remain consistent. Your timing stays smooth. Your breathing never changes. Even when variance hits you hard, your demeanor does not shift. You keep playing your plan, adjusting when necessary, but never abandoning your discipline. This stability is what opponents fear most, a player who cannot be provoked. At its deepest level, aggression without anger is self-mastery. It is the merging of logic, patience, and courage. It is the confidence to move forward without the need to dominate emotionally. The best players do not crush others with force. They guide the table through rhythm. Their aggression flows like water, steady, adaptable, and relentless in the right direction. When you can act with strength while remaining calm, you reach the heart of strategic control. You no longer attack because you are angry. You attack because the game calls for it. You no longer force outcomes. You let opportunity reveal itself and respond with precision. This is what it means to play from balance, aggression fueled not by emotion, but by clarity. In the end, aggression without anger is the quietest form of power. It speaks not through volume, but through consistency. It wins not through intimidation, but through timing. It allows you to stay composed in every storm, to strike without rage, and to control the table without ever losing control of yourself. That calm, deliberate strength is what turns aggression from reaction into art. Chapter 14: The Layered Mind. A poker player's mind is not a single voice. It is a collection of layers, each one serving a different purpose. There is the logical layer, where math and structure live. There is the emotional layer, where fear, pride, and hope arise. And beneath them both lies intuition, a quiet, wordless awareness that draws from memory and rhythm. Mastery in poker comes from learning how to balance these layers so that none overpower the others. The layered mind is what transforms complexity into clarity. At the start of your poker journey, the logical layer dominates. You focus on rules, ranges, and bet sizing. Every move is deliberate, every decision explained through reason. This structure is necessary. It gives form to chaos and keeps emotion at bay. But logic alone cannot carry you forever. Poker is too fluid, too human, to be reduced entirely to calculation. The logical layer must be joined by something deeper. The emotional layer is often misunderstood. Many players see it as a weakness, something to suppress or eliminate. But emotion, when properly managed, is part of what makes you human, and therefore part of what makes you adaptable. Emotion gives color to judgment. It allows empathy, creativity, and connection. A purely logical player may be consistent, but they lack feel. They miss the subtle cues that only sensitivity can detect. The goal is not to silence emotion, but to guide it gently into balance. Then comes the intuitive layer. This is the subconscious mind, the storehouse of patterns, experiences, and observations that logic cannot process in real time. Intuition speaks quietly, often as a feeling or impression. It tells you when a hand feels off, when timing feels right, when danger feels near. It draws on thousands of past situations, weaving them into instinct. But intuition is only reliable when it is built on truth. If your data, your study, and your emotional discipline are sound, intuition becomes a powerful ally. If not, it becomes deception. The layered mind works best when these three forces cooperate. Logic provides the framework, emotion gives depth, and intuition bridges the two. The mind of the professional moves smoothly between layers, depending on the situation. Facing a tough river decision, logic might handle the math, while intuition evaluates timing. Emotion, meanwhile, remains present but contained, reminding you to stay calm and focused. None of these layers act alone. They merge in rhythm. Trouble begins when one layer dominates. When logic tries to control everything, decisions become slow and rigid. When emotion takes over, chaos follows. When intuition leads without support, mistakes multiply. Balance comes from awareness, noticing which voice is speaking the loudest, and deciding whether it deserves the lead. This awareness grows through reflection. After every session, ask yourself which part of your mind drove your choices. Were you calculating, feeling, reacting? Over time, you'll begin to recognize imbalance before it occurs. The layered mind also teaches compassion for yourself. You will make errors. You will act emotionally, overthink, or misread your instincts. These moments do not define failure. They reveal which layer temporarily took control. Once you see that clearly, you can adjust without self-judgment. You learn to forgive mistakes quickly, integrate lessons gently, and move forward with clarity. That emotional softness toward yourself becomes strength over time. In long sessions, the mind's layers shift naturally. Fatigue quiets logic first, leaving emotion and intuition to steer. Awareness becomes crucial here. You must know when your mental balance has changed and compensate accordingly. Slow your pace. Simplify your play. Protect your focus. The layered mind performs best when rested and mindful. A tired player becomes reactive. A centered one stays fluid. Meditation, journaling, and review all strengthen this awareness. They train you to step outside your thoughts and observe them. You begin to notice when logic strains too hard or when emotion rises too quickly. You learn to breathe before reacting, to pause before deciding. Over time, this mindfulness becomes automatic. You no longer have to force calm, you simply return to it. The layered mind is also what connects poker to life. Outside the game, you face the same dynamics: logic guiding plans, emotion coloring experience, intuition sensing truth. The discipline you build at the table teaches emotional balance in the rest of your world. You become more patient in conversations, more perceptive in relationships, more aware of your inner state. Poker becomes a mirror reflecting the structure of your consciousness. When these layers align, decision-making feels effortless. You no longer struggle between thought and feeling. You simply act, knowing that each part of your mind is working together. This harmony is rare, but it is what every great player seeks. It cannot be forced. It emerges through practice, honesty, and stillness. In the end, the layered mind is not about control. It is about cooperation. Logic, emotion, and intuition each serve a purpose. When you honor them equally, they create balance. You think clearly, feel deeply, and act naturally. You stop fighting your mind and start working with it. This is where mastery lives, not in the absence of chaos, but in the harmony within it. Chapter 15. The Art of Losing Well. No player escapes loss. It is the one truth that unites everyone who sits at a poker table. No matter how skilled, disciplined, or prepared you are, there will be nights when nothing falls your way. You will play perfectly and still lose. You will make all the right choices and still walk away lighter than you arrived. The measure of a poker player is not how they win, but how they lose. Mastery is not freedom from defeat, it is grace within it. Losing well begins with perspective. Every hand, every session, every downswing is just a small piece of a much larger picture. The game's nature demands variance. Cards do not remember, luck does not discriminate, and skill only reveals itself through time. When you lose, you are not being punished. You are experiencing the necessary randomness that makes poker alive. The sooner you accept that truth, the calmer your path becomes. Inexperienced players resist this reality. They take every loss personally, as if the game has turned against them. They chase, they tilt, they break rhythm, trying to force balance back into the universe. But the universe of poker does not respond to emotion. It responds to consistency. You cannot control the cards. You can only control your process, your logic, your patience, your response. Losing well means remembering that truth when emotion tempts you to forget it. Every loss carries information. Behind every failed bluff, every missed draw, every unfortunate cooler lies a lesson. The player who loses well studies these moments calmly. They do not ask, "Why did this happen to me?" They ask, "What can I learn from this?" Maybe they misread a range. Maybe they misjudged a stack size. Maybe they did everything right, and variance simply ran its course. Each answer adds a small layer of wisdom. Losing becomes education. The art of losing well also depends on emotional recovery. When frustration builds, the first reaction is often to fight harder. But good players know when to stop. They recognize when the mind is no longer stable enough to think clearly. They step away, not as surrender, but as discipline. Walking away from a losing game protects your clarity. It keeps you from turning one loss into many. This pause, this small act of restraint, is one of the greatest forms of strength a player can develop. There is humility in loss. It strips away illusion. It reminds you that no one controls everything, that even the best are at the mercy of chance. This humility keeps your ego soft and your perspective wide. It allows you to respect the game and the players around you. When you can shake hands after a brutal beat, congratulate your opponent, and still feel calm, you have learned something deeper than poker. You have learned balance. Losing also teaches patience. In moments of defeat, you see the value of the long run. You learn to zoom out, to measure your progress, not by the night, but by the year. You begin to think in thousands of hands, not hundreds. This shift brings peace. The emotions of short-term variance lose their weight. You start to see each session as one step in a lifelong journey. Some steps go forward, others backward, but the direction remains the same: growth. To lose well, you must also protect your identity. Many players tie their self-worth to results. When they win, they feel valuable. When they lose, they feel small. But poker does not define who you are. It reflects how you handle challenge. Your value lies not in your chip count, but in your composure. If you can remain kind, patient, and thoughtful through losing stretches, you are winning in ways that matter more deeply than money. There is also wisdom in letting loss soften you, not harden you. Some players respond to pain by building walls. They become rigid, cynical, and closed off. They fear risk because they fear repetition of hurt. But mastery requires openness. You cannot grow if you shut yourself off from experience. Let loss humble you, but not break you. Let it teach you compassion for yourself and others who suffer the same variance. The calm acceptance of loss is the soil from which wisdom grows. Even champions lose. The difference is that they lose differently. They lose with awareness. They lose while learning. They lose without surrendering confidence. Each setback becomes reinforcement, a reminder of what must be refined. They walk away tired but intact, ready to begin again. This steadiness is the real skill, not avoiding defeat, but rising through it with unshaken focus. The art of losing well also nurtures gratitude. Every tough session, every unlucky hand is proof that you are still learning, still part of the game. Poker offers endless chances to begin again. Each sunrise brings a new table, a new set of cards, a new rhythm to discover. When you lose well, you stay connected to that opportunity. You stop chasing redemption and start appreciating experience. In time, you realize that losing is not failure. It is feedback. It is what keeps the game honest and the player humble. Each loss refines judgment, deepens patience, and strengthens resolve. The path to mastery runs through defeat, not around it. You do not learn to win by avoiding loss. You learn by understanding it. In the end, losing well is not about accepting defeat quietly. It is about learning to find calm in truth. It is about staying grounded in process, even when results turn against you. It is the art of resilience, the grace of patience, and the peace of perspective. When you lose well, you never truly lose. You simply grow, hand by hand, lesson by lesson, toward the steady clarity that defines the complete player. Chapter 16. Mastering the Boring Hands. Every player dreams of the big pots, the all-ins, the dramatic showdowns that define poker's highlight reels. Those moments feel alive, electric, fast, full of meaning. But mastery is not built there. Mastery lives in the quiet spaces, the uneventful hands, the endless folds that make up most of the game. The player who learns to master the boring hands discovers a secret. The calm between the storms is where greatness grows. The majority of poker is not dramatic. It is repetition. Fold, fold, raise, fold again. Long stretches of small pots and predictable outcomes. To the impatient, this rhythm feels dull. They crave action, chase adrenaline, and burn through chips searching for excitement. But the seasoned player understands that poker is a game of patience disguised as a game of luck. The boring hands are the foundation. They are where discipline is built, where focus is trained, and where edges are preserved. Mastering boredom means reframing it. The quiet moments are not empty, they are opportunity. Each fold is a small victory of restraint. Each uneventful orbit is a chance to observe others, study rhythm, and plan your next approach. When nothing is happening, the best players are still working. They watch how opponents stack chips, how they react after losing pots, how their bet sizes change. They are collecting information quietly, while others drift into distraction. Focus during the dull stretches separates professionals from amateurs. Anyone can concentrate during a big hand, but the real skill lies in sustaining awareness when the game slows down. Boredom is the mind's way of asking for stimulation. The disciplined player answers not with action, but with attention. They redirect that restless energy toward observation. They remain grounded, calm, and alert. This kind of focus compounds like interest, small moments of awareness building into deep understanding over time. The boring hands also test your emotional endurance. Long stretches without good cards can feel punishing. Impatience whispers that you are being left behind, that you need to act to stay relevant. But poker does not reward impatience. It rewards timing. The ability to sit still through the quiet is what makes your eventual moves powerful. When you finally enter a pot, it is because the situation calls for it, not because boredom demanded it. That difference defines longevity. The discipline you practice during uneventful hands shapes how you perform under pressure. The player who stays calm through silence remains calm through chaos. Every fold strengthens mental muscle. Every minute of patience becomes preparation for the moments that truly matter. You are not wasting time, you are building stability. You are teaching your mind to stay centered, regardless of rhythm. When action comes, your emotions do not spike. You act from the same calm you practiced in stillness. Mastering boring hands also protects your bankroll. Most players lose not from spectacular mistakes, but from small leaks, restless calls, careless bluffs, lazy folds. These errors arise when boredom overrides discipline. The professional recognizes them immediately. They know that consistency, not brilliance, creates profit. Folding correctly for an hour may not feel heroic, but it is what keeps your game alive. The small, silent decisions are what preserve your long-term edge. There is also a deeper peace in accepting the monotony. Poker teaches you to coexist with stillness, to find beauty in repetition. The shuffling of cards, the rhythm of chips, the quiet hum of thought, these sounds become meditative. You begin to appreciate the game as a cycle of observation, decision, and rest. This perspective turns boredom into mindfulness. The stillness becomes your sanctuary, not your enemy. The boring hands are also where emotional leaks hide. When you are not engaged in big action, your thoughts wander. You might relive past losses, imagine future hands, or criticize yourself for folding too often. These small distractions weaken awareness. The antidote is presence, staying fully here, even when nothing exciting happens. By mastering boredom, you train your mind to live in the moment, hand after hand, free from the noise of expectation. Some of the greatest players describe poker as a game of waiting. Waiting for the right hand, the right position, the right moment. But this waiting is not idle. It is active patience, an awareness sharpened through stillness. You are never truly resting. You are quietly preparing. You are observing patterns forming in real time, ready to act the instant probability and position align. When you master the boring hands, you become immune to emotional fatigue. The long sessions no longer wear you down. You stop needing constant stimulation to feel engaged. Your mind becomes a steady instrument, able to function clearly for hours. That endurance is what sustains professionals across tournaments, cash games, and years of variance. The ability to sit, wait, and think clearly is what turns skill into consistency. In the end, the boring hands are not boring at all. They are the silent classroom where patience, discipline, and awareness are taught. They are the proof that mastery is not about excitement, it is about endurance. The player who can fold 100 hands with the same calmness as they play a final table is the one who truly understands poker. To master the boring hands is to master yourself. And in a game where the mind is your greatest tool, that mastery is everything. Chapter 17. Silence between decisions. Every hand in poker is a conversation. Chips speak, cards answer, and the table hums with movement. Yet beneath the sound, there is space, the brief pause before action, the quiet moment when thought becomes decision. Most players rush through that space without noticing it. But the masters live there. The silence between decisions is where clarity is found. It is where logic and intuition meet, and where the mind has time to breathe. In poker, silence is not absence, it is presence. It is the stillness before motion, the calm between waves. That pause allows your brain to process patterns, recall data, and regulate emotion. When you take even a few seconds to breathe and let silence work, you slow the rhythm of the game to your pace. You stop reacting to others. You start controlling your own timing. The table may be full of noise, but within that noise, your quiet becomes power. Most mistakes in poker come from haste. The urge to act quickly is human. It feels decisive, confident, strong. But fast decisions often skip reflection. They let emotion jump ahead of logic. A call made in frustration, a raise made in pride, a fold made in fear, each one steals clarity. The silence between decisions breaks that pattern. It forces the mind to pause, to verify thought before motion. Even a breath or two can turn impulse into precision. This silence also acts as emotional reset. Every hand carries traces of the last frustration, excitement, regret, or confidence. Without pause, those emotions leak into your next decision. You carry the past forward unconsciously, letting old noise distort new logic. But when you pause, truly pause, you separate moments cleanly. Each decision becomes fresh, untouched by memory. Silence wipes the mental slate clean, so you can see clearly again. The best players use this space deliberately. Watch them in deep focus. The stillness before they act is not hesitation. It is rhythm. They are aligning thought, emotion, and timing. They are ensuring that when they move with full awareness. This is the art of deliberate tempo. They do not play slow to irritate or intimidate. They play slow to ensure every choice carries meaning. This pacing unsettles opponents who rush. The calm creates contrast, and contrast creates control. Silence between decisions is also a sign of respect for the game, for the process, and for yourself. It shows that every choice matters, that you are not playing mechanically. You are present. You are engaged. You understand that poker is not about how many hands you play, but about how well you play the ones that count. This awareness deepens focus and strengthens connection to each decision. You stop acting from habit and start acting from purpose. Over time, you begin to notice that silence feels different depending on your state of mind. When you are calm, silence feels open and light. When you are tense, it feels heavy and restless. This awareness becomes a mirror of your internal condition. If silence feels uncomfortable, it means emotion is asking for attention. Take that as signal, not punishment. Breathe deeper. Relax your body. Let the noise settle until quiet feels natural again. In that return to calm, clarity will follow. The silence also sharpens intuition. In quiet, your subconscious has room to surface. It pieces together patterns you have seen before, offering guidance without words. This is why great players seem to feel the right move. They allow time for instinct to rise through silence. They do not rush it. They trust that clarity will arrive if given space. The pause is not emptiness. It is thinking in a different language. Silence teaches patience, and patience creates rhythm. Once you grow comfortable with pauses, you stop fearing them. You realize that silence does not slow the game, it shapes it. You become deliberate in every action, the way you look at your cards, the way you count chips, the way you decide. Each motion carries intention. Others may interpret your calm as mystery or confidence, but in truth it is focus, the centered state of full attention. Beyond poker, silence becomes a valuable habit. It appears in conversations, in choices, in conflict. You learn not to speak too soon, not to act before understanding. You start giving every important decision in life the same respect you give the table. The small breath before a response, the pause before a commitment, these moments create wisdom. They keep your words clean, your thoughts measured, and your presence steady. When silence becomes part of your process, you discover a new form of power. You no longer feel the rush to act first or prove something. You understand that control is not speed, it is calm. The table begins to bend toward your rhythm. Players who rush into mistakes create chaos around you, but your stillness remains unmoved. You sit quietly, waiting for clarity, waiting for timing, waiting for truth. In the end, the silence between decisions is where poker transforms from game into meditation. It is the place where awareness lives, not in noise, not in action, but in space. Each pause is a chance to reset your focus, realign your logic, and remind yourself why you play. In that silence, you find the steady center that guides every great decision, not only in poker, but in everything that matters. Chapter 18. Constructing the image. Every player at the table is more than the cards they hold. They are a presence, a pattern of behavior, a rhythm, a reputation slowly built over time. Whether you realize it or not, you are always telling a story through your actions. Every fold, every raise, every gesture contributes to that narrative. The best players understand this. They do not leave their image to chance. They construct it, consciously and quietly, as part of their long-term strategy. Your table image is how others perceive you. It is not always accurate, but perception itself has power. Some players appear fearless, others cautious. Some seem erratic, others unshakable. This image shapes how opponents react to you. how they interpret your bets, and how much pressure they believe you can apply. Mastery lies in using this perception to your advantage, knowing how you are seen and knowing when to change what they see. Constructing an image begins with consistency. Every small action builds expectation. The way you bet, the way you stack chips, the timing of your decisions, all of it sends quiet signals. Over time, those signals form a pattern in the minds of others. If your behavior feels steady and logical, opponents will assume your play is strong and disciplined. If your actions feel erratic or emotional, they will assume weakness. In truth, both impressions can be useful, depending on how you wish to be perceived. Most players let their image build itself. They play instinctively, unaware of how their table presence looks from the outside. But the aware player uses image as a weapon. They decide how to appear. At times they project tightness, creating credibility for future bluffs. At other times, they project looseness, making value hands easier to pay off. They guide perception, turning the table's attention into a strategic resource. Constructing your image also requires emotional discipline. You must appear calm regardless of outcome. When you win, you remain composed. When you lose, you remain composed. Opponents notice consistency. They learn that you do not tilt, that your emotions do not leak through your decisions. This steadiness makes your image powerful because it limits what others can read. Predictability in emotion becomes unpredictability in strategy. Image also exists in time. It evolves throughout a session. Early in a game, you may choose to appear cautious, folding often and revealing patience. Later, you use that patience as armor, launching controlled aggression that others underestimate. Or you may do the opposite, play fast early to build a wild image, then slow down when opponents start overreacting. Every shift tells a new story. The key is to stay aware of the story you are writing and how others are reading it. A strong image is not loud. It does not come from talking or performing. It comes from consistency of action. Silence adds strength to mystery. The less you explain yourself, the more your opponents project meaning onto your behavior. They will fill silence with assumptions, and assumptions create openings. The quiet player with clear purpose controls the psychological landscape of the table without ever raising their voice. Constructing image also means managing tempo. If you act quickly every time, your bets feel impulsive. If you always pause, they feel deliberate. A balance of both keeps you unreadable. Use rhythm to create patterns you can later break. When you bet confidently several times with strong hands, the next confident bet with a bluff carries weight. The power of image lies not in randomness, but in controlled variation. You are not trying to confuse, you are trying to guide interpretation. Your image must always align with authenticity. You cannot sustain an act that contradicts your natural temperament. If you are calm by nature, play into that calm. If you are naturally conversational, use warmth to your advantage. Authenticity builds credibility. A forced persona cracks under pressure, but a genuine one endures. The goal is not to invent a new version of yourself. It is to refine the one that already exists and use it intentionally. Observation strengthens this craft. Watch how others perceive you. Notice who respects your bets and who challenges them. Study when players fold quickly versus when they hesitate. These reactions reveal how your image is landing. With awareness, you can make subtle adjustments. If the table sees you as overly tight, loosen up selectively. If they see you as reckless, slow down and let their assumptions profit you. Adaptation keeps your image alive. At higher levels of play, image construction becomes silent communication. Every action is a sentence. A small continuation bet says confidence. A delayed key bet says calculation. A check raise says defiance. You begin to speak through motion, shaping what others believe about your mindset. When your actions tell a consistent story, opponents begin reacting to the image rather than the reality. That is where control begins. The danger lies in believing your own story too strongly. Image is a tool, not identity. When you attach ego to how you are perceived, you lose flexibility. The goal is not to protect your reputation, it is to use it. The most dangerous player is not the one with the strongest image, but the one who can change it at will. They can shift from quiet to bold, from patient to aggressive, from predictable to mysterious, all while staying internally calm. In the end, constructing your image is about awareness and intention. You are always being observed, whether you choose it or not. Every decision you make is part of a larger narrative unfolding around you. When you understand that, you stop playing just your cards. You start playing perception itself. You become the quiet architect of how others see you, and that, more than any hand, defines the true power of presence at the table. Chapter 19: The Dance of Ranges. Poker is a conversation of possibilities. Every bet, every call, every fold is part of that dialogue. What you hold matters less than what your range represents, and what your opponent's range suggests in return. Once you begin to think in ranges instead of individual hands, the game changes shape. It becomes less about guessing and more about reading the invisible, the dance of ranges that moves quietly beneath the surface of every pot. A range is the collection of hands that a player could logically have based on their actions. Each bet, each check, each fold narrows that range like a lens coming into focus. The same process applies to you. Every move you make reveals information, even in silence. The best players understand that poker is not about the single hand in front of them. It is about how their entire range interacts with the board and the ranges of others. It is a constant conversation between possibilities. This dance begins pre-flop. Your position and action define the story. A raise from early position tells one story, while a raise from the button tells another. As the hand progresses, the rhythm continues. The flop texture speaks to certain ranges more than others. A coordinated board connects to some, misses others. The turn and river refine those signals even further. Each street adds rhythm and meaning, like verses in a song. When you learn to hear that rhythm, you no longer play your cards, you play the flow of probability itself. The key to mastering ranges is balance. If you only bet when you are strong, your range becomes too narrow, too easy to read. If you bluff too often, your range loses credibility. The dance depends on harmony. Enough value hands to make your bluffs believable, enough bluffs to make your value unpredictable. Balance protects you. It keeps opponents uncertain, forcing them to guess at the truth rather than see it. Understanding ranges also frees you from emotional swings. When you think in single hands, every loss feels personal. But when you think in ranges, you see outcomes statistically. You no longer worry about one hand losing. You evaluate whether your overall range performed correctly. This perspective brings calm. You measure success not by a single result, but by the quality of your structure. In this way, range thinking becomes both strategy and meditation. Every opponent has a range too, shaped by their habits and tendencies. Some players play too many hands, creating wide, weak ranges that crumble under pressure. Others play too few, creating tight, predictable ranges that can be exploited through aggression. By observing patterns, pre-flop choices, post-flop lines, bet sizes, you begin to map their tendencies. You are not guessing their exact hand, you are estimating their possible universe of hands and navigating within it. The dance deepens when ranges interact. A strong range advantage allows you to apply pressure confidently, using bets to deny equity and build folds. A weak range encourages defense, pot control, and patience. The balance shifts constantly, like partners exchanging lead and follow. Some boards favor your story, others favor theirs. The beauty of poker lies in recognizing those shifts in real time and adjusting gracefully rather than rigidly. Range awareness also enhances your creativity. When you understand the logic of ranges, you can begin to manipulate perception. You can represent hands you do not have, tell stories that appear consistent with prior actions, and guide opponents toward decisions that serve your plan. Bluffing becomes less about courage and more about credibility. You do not force belief, you earn it through structure. Your range tells a believable story, and others respond to that truth. Thinking in ranges also brings humility. You realize that no one ever truly knows. Every hand remains a spectrum of uncertainty. Even the most perfect read is still a probability, not a fact. This acceptance softens the mind. You stop demanding control over outcomes. You start appreciating the fluid nature of decision-making. The dance of ranges is never static. It moves, evolves, and resolves like music. You simply learn to move with it. To strengthen range understanding, review your sessions through that lens. Ask yourself, was my range balanced in this spot? Did my action make sense within my overall plan? Did I pressure their weakness or protect my own? These reflections shift your study from isolated mistakes to holistic understanding. Over time, this thinking becomes instinctive. You stop saying, I had pocket kings. You start saying, my range was ahead of theirs. The language of mastery becomes plural, not singular. At the table, the dance is subtle. You will not always know who leads. Sometimes you must yield control to gather data. Other times you seize it through aggression. But as long as you remain aware of the rhythm, you stay in tune with the game. You feel the ebb and flow of power without clinging to either side. You adapt with grace. You remain patient when behind, confident when ahead, and calm through uncertainty. Ultimately, the dance of ranges reflects life itself, a constant negotiation between what is known and what is unknown. Every choice reveals a piece of truth while concealing another. The player who learns to move through that uncertainty with balance patience and precision, becomes more than skilled. They become composed. They stop fighting the rhythm and start moving with it. When you can feel the dance of ranges, not just calculate it, you are no longer playing poker in fragments. You are playing the whole song, from first deal to final card, in harmony with the unseen rhythm that defines every great decision. Chapter 20. Strength in Simplicity. Poker, at its highest level, is not complicated. It only looks that way to those who chase complexity. Charts, equations, frequencies, and theories all have their place, but only as tools. The real strength of a great player lies in simplicity. Simplicity is not ignorance. It is refinement. It is the process of stripping away what is unnecessary until only truth remains. Early in your journey, complexity feels like progress. You study charts, learn advanced terms, and analyze every decision in microscopic detail. The more you learn, the more complicated the game seems. But after enough experience, something changes. You begin to see patterns repeating. You start noticing that every advanced concept leads back to the same few principles: position, patience, awareness, timing, and discipline. Complexity fades into clarity. That is when true understanding begins. Simplicity is strength because it frees the mind. When your process is clear, decisions flow naturally. You no longer overthink every action. You rely on structure, experience, and calm observation. The fewer moving parts you rely on, the less friction you face. Each choice feels smooth, deliberate, and efficient. The goal is not to think less, it is to think cleaner. Great players reach a point where their decisions look effortless. They do not force logic or chase perfect lines. They have learned that poker is not about solving everything. It is about making the best decision possible with limited information. Once you accept that you cannot control every variable, you begin to focus only on what matters. This surrender to simplicity turns pressure into peace. Simplicity does not mean predictability. It means clarity of purpose. When you bet, you know why. When you fold, you know why. There is no confusion, no lingering doubt. Each action connects to reasoning that feels grounded. This quiet confidence unnerves opponents. While they drown in overanalysis, you move calmly, guided by logic and trust. You are not racing against the game, you are moving with it. To reach simplicity, you must first master complexity. You must learn deeply before you can forget freely. You study theory so that you can later rely on instinct. You memorize structure so that you can later improvise within it. Like a musician who trains for years before learning to play by feel, a poker player studies detail before flowing through it. The path to simplicity always passes through depth. Simplicity also strengthens emotional control. Complicated thought often fuels anxiety. When your mind holds too many variables, you start doubting every conclusion. Simplicity brings peace. You focus only on key signals, position, ranges, tendencies, and pot size. When emotions rise, you return to those anchors. They remind you that every situation, no matter how complex, can be broken into parts that make sense. This focus turns chaos into calm. The same principle applies to life away from the table. The simpler your priorities, the steadier your peace. Complexity breeds confusion. Simplicity invites presence. When you reduce distraction, your awareness sharpens. The same patience that keeps you centered in poker can keep you calm in conversation, in work, in relationships. The clarity you practice at the table ripples outward into everything you do. Simplicity also protects against ego. Many players use complexity to feel intelligent. They build systems so intricate that they lose sight of what actually works. They explain every mistake as variance, every loss as misfortune, never questioning their own cluttered approach. But simplicity leaves no room for hiding. When your process is clean, errors become obvious and fixable. Honesty thrives in simplicity. There is nowhere to hide but within truth. In tournaments and cash games alike, simple play wins most consistently. You do not need to invent brilliance in every hand. You need only make the correct, disciplined choice more often than your opponents. Folding bad hands, value betting strong ones, defending correctly, and maintaining composure. These simple actions done faithfully over time create results that appear extraordinary to outsiders, but feel natural to those who live them. To maintain simplicity, guard against noise. Every session will tempt you with distractions, table talk, bad beats, emotional spikes, and endless what-ifs. Let them pass. Return to the basics. Remember your structure. Ask yourself, what is my position? What range am I facing? What range am I representing? What size serves my purpose? These simple questions dissolve confusion. They bring you back to clarity. The paradox of poker is that mastery looks simple, but simplicity takes years to earn. You cannot fake it. You must live it through mistakes, study, patience, and endless repetition. Over time, you begin to trust the process so deeply that you no longer seek control. You simply make good decisions, hand after hand, and let time reveal their value. Simplicity is the quiet signature of the master. It is the calm within chaos, the confidence beneath uncertainty, the discipline behind every clean line of play. The player who has nothing to prove, nothing to force, and nothing to chase becomes untouchable. They play not to impress, but to express understanding. Their actions flow like water, smooth, balanced, and clear. In the end, strength in simplicity means returning home to what has always been true. Poker is not about cleverness. It is about patience, awareness, and courage. The great ones never forget this. They do not complicate the game. They illuminate it. They remind us that underneath all theory and variance lies something simple. A moment, a choice, a breath of calm clarity before the next decision. Chapter 21. Confidence without arrogance. Confidence is the quiet strength that allows you to act without hesitation. It is the calm belief that your preparation, discipline, and awareness will carry you through uncertainty. Without confidence, poker becomes fear. Every bet feels risky. Every call feels doubtful. But confidence, when left unchecked, can become arrogance. It can blind you to danger, dull your curiosity, and push you into mistakes you no longer notice. The art lies in balance. confidence without arrogance. True confidence is earned, not declared. It grows through study, reflection, and endurance. It is built one hand at a time, not from the hands you win, but from the way you recover from the ones you lose. Confidence lives quietly in consistency. It does not need to announce itself. It simply shows up each session, calm and steady, unshaken by variance. You know what you know, and you know what you still have to learn. That awareness is strength. Arrogance, on the other hand, is confidence without humility. It pretends to know everything. It seeks validation through dominance. It demands recognition rather than understanding. Arrogance feels powerful in the moment, but it is brittle. It breaks under pressure. When you stop questioning your decisions, when you stop reviewing mistakes, when you start assuming you are always ahead, arrogance has already taken root. And in poker, arrogance is punished swiftly and without mercy. Confidence begins with preparation. The more you study, the more natural your decisions feel. You no longer second-guess simple spots because your foundation is strong. You can act calmly in complex moments because you trust your structure. Confidence is not bravado, it is familiarity. You have walked through these situations before. You have trained for them. You understand the logic behind your play. This quiet certainty keeps your emotions from swaying with every outcome. Confidence also lives in presence. It allows you to focus entirely on the current hand, without dragging fear or pride into it. You no longer chase redemption from a past loss or anticipate glory from a future win. You play the present moment as it is. This mental stillness is where confidence breathes freely. It does not need protection from the ego because it has nothing to prove. The result will be whatever it must be. Your focus is on process, not validation. Arrogance often disguises itself as confidence. It speaks louder, acts faster, and demands attention. It pushes players to bluff unnecessarily, to call just to show they cannot be bullied, to chase pots for pride rather than profit. This behavior is emotional, not strategic. Arrogance fights to win every hand. Confidence aims to make the right decision in every hand. The difference is purpose. One plays for approval. The other plays for truth. The best players carry quiet confidence. You see it in their posture, their breathing, their steadiness under pressure. They do not gloat after winning or sulk after losing. Their demeanor stays level because their confidence is internal. It is not dependent on validation from others. They trust themselves without needing to prove it. This stability unnerves opponents who rely on reaction and drama. Calmness, not volume, becomes the most intimidating form of strength. Confidence without arrogance also means humility in learning. You never reach a point where the game stops teaching you. Even the greatest players continue to study, analyze, and adapt. Confidence says, I am strong. Humility adds, but I can still grow. This combination creates evolution. Arrogance, however, stops listening. It assumes the lesson is over. And in poker, as in life, the moment you stop learning, the game begins teaching you through loss. Confidence also invites patience. When you believe in your process, you no longer chase quick results. You stop forcing action out of insecurity. You wait for timing, position, and clarity to align. Arrogance rushes, confidence waits. The difference in tempo often decides who thrives in long sessions. The confident player's calm rhythm wears down the arrogant one's impulsive energy over time. The game rewards the quiet, not the loud. To maintain this balance, practice reflection. After every session, review not only your technical play, but your mindset. Were your decisions grounded in awareness or emotion? Did confidence guide your reasoning, or did pride? This simple awareness keeps ego in check. You do not need to punish yourself for arrogance. You simply need to notice it. Awareness dissolves ego faster than self-criticism ever could. Confidence without arrogance also builds respect for the game, for opponents, and for variance itself. You understand that everyone at the table is on their own path of learning. You do not mock mistakes, you study them. You do not celebrate others' losses, you learn from their reactions. This quiet respect keeps your focus inward. It reminds you that your only real opponent is yourself. Eventually, confidence becomes peace. You stop fearing outcomes. You stop needing validation. You trust the work you have done, the knowledge you have gained, and the balance you have built. You can sit down at any table, against any opponent, and feel centered. Win or lose, you know who you are as a player and as a person. That awareness cannot be shaken by cards, luck, or noise. In the end, confidence without arrogance is self-mastery in motion. It is strength rooted in humility, awareness guided by discipline, and composure untouched by ego. The confident player moves quietly, acts deliberately, and grows endlessly. They play the long game, not for attention, not for pride, but for understanding. That balance, that stillness, that quiet confidence is what defines the complete player. Chapter 22: Learning through others. Poker is often called a solitary game, but it is not learned in isolation. Every hand you play, every opponent you face, and every table you sit at is a lesson. Other players are your mirror, reflecting your strengths, your weaknesses, and your blind spots. To master poker, you must learn not just from books and theory, but from the people who share the felt with you. The path to growth runs through observation, empathy, and humility. Every opponent carries lessons if you are willing to look. The reckless player teaches you about discipline. The cautious player teaches you about timing. The emotional player shows you what happens when control breaks. Even the most unskilled player reveals something about human behavior, impatience, fear, greed, curiosity. Every table is a classroom, and every participant, knowingly or not, is a teacher. Learning through others begins with observation. Watch how players behave between hands. Notice who talks, who listens, who avoids eye contact, who seems restless. Observe how they handle chips, how quickly they act, how they react to losses. These details reveal mindset, rhythm, and emotional state. The surface actions may seem trivial, but they tell deeper stories about focus and control. The more you notice, the clearer those stories become. The next layer is empathy. To truly learn from others, you must step out of judgment. Instead of labeling opponents as bad or lucky, ask what they are thinking, Why did they make that move? What information did they believe they had? What fear or confidence drove their decision? This exercise strengthens perspective. It helps you see the game from multiple viewpoints at once, a crucial skill at higher levels of play. You stop reacting to mistakes and start understanding motivations. Learning through others also means studying those who are better than you. Sit with stronger players, even when it feels uncomfortable. Watch how they manage pressure, how they pace decisions, how they disguise strength and detect weakness. Do not be intimidated by skill, be inspired by it. Every master was once a beginner who paid attention longer than others. By observing excellence closely, you shorten your own path toward it. Mentorship is another form of learning through others. If you are fortunate enough to discuss strategy with skilled players, listen more than you speak. Ask questions without ego. The goal is not to prove what you know, but to discover what you do not. Many players waste opportunities by arguing instead of absorbing. True students remain curious. They do not need to be right, they want to understand. This humility accelerates growth more than any theory can. Even adversaries teach you, especially in defeat. The player who bluffs you out of a pot, the one who traps you perfectly, the one who exposes your leak, each of them reveals a weakness you might never have seen alone. Instead of resenting them, thank them silently. They have given you insight at the cost of your chips, and that trade in the long run is profitable. Every time you lose and learn, you move closer to balance. Learning through others also includes emotional lessons. Some players model composure, patience, and grace under pressure. Others show what happens when emotion leads the way. The angry player, the tilted player, the overconfident player, they are all reminders of paths to avoid. Watching them is like glimpsing alternate versions of yourself. You realize what could happen if discipline slips. Their mistakes become your warnings. Community strengthens growth too. Discuss hands, share experiences, and debate ideas, not to prove who is right, but to expand your perspective. Every player interprets the game differently, and each viewpoint adds dimension to your understanding. The collective wisdom of a community can refine concepts you thought you already mastered. The key is openness. The moment you believe you have nothing left to learn from others, your growth stops. Teaching is also a form of learning. When you explain a concept to someone else, you clarify it for yourself. The process forces you to articulate ideas that may have only lived intuitively in your mind. You begin to notice holes in your logic and refine your explanations. Teaching does not make you superior, it makes you sharper. It transforms silent knowledge into conscious skill. Learning through others extends beyond the poker table. It teaches humility in all interactions. Every person you meet knows something you do not. Every conversation, if listened to carefully, carries wisdom. The same empathy and observation that sharpen your game can deepen your relationships, your patience, and your ability to connect. The habits of awareness built at the table can enrich life far beyond it. Ultimately, learning through others requires balance between openness and independence. You listen deeply, but think critically. You take lessons, but you test them. You respect experience, but you rely on your own judgment. You grow through dialogue, but remain grounded in reflection. This dynamic keeps learning alive, flexible, evolving, and honest. In the end, poker is not a journey of isolation. It is a dialogue between minds, an endless exchange of insight and rhythm. Each player contributes to your evolution, whether they know it or not. The game's beauty lies in that quiet network of shared growth, the way we learn through one another's triumphs and mistakes, patience and chaos, silence and expression. When you recognize that truth, every hand becomes more than a contest. It becomes collaboration, a moment of shared learning in the endless pursuit of mastery. Chapter 23: Resilience and Reset. Every poker player faces the storm, the days when nothing works, when good decisions lose, and confidence begins to crack. These moments are inevitable. No amount of preparation can erase them. But how you respond to them defines your future. Resilience is not the ability to avoid pain. It is the strength to return to calm after pain. And the skill that keeps resilience alive is the reset, the conscious act of starting again, no matter what came before. Resilience begins with acceptance. You cannot fight variance into obedience. Bad beats, cold decks, and losing streaks are built into the game's design. They are not punishments, they are part of the ecosystem. The first step towards strength is surrender, not in defeat, but in understanding. You do not control the outcome. You control the process. The moment you accept this truth, the chaos loses its power over you. The reset is what follows. After a hard session, your instinct might be to replay every hand in your mind, every mistake, every unlucky turn, every what if. Reflection is healthy, but rumination is poison. The difference lies in focus. Reflection asks, what can I learn? Rumination asks, why did this happen to me? One builds resilience, the other drains it. The reset begins when you choose learning over lamenting. A true reset is both mental and physical. You cannot think your way out of fatigue. After long hours of tension, your mind and body need space. Step away from the table. Go outside. Breathe fresh air. Let the noise fade. Sleep, eat, stretch, or simply sit in silence. Resetting your body resets your perception. You return clearer, lighter, and more capable of seeing truth instead of emotion. The reset is not weakness, it is maintenance. Even the strongest machines need calibration. Resilience also requires perspective. One hand, one session, even 1 month, does not define you. Poker is played over a lifetime. Downswings that feel unbearable in the moment fade into memory when measured against years of steady play. When you step back far enough, you see that every difficult stretch taught something vital: patience, humility, endurance. What feels like punishment today often becomes preparation for tomorrow. To build resilience, you must learn to separate self-worth from outcomes. Winning does not make you superior, and losing does not make you broken. Both are temporary states, not reflections of character. Your value lies in your discipline, your awareness, and your composure. When you detach identity from variance, you protect your emotional core. The cards no longer define you. You become stable, regardless of luck's direction. The reset also happens within sessions. After a tough hand or a mistake, you must release it immediately. Carrying emotional residue forward poisons clarity. One poor decision can echo through hours if left unchecked. The reset between hands is a small but powerful practice. Take a breath. Adjust posture. Reaffirm focus. Let the past dissolve. This moment, this hand, is new. Nothing before it matters, unless it teaches. Resilience grows from small recoveries. Each time you bounce back from frustration, each time you return to structure after chaos, you strengthen your mental muscle. The mind learns through repetition. Every reset becomes a vote for stability. Over time, this habit becomes automatic. You no longer crumble after bad beats. You simply nod, breathe, and move forward. You are not ignoring pain, you are integrating it calmly. Community also reinforces resilience. The solitary nature of poker can make losses feel heavier, as if they belong only to you. But every player has felt that same weight. Talking with others who understand the rhythm of variance brings perspective. Shared stories dissolve isolation. They remind you that resilience is not stoicism, it is connection. Even the calmest player sometimes needs another voice to help reset their view. The reset extends beyond poker. In life, as at the table, you will face runs of bad luck, disappointment, and doubt. The same principles apply. Accept what you cannot control. Breathe before reacting. Step back before judging. Begin again without shame. Resilience is not a trait you have or don't have. It is a practice you choose daily. Every time you fall and rise again, you prove its strength. Resilience also teaches grace. It softens ego, humbles pride, and deepens empathy. You start to understand that everyone, not just you, is fighting unseen battles. The patience you give yourself becomes the patience you give others. The calm you practice in loss becomes compassion in life. Poker, in this way, becomes more than a game. It becomes a meditation on recovery. In the end, resilience and reset are not separate skills. They are the same motion, repeated endlessly. Fall, pause, rise. Lose, breathe, learn. Each time you do, the storm feels smaller and your center feels stronger. The complete player does not avoid hardship. They welcome it as part of growth. They know that mastery is not perfection, but persistence. When the cards turn cold and the rhythm breaks, you will feel frustration rise. Let it. Then breathe. Reset. Begin again. That single act, the quiet decision to start fresh with clarity and grace, is the truest expression of strength you will ever show at the table. Chapter 24: Energy and Endurance. Poker rewards those who can stay sharp longer than others. It is not only a game of skill and psychology, it is a game of stamina. The longer you play, the more your discipline is tested. Small mistakes made after hours of focus can erase entire sessions of good decisions. Mastery requires not just intelligence, but endurance. You must learn to manage your energy with the same precision you manage your chips. Every player begins a session full of clarity. The mind feels fresh, decisions come easily, and awareness feels sharp. But as hours pass, fatigue begins to whisper. Focus blurs, patience shortens, emotions rise. Without energy control, fatigue becomes your true opponent. It does not attack suddenly. It erodes slowly, quietly, until you find yourself acting from habit instead of logic. Endurance begins with recognizing this process and learning to counter it before it begins. The first step to sustaining energy is awareness of your own limits. No one can maintain peak focus forever. Every brain has a natural rhythm of concentration and rest. Pushing beyond that rhythm too often leads to emotional mistakes. The disciplined player respects this truth. They take short breaks, drink water, move their body, and refresh their mind. Endurance is not about grinding endlessly. It is about recovering effectively. Rest is part of performance. The best players understand that stepping away from the table is not weakness, it is maintenance. Even a short walk resets attention and softens tension. The human brain was not built for constant vigilance. Without renewal, mental clarity fades. The ability to pause, breathe, and reset is what allows long sessions to remain productive instead of destructive. Endurance is the art of continuing without collapsing. Nutrition and physical care also shape mental endurance. A tired body produces a tired mind. Food, hydration, and posture may seem minor compared to strategy, but they are pillars of performance. Skipping meals, ignoring sleep, or sitting rigidly for hours all drain energy. The professional treats their body as part of their toolkit, not for vanity, but for clarity. When your body feels steady, your decisions stay calm. The energy of the room also matters. Poker is emotional electricity. Tension, laughter, frustration, and excitement all move invisibly through the space. If you are not careful, that energy will attach to you. Protect your focus. When the table grows loud or tilted, stay grounded in your breath. Your calm becomes your shield. Emotional energy spreads quickly. Choose which kind you carry. A composed presence silently resets the entire environment around you. Endurance also depends on emotional pacing. Many players burn out by chasing emotional highs. They ride adrenaline after big pots, then crash when luck turns. The steady player regulates emotion like breathing in, out, calm, steady. They never let the heart rate dictate the hand. This evenness keeps energy consistent, conserving mental resources for moments that truly matter. The key is balance, not suppression. Feel emotion, but let it pass without attachment. Mental endurance is built through habit. The more you practice discipline in small ways, posture, breathing, patience, reflection, the stronger your concentration becomes. Just as muscles grow through repetition, focus strengthens through mindful use. The player who practices attention daily can sustain clarity longer and recover faster when distraction strikes. This training happens quietly, hand after hand, session after session. Endurance is also perspective. When you stop viewing poker as a short-term battle and begin seeing it as a lifelong practice, fatigue loses much of its power. You no longer chase results, you preserve rhythm. You start valuing longevity over momentum. You rest not because you are tired, but because you want to return stronger. The goal shifts from playing endlessly to playing intentionally. That shift turns exhaustion into sustainability. Managing energy also means managing when to quit. The disciplined player knows when the mind is no longer sharp. They recognize when decision-making quality has dropped below their standard. Walking away at the right time saves both chips and confidence. There is strength in knowing when to stop, not out of defeat, but out of respect for the process. Endurance is not infinite output, it is smart conservation. Outside the table, lifestyle supports endurance. Regular sleep, movement, and mindfulness training expand capacity for focus. Meditation, in particular, strengthens the ability to return attention to the present moment after distraction. Over time, your awareness becomes more durable. The swings of energy, emotion, and outcome feel smaller. You move through them smoothly, never draining yourself chasing what cannot be caught. In long tournaments or extended sessions, endurance becomes your edge. Others fade as hours stretch on, their posture slouching, their decisions slowing, their emotions leaking. You remain clear. You still breathe evenly. Your focus does not tire because you have trained it. You win not by force, but by stability. You outlast chaos through calmness. In the end, energy and endurance are not about endless effort. They are about sustainable rhythm, knowing when to push, when to pause, and when to reset. The complete player moves through the game like a long-distance runner, steady, deliberate, and always in tune with their breathing. They understand that poker, like life, is not won in bursts of brilliance, but through consistent clarity over time. When your energy remains calm and your focus remains kind, you stop fighting fatigue. You flow with it, rising and falling naturally. The session becomes peaceful, even in its length. Your endurance becomes invisible, like the breath, always there, always steady, always guiding you quietly toward mastery. Chapter 25: Grace in Victory. Every player learns how to lose. Fewer learn how to win. Victory seems easy to handle, yet it tests character just as deeply as defeat. Winning brings emotion, excitement, relief, pride, and each of these can quietly disrupt clarity. True mastery is not only measured by how you endure loss, but by how you carry success. Grace in victory is the ability to win without distortion, to stay balanced when fortune finally turns your way. When you win, emotion rises naturally. Adrenaline pulses through your body. The satisfaction of good play, the validation of discipline, the rhythm of success, they all combine into a quiet rush. It feels good, as it should. But in that rush hides danger. The mind wants to hold on to the feeling, to chase it again, to protect it at all costs. If left unchecked, success becomes intoxication. You start believing that your edge is permanent, that variance bows to you. That illusion has undone more players than any downswing. Grace begins with awareness. After a strong session or a big tournament win, take a moment to breathe. Feel the gratitude, not just for the profit, but for the experience itself, for the long study that made the win possible, for the discipline that kept you calm, for the opponents who challenged you. Gratitude keeps ego from growing. It reminds you that victory is not ownership. It is participation, the temporary alignment of skill and fortune. Winning gracefully also means humility toward variance. No matter how perfectly you play, luck still walks beside you. The deck does not owe fairness, but it gives opportunity. When you win, it is partly because the probabilities happen to land your way. Recognizing that truth protects you from arrogance. It allows you to celebrate success without illusion. Humility does not lessen victory, it preserves it. Grace also shows in how you treat others. When you win, resist the urge to gloat, explain, or perform. The best players let results speak quietly. They do not rub salt into losses or seek admiration. They understand that today's victory might be tomorrow's lesson. Their demeanor stays steady, kind in success, patient in others' defeat. This quiet respect builds reputation far deeper than any single win. It makes the table a place of dignity instead of ego. After victory, reflection remains essential. Ask yourself not just how you won, but why. Was it discipline, timing, adaptation, or patience? Which habits carried you? Which moments tested you? Each win carries data, just as each loss does. Grace means learning even when things go well. Many players only review mistakes. The wise review triumphs too, because success can hide weaknesses under the glow of confidence. Emotional reset is just as vital after victory as after defeat. The highs can cloud judgment just as easily as the lows. When you walk away from a winning session, leave the table clean. Do not chase another victory out of excitement. Do not overextend into new games just to keep the feeling alive. Protect your rhythm. End while your clarity is intact. That restraint transforms one win into many over time. Grace also means remembering the long run. A single victory, no matter how large, is just one step in a lifelong sequence. The professional mindset views success as confirmation of process, not completion of it. There is always more to refine, more to learn, more to balance. When you see wins not as destinations but as milestones, humility becomes effortless. You stay grounded in the continuous path of mastery. Victory can also teach gratitude toward adversity. Every win carries the lessons of every loss that came before it. Without the pain of past sessions, you would not recognize this moment's beauty. Without the mistakes that humbled you, you would not have evolved enough to succeed. Grace connects past and present. It honors both failure and triumph as equal teachers. The way you celebrate matters too. Celebration should nourish, not inflate. A quiet acknowledgement of effort, a moment of reflection, or simple appreciation shared with friends keeps joy clean. Avoid the noise of boastfulness. True celebration is gratitude expressed, not ego displayed. When you honor your work without glorifying yourself, you preserve peace even in excitement. Grace in victory extends beyond poker. It shapes how you move through life. Every success, a promotion, a milestone, a personal triumph, carries the same temptation toward pride. The same discipline applies. Breathe, appreciate, stay kind, stay curious. Let success lift you without detaching you from humility. The grace you practice in the game becomes grace you live in the world. When you can win without boasting, smile without superiority, and reflect without self-congratulation, you reach a quiet strength You no longer need validation to feel complete. You carry balance through every outcome, calm in loss, calm in victory, steady in between. This composure is what defines the complete player. In the end, grace in victory is not about modesty for appearance's sake. It is about freedom. The player who can win gracefully is untethered from the need for approval. They play with clarity, live with peace, and walk away each night with gratitude. Victory no longer inflates or defines them. It simply passes through, a gentle reminder of progress on a journey that never truly ends. Chapter 26: The Infinite Game. Poker has no finish line. There are no trophies that last forever, no final hands that close the story. The game continues, day after day, reshaping itself, reflecting whoever sits to play. You can study for years, learn every theory, master every strategy, and still, the game remains infinite. This truth is not discouraging, it is freeing. The journey never ends, which means you never stop growing. The infinite game is not about winning once. It is about staying in the game, emotionally, mentally, spiritually. It is about sustainability over dominance, awareness over ego. Every player eventually learns that poker cannot be conquered, only understood more deeply. Each session reveals something new, not because the game changes, but because you do. You evolve with every hand you play, every decision you review, every emotion you observe. In the finite game, the goal is to win. In the infinite game, the goal is to play well. To think clearly, act with integrity, and stay calm through variance. The finite player measures success by money and rank. The infinite player measures it by consistency and peace. This shift changes everything. The pressure fades. The need to prove yourself dissolves. What remains is purpose, the quiet satisfaction of being present in your craft. When you embrace the infinite game, patience becomes natural. You no longer rush results because you see time differently. Every hand becomes both practice and performance. Every mistake becomes data. You realize that progress is not measured in sessions or tournaments, but in awareness, the increasing steadiness of your focus, the shrinking space between emotion and response. Mastery stops being an achievement and becomes a way of living. In this mindset, every table feels the same. Whether it's a local cash game or a championship final, your posture, breath, and rhythm remain steady. You play for the same reason: to understand, to evolve, to experience. You no longer chase the perfect session because you know perfection does not exist. There is only refinement, a lifetime of small improvements, each one adding another layer of calm to your awareness. The infinite player finds meaning in repetition. They no longer see boredom as emptiness, but as opportunity. They know that discipline grows in the quiet spaces between excitement. They fold with the same grace they use to bet. They watch, think, breathe. Every motion becomes meditation. The table becomes not a battleground, but a reflection of the self, a mirror showing what still needs balance and what has already found peace. This endlessness might feel daunting, but it is also generous. There is no moment too late to begin again. One bad day changes nothing. One mistake cannot undo growth. Each sunrise brings another chance to sit, breathe, and play with clearer eyes. The infinite game always welcomes you back. It asks only for attention, humility, and care. Eventually, you realize the game is not against others at all. It is a dialogue with yourself, between fear and patience, ego and awareness, chaos and calm. Every opponent becomes a partner in that dialogue, each hand another lesson. You win not by defeating them, but by refining yourself in their presence. You lose nothing when you lose a hand, because the lesson remains. You are always gathering insight, always building composure. The infinite mindset also brings peace away from the table. You start to see life through the same lens, not as a race, but as rhythm. Wins and losses, joys and setbacks, they come and go like hands in a session. You stop clinging to either. You learn to show up, to do your best, to stay calm in the flow of chance. You begin to understand that mastery of poker and mastery of life are the same pursuit, awareness without attachment. The beauty of the infinite game is that it removes finality. You cannot fail because there is no end. You cannot fall behind because there is nowhere to reach. You can only keep walking the path, hand after hand, breath after breath, refining your craft and your calm. You grow at your own pace. You begin to love the process for its own sake. In time, the infinite player finds peace in the smallest gestures, stacking chips quietly, watching the dealer's hands, hearing the soft shuffle of cards. The noise of victory fades. The meaning of loss softens. What remains is presence, pure, clear, and still. You play not to escape life, but to understand it more deeply. The cards become meditation. The table becomes a mirror. The game becomes your teacher. And in that quiet space where the ego dissolves, where every hand is both beginning and continuation, you finally understand what mastery truly is. It is not the absence of mistakes. It is the awareness that continues through them. It is not dominance over the game, but harmony with it. To play with peace, to think with clarity, to act with kindness, that is the end that never ends. Poker will continue long after you fold your final hand. The rhythm will go on, endless and beautiful. But in every player who has found stillness in the noise, awareness in the risk, and grace in the motion, the infinite game lives on. It is the game that never ends, and the one that makes you whole.